Martin Heidegger. Parmenides. Translated by Andrei Skwer and Richard Rajaswas. Introduction. Preparatory meditation on the name and the word abhaya and its counter-essence. 1/VO directives from the translating word abhaya. 1. The God is truth. Parmenides, 1, 22-32. A. Ordinary acquaintance and essential knowing. Renunciation of the prevalent interpretation of the didactic poem by heeding the claim of the beginning. Lapt Vayok, Zahpax at Noc. Parmenide and Heraclitus. These are the names of the two thinkers, contemporaries in the decades between 540 and 460, who at the outset of we etern thought uniquely belong together in thinking the true. To think the true means to experience the true in its essence, and in such essential experience, to know the truth of what I true. Chronologically, 500 years have elapsed, since the outset of Western thought. But the passing of the year, and centuries has never affected what was thought in the thinking of these two thinkers. And this resistance to all-consuming time is by no means due to the simple conservation of the thought these thinkers had to think, i.e. a conservation somewhere at upper temporal place, as the so-called eternal. On the contrary, what is thought in thinking is precisely the historical, the genuinely historical, preceding and thereby anticipating all successive history. We call what precedes and determines all history the beginning, because it does not reside back in a past but lies in advance of what is to come. The beginning again and again turns out to be precisely a gift to an epoch. An essential history, the beginning comes last. Naturally, to a way of thinking acquainted only with the form of calculation, the proposition the beginning is the last is nonsense. To be sure, at first, at the outset, the beginning appears veiled in a peculiar way. Whence stems the remarkable fact that the beginning is easily taken for the imperfect, the unfinished, the rough. It is also called the primitive. And so the thinkers before Plato and Aristotle are said to be primitive thinkers. Of course, not every thinker at the outset of Western thought is by that very fact also a thinker of the beginning, a primordial thinker. The first primordial thinker was named Anaximander. The two others, the only others besides Anaximander, were Parmenides and Heraclitus. An impression of arbitrariness is bound to arise from our distinguishing these three thinkers as the first primordial thinkers preceding all other thinkers of the Occident. And in fact we do not possess any easily available proof that could provide an immediate foundation for our allegation. For that, we would need to acquire a genuine relation to the primordial thinkers. Such will be our goal in these lectures. In the course of the ages of Western history, later thinking is not only distant from its outset, i.e., chronologically distant, but also, and above all, it is removed from its beginning, i.e., distant with respect to what is thought. Subsequent generations become more and more alienated from the early thinking. Finally, the distance becomes so great that doubt arises as to whether or not a later age is at all capable of rethinking the earliest thoughts. To this doubt another one attaches, questioning whether such a project, supposing it is in fact possible, would be of any use. What could we hope to accomplish, wandering astray amid the almost vanished traces of a long since past thought? And these doubts as to the possibility and usefulness of the undertaking receive still further reinforcement from the circumstance that this early thinking has been transmitted to us only in fragments. Here lies the explication of the fact that the views of scholars concerning the early philosophy of the Greeks vary widely, and that the apprehension of these philosophical thoughts is utterly uncertain. The intention to reflect today on the thinking of Parmenides and Heraclitus is in this way surrounded by manifold doubts and objections. We shall allow these doubts and objections to stand and so spare ourselves the task of rebutting them in detail. Even if we wanted to engage in a confrontation with these objections, we would still have to accomplish first of all what is unavoidable in any case, namely to think the thoughts both these thinkers have thought. And we could then not escape this one requirement, that, before all else, we attend to the words of these thinkers. Perhaps if we pay sufficient attention and persevere in our thinking, we will discover the aforementioned doubts to be without foundation. The words of Parmenides have the linguistic form of verses and strophes. They seem to be a poem. But because the words present a philosophical doctrine, we speak of Parmenides' doctrinal poem, or didactic poem. Yet this characterization of his thoughtful utterances actually arises out of an impasse. We know poetry and poems, and we also know philosophical treatises. It is easy to see, however, that in the verses of Parmenides there is hardly anything poetical, though on the contrary we find a great deal of what is generally called the abstract. It therefore appeared that the best way to characterize the content of the thoughtful statements in question was to take into account at once both moments, the form of the verse and the abstract content, and so speak of a doctrinal or didactic poem. Perhaps, however, we have here neither a poem of poesy nor a doctrine. But how the words are said and how the said is thought, that can surely be made clear only if we first know what is thought here and what had to come to speech. Here in a unique way the word is spoken and a dictum is uttered. We will therefore henceforth call the primordial word of Anaximander, of Parmenides, and of Heraclitus the dictum of these thinkers. We mean by their dictum the whole of their utterances, not just single propositions and enunciations. In order to give tradition its due, however, we shall still speak at first of the didactic poem of Parmenides. Since a separate edition of Parmenides' text has not been available for a long time, I had the text transcribed and copied. The transcription is arranged in such a way that the participants in the course, following the progress of the individual lectures, can insert the respective translation on the facing page. We will choose the most secure way to learn what is said and thought in the words of Parmenides. We will follow the text. The appended translation already contains an interpretation of the text. This interpretation, of course, needs clarification. But neither the translation nor the clarification carry much weight so long as what is thought in the word of Parmenides does not itself address us. Everything depends on our paying heed to the claim arising out of the thoughtful word. Only in this way, paying heed to the claim on spruch, do we come to know the dictum spruch. What man heeds, what respect he gives to the heeded, how original and how constant he is in his heedfulness, that is what is decisive as regards the dignity allotted to man out of history. To think is to heed the essential. In such heedfulness essential knowing resides. What we usually call knowing is being acquainted with something and its qualities. In virtue of these cognitions we master things. This mastering knowledge is given over to a being at hand, to its structure and its usefulness. Such knowledge seizes the being, dominates it, and thereby goes beyond it and constantly surpasses it. The character of essential knowing is entirely different. It concerns the being in its grounded intense being. Essential knowing does not lord it over what it knows but is solicitous toward it. For instance, to take just one example, every science is a cognitive mastering, an outdoing, and a surpassing, if indeed not a complete bypassing, of a being. All of which occurs in the manner of objectivization. Versus this, essential knowing, heedfulness, is a retreat in face of being. In such retreating we see and we perceive essentially more, namely something quite different from the product of the remarkable procedure of modern science. For the latter is always a technical attack on a being and an intervention for purposes of an orientation toward acting, producing, wheeling and dealing. Thoughtful heedfulness, in contrast, is attention to a claim that does not arise from the separate facts and events of reality and does not concern man in the superficiality of his everyday occupations. Only when this claim of being, and not some objectivity or other out of the multiplicity of beings, addresses us in the word of Parmenides will the knowledge of his propositions have any justification. Without paying attention to this claim, whatever care we might contend in the clarification of his thinking occurs in a void. The order of our clarification of the individual fragments is determined by an interpretation of the leading thoughts. We base the separate clarifications on this interpretation, one which, of course, can only gradually come to light. The individual fragments are numbered in Roman numerals. We shall begin, it would seem arbitrarily, with the first fragment and specifically with verses 22 to 32. I 22 to 32. 22 And the goddess received me with sympathy, she took my right hand in her hand, then she spoke the word and addressed me in this way, 0 Man, companion of immortal charioteers, 25 Arnving at our home with the steeds that convey you. Blessing be bestowed on you. For it is not an evil fate which has sent you ahead to travel on this way, and truly this way is apart from men, outside their trodden path, but rather rule and order. There is, however, a need that you experience everything, both the stable heart of well-enclosing unconcealment. 30 As well as the appearing in its appearance to mortals, where there is no relying on the unconcealed. Also this, however, you will learn to experience, how the appearing 32, in the need, remains called upon to be apparent. While it shines through everything and, hence, in that way brings everything to perfection. The thinker Parmenides tells of a goddess who greets him as he arrives at her home in the course of his travels. To the greeting, whose proper essence the goddess herself clarifies, she adds an announcement of the revelations she has in store for the thinker as he goes his way. Hence everything the thinker says in the subsequent fragments of the didactic poem is the word of this goddess. If, at the very beginning, we pay heed to this and preserve it well and rigorously in our memory, from then on we shall take our direction from the inside. To be acknowledged gradually, that the dictum of the thinker speaks by bringing into language the word of this goddess. Who is the goddess? We anticipate the answer conveyed only by the didactic poem as a whole. The goddess is the goddess truth. The truth itself is the goddess. Hence we shall avoid the locution that would speak of a goddess of the truth. For the expression goddess of truth evokes the idea of a goddess to whose patronage and blessing the truth is only entrusted. In that case, we would have two items: on the one hand a god, and on the other the truth, standing under divine protection. We could then illustrate this state of affairs in accordance with familiar examples. The Greeks worshipped, for instance, the goddess Artemi as the goddess of hunting and of animals. Hunting and animals are not the goddess Artemis herself, but are what is dedicated to her and what stands under her protection. If, however, Parmenides calls the goddess truth, then here truth itself is being x_perienste, a goddess. This might seem strange to us. For in the first place we would consider it extremely odd for a thinker to relate his thinking to the word of a divine being. It is distinctive of the thinker, who later, from the time of Plato, are called philosophers, that their own meditation is the source of their thoughts. Thinkers are indeed decidedly called thinkers because, as is said, they think out of themselves and in their very thinking put themselves at stake. The thinker answers questions he himself hari, ed. Thinkers do not proclaim revelations from a god. They do not report the inspiratium of a god. They state their own imitai. What then are we to make of a goddess in this didactic poem, which bring to words the thought of a thinking whose purity and rigor have never recurred since? But even if Parmenides' thinking did arise out of a ground as yet hidden to us and therefore rightfully stood in a relation to the gods, truth, we would nonetheless still be lacking the immediate appearance of a divine figure such as we are familiar with in the Greek world. Athena, Aphrodite, Artemis, and Demeter appear as unequivocally delineated divine persons. The goddess truth, on the other hand, is largely abstract. One could even maintain that we have to do here with no mythical experience of this gods, but that a thinker out of his own initiative is personifying the universal concept truth in the indeterminate figure of a goddess. In fact, we very often come across this device of hypostatizing universal concepts as divinities, especially in later antiquity. Perhaps the thinker Parmenides is using a similar device in order to give more fullness and color to otherwise all too abstract thoughts. In addition, if we consider that the start of Western thought is accomplished with the Greeks, according to the prevalent view, by a dissociation of logos, reason, from mythos, then it seems entirely understandable that in the first primitive attempts at such thinking there might still be preserved remnants of mythical representation. By means of such reflections, the presence of a goddess in a philosophically didactic poem might be adequately explained. And from this explanation it follows that the reference to the goddess and she herself can now be dismissed as poetical and pseudo-mythical decorations, since indeed what matters is only to come to know the philosophical system of the thinker. That is the merest sketch of a widely held position concerning the appearance of the goddess in the didactic poem of Parmenides. Although it is advocated in all sorts of treatises, it nevertheless remains a singular error. If this position originated only in the presumption of successive generations to know everything better, or if it were merely the product of historiographical comparison, calculating back and forth between the appearances of former and later times, then we could dispense with such explanations. The difficulty is that in them a mode of thought is speaking which, over 2 millennia, has solidified itself in the West and is in a certain respect even an aberrant consequence of the very thinking expressed in Parmenides' didactic poem. We ourselves move within the long tradition of this mode of thinking, and we take it therefore as the natural one. Supposing, however, that the thinking of Parmenides and of Heraclitus is essentially of an other kind, then what is required of us is a renunciation of the prevailing views, a renunciation that has nothing to do with the mere refutation of scholarly misinterpretations of the two thinkers. Actually, the renunciation touches us personally and affects us in an ever new manner and ever more decisively. Only superficially does this renunciation seem to be a negative attitude. In truth it accomplishes the first step, whereby we pledge our heedfulness to the claim of the beginning, a beginning which, in spite of the historiographically represented temporal remoteness, is closer to us than what we are wont to consider the nearest. Recapitulation. I. Outset and beginning. Ordinary thinking and the thinking begun by the beginning. Retreating in face of being. The few and simple texts. Reference to translating. We are attempting to follow the path of thought of two thinkers, Parmenides and Heraclitus. Both belong, historiographically calculated, to the early period of Western thought. With regard to this early thinking in the Occident, among the Greeks, we are distinguishing between outset and beginning. Outset refers to the coming forth of this thinking at a definite time. Thinking does not mean here the course of psychologically represented acts of thought, but the historical process in which a thinker arises, says his word, and so provides to truth a place within a historical humanity. As for time, it signifies here less the point of time calculated according to year and day than it means age, the situation of human things and man's dwelling place therein. Outset has to do with the debut and the emergence of thinking. But we are using beginning in a quite different sense. The beginning is what, in this early thinking, is to be thought and what is thought. Here we are still leaving unclarified the essence of this thought. But supposing that the thinking of a thinker is distinct from the knowledge of the sciences and from every kind of practical cognition in all respects, then we have to say that the relation of thinking to its thought is essentially other than the relation of ordinary technical practical and moral practical thinking to what it thinks. Ordinary thinking, whether scientific or prescientific or unscientific, thinks beings, and does so in every case according to their individual regions, separate strata, and circumscribed aspects. This thinking is an acquaintance with beings, a knowledge that masters and dominates beings in various ways. In distinction from the mastering of beings, the thinking of thinkers is the thinking of being. Their thinking is a retreating in face of being. We name what is thought in the thinking of the thinkers the beginning. Which hence now means, being is the beginning. Nevertheless, not every thinker, who has to think being, thinks the beginning. Not every thinker, not even every one at the outset of Western thought, is a primordial thinker, i.e., a thinker who expressly thinks the beginning. Anaximander, Parmenides, and Heraclitus are the only primordial thinkers. They are this, however, not because they open up Western thought and initiate it. Already before them there were thinkers. They are primordial thinkers because they think the beginning is what is thought in their thinking. This sounds as if the beginning were something like an object the thinkers take up for themselves in order to think it through. But we have already said in general about the thinking of thinkers that it is a retreating in face of being. If, within truly thoughtful thinking, the primordial thinking is the highest one, then there must occur here a retreating of a special kind. For these thinkers do not take up the beginning in the way a scientist attacks something. Neither do these thinkers come up with the beginning as a self-produced construction of thought. The beginning is not something dependent on the favor of these thinkers, where they are active in such and such a way, but rather, the reverse, the beginning is that which begins something with these thinkers by laying a claim on them in such a way that from them is demanded an extreme retreating in the face of being. The thinkers are begun by the beginning, incept and gefangen by the inception and fang, they are taken up by it and are gathered into it. It is already a wrong-headed idea that leads us to speak of the work of these thinkers. But if for the moment, and for the lack of a better expression, we do talk that way, then we must note that their work, even if it had been preserved for us intact, would be quite small in bulk compared with the work of Plato or Aristotle, and especially in comparison with the work of a modern thinker. Plato and Aristotle and subsequent thinkers have thought far more, have traversed more regions and strata of thinking, and have questioned out of a richer knowledge of things and man. And yet all these thinkers think less than the primordial thinkers. The problematic circumstance that a modern thinker needs a book of 400 or more pages in order to express something of what he has to say is an unerring sign that modern thinking stands outside the realm of the primordial thinking. In this connection we might recall Kant's critique of pure reason and Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Such signs make us realize that for a long time now the world has been out of joint and man is on the path of error. We must, however, also bear in mind that the book grounding modern philosophy, Descartes' Meditations de Prima Philosophia, comprises little more than 100 pages, and that decisive treatises of Leibniz require only a few heats of letter-writing paper. These facts, apparently only extrinsic, point out that in these treatises, very concentrated and simple as regards their internal construction, a transformation of thinking is enacted, one which, to be sure, does not arrive at the beginning but which once more approaches its perimeter. Because we have been forced, for a long time now, to procure our knowledge by a process of selection from the excess of what is spoken and written, we have lost the capacity to hear the few simple things said in the words of the primordial thinkers. The difficulty in understanding, the reason it takes such pains to follow their path of thought, does not reside in the presumed difficulty of the text but reside, an incapacity of our existence. With regard to the beginning there is no process of selection. All we can do is either set ourselves on the way toward the beginning or hunt it. We shall attempt here to prepare for the first possibility. We concentrate all our endeavors, therefore, toward becoming attentive for once to the word of the primordial thinker. We begin with a reference to the word of Parmenides. It is handed down to us in fragments, some larger, some smaller. The whole into which the fragments fit is still clearly enough recognizable and expresses in form the thoughts of a thinker. Hence it expresses a philosophical doctrine. Therefore we speak of the doctrinal or didactic poem of Parmenides. The fragments are counted in Roman numerals, VLLL, 45 means, 8th fragment, verse 45. We will present a translation of various fragments before clarifying them. This translation expresses in our language the Greek word. Our language is familiar to us. Nevertheless, knowing the translation does not at all guarantee an understanding of the words of the thinker. Therefore we stressed in the first lecture. The appended translation already contains an interpretation of the text. This interpretation, of course, needs clarification. We must attend to this carefully. The translation does indeed contain the interpretation, but this interpretation does not come to light merely by hearing the translation precisely because the translation speaks in the words of our language. The danger of misinterpretation is in fact heightened. For, now, versus the Greek words, the words of the translation can easily be accepted according to the everyday meanings so familiar to us without our having to pay attention to the fact that each translating word receives its content out of the thinker, whole thought. If, for example, the word way occurs in the translation, or the word heart, that do not at all mean a decision has been made as to what way and heart mean there. Nor is it decided whether we are even capable of thinking the essence of way and the essence of heart as truly intended there or in Parmenides' sense at all. Of course, it cannot be denied that everyone know, in general, what way and heart mean. But only a translation thoroughly guided by an interpretation is, within certain limit, capable of speaking for itself. We are beginning with an elucidation of the first fragment of the so-called didactic poem, and specifically with it concluding part, verses 22 to 32. The translation runs, 22 And the goddess received me with sympathy, she took my right hand in her hand, then she spoke the word and addressed me in this way, 0 Man, companion of immortal charioteers, 25 Arriving at our house with the steeds that convey you. Blessing be bestowed on you, for it is not an evil fate which has sent you ahead to travel on this way, and truly this way is apart from men, outside their trodden path, but rather rule and order. There is, however, a need that you experience everything, both the stable heart of well enclosing unconcealment. 30 As well everything to perfection. Parmenides is telling us about a goddess. The appearance of a divine being in the train of thought of a thinker strikes us as odd because, on the one hand, in general a thinker is not supposed to proclaim the message of a divine revelation but is to assert on his own what he himself has questioned. And even when the thinker thinks about the divine, as occurs in all metaphysics, this thinking love, the divine, is, as Aristotle said, a thinking from reason and not a reiteration of propositions from the belief of a cult or a church. The appearance of a goddess in the didactic poem of Parmenides however, particularly disconcerting because it is the goddess truth. For the truth, just like beauty, freedom or justice, counts for us as something universal, something extracted from the singular and the actual, from what is at any particular moment true, just, or beautiful, and therefore represented abstractly, in a mere concept. To make of the truth a goddess amounts to turning the mere notion of something, namely the concept of the essence of truth, into a personality. B. 1/VO directives from the translating word arjtza. The conflictual character of unconcealedness. Preliminary clarification of the essence of arjtza and of concealedness. Transporting and translating Übersetzen. If we hear in an initial and vague way of the goddess truth in the didactic poem and infer that here the abstract notion truth is being personified in a divine figure, then we are posing therewith as ones who believe they know both what the truth is as well as what is the essence properly belonging to the divinity of the Greek gods. But in fact we do not know anything about either. Even if we could suppose we were instructed about the essence of truth as the Greeks thought it by taking the doctrines of Plato and Aristotle as a norm, we would already be on a false track that will never, on its own, lead back to what the early thinkers experienced when they gave a name to that which we signify by truth. If we asked ourselves off the top of our heads what precisely we think when we use the word truth, we would very quickly run into a tangled manifold of views or, perhaps, a general perplexity. What of course is more important than counting the divergent interpretations of truth and of its essence is the insight bound to arise on such an occasion, that we have up to now never seriously and carefully reflected on what exactly it is we call the truth. In the meantime, however, we always and constantly desire the truth. Every age of history seeks the true. But how seldom and how little does man understand the essence of the true, i.e., truth. Even if we people of today found ourselves in the happy condition of knowing the essence of truth, that would still not guarantee our being capable of thinking what in the early thought of the Greeks was experienced as the essence of truth. For not only the essence of truth, but also the essence of everything essential, has in every case its own wealth, from which an age in history may only draw a small amount as its own portion. If we say in anticipation and without proof that the goddess Heidgger appears in the didactic poem of Parmenides not just for the sake of poetic embellishment but rather that the essence truth holds sway throughout the words of the thinker, then we need to clarify in advance the essence of Heidgger. The attempt to attain by means of thinking the proximity of the essence of Heidgger, in order to be solicited by it, shall require of us, who are still more distant from this essence than the Greeks themselves already were, vast detours and remote prospects. Such things, however, would be necessary even for us to be able to think only a little of the word of Anaximander, Heraclitus, or Parmenides in such a way that we are thinking out of that dimension in which there shows itself what for these thinkers is the to be thought and what remains for the future, although in a veiled way, the to be thought. And every endeavor to think Heidgger in a somewhat suitable manner, even if only from afar, is an idle affair as long as we do not venture to think the IGJQ to which, presumably, Aiggtw refers back. What the Greeks name Aiggtza we ordinarily translate with the word truth. If we translate the Greek word literally, however, then it says unconcealedness. It seems as if the literal translation consisted simply in patterning our word to correspond with the Greek word. While this is the beginning of literal translation, it is also in fact its end. The work of translation does not exhaust itself in such imitative building of word forms, which then often sound artificial and ugly. If we merely replace the Greek Aiggtza with our unconcealedness, we are not yet actually translating. That occurs only when the translating word unconcealedness transports us into the domain of experience and the mode of experience out of which the Greeks or, in the case at hand, the primordial thinker Parmenides say the word Aiggtza. It is therefore an idle play with word forms if we render Aiggtza by unconcealedness, as has become fashionable recently, but at the same time attention due to the word unconcealedness, now meant to replace the word truth, a significance which we have merely gleaned from the ordinary later use of the word truth or which offers itself as the outcome of later thinking. What is named unconcealed Unverborgenheit? What we have to think in the name Aar, in order for our thought to be fitting, is not yet experienced thereby, let alone secured in rigorous thinking. It could be that the specially formed word disclosure Entbergen comes closer to the essence of the Greek, hrj, than the expression unconcealedness, which nevertheless, for several reasons, is at first appropriate to serve as the guiding word for a meditation on the essence of Arj. It should be kept in mind that in the following we will be speaking of unconcealed and concealment but that the obvious expression unconcealment unverborgen I avoided, although it is the most literal translation. Every attempt at a literal translation of such foundational words as truth, being. We could appreciate this sooner and in a more serious way if we reflected on what it is to translate. At first we conceive of this prose-s in an external and technico-philological way. I said that translating is the transposing of one language into another, of the foreign language into the mother tongue or vice versa. What we fail to recognize, however, is that we are also already constantly translating our own language, our native tongue, into its genuine word to speak and to say in itself a translation, the essence of which can by no means be divided without remainder into those situations where the translating and translated words belong to different languages. In every dialogue and in every soliloquy an original translating holds sway. We do not here have in mind primarily the operation of substituting one turn of phrase for another in the same language or the use of paraphrase. Such a change in the choice of words is a consequence deriving from the fact that what is to be, has already been transported for us into another truth and clarity or perhaps obscurity. This transporting can occur without a change in the linguistic expression. The poetry of a poet or the treatise of a thinker stands within its own proper unique word. It compels us to perceive this word again and again as if we were hearing it for the first time. These newborn words transpose us in every case to a new shore. So-called translation and paraphrase are always subsequent and follow upon the transporting of our whole being into the realm of a transformed truth. Only if we are already appropriated by this transporting are we in the care of the word. Only on the basis of a respect for language grounded in this way can we assume the generally lighter and more limited task of translating a foreign word into our own language. But the more difficult task is always the translation of one's own language into its ownmost word. That is why, example, the translation of the word of a German thinker into the German language is especially difficult because there reigns here the tenacious prejudice to the effect that we who speak German would understand the German word without further ado, since it belongs, after all, to our own language, whereas, on the contrary, to translate a Greek word we must in the first place learn that foreign tongue. We cannot discuss here in a more penetrating way to what extent and why every discourse and every saying is an original translation within one's own language, and precisely what to translate mean here. In the course of our introductory lectures on Jena there will perhaps at time be an opportunity to experience something of these matters. In order for us to be in a position to transport ourselves into the realm of the Greek word a.logio and so be able to speak this word henceforth in a thoughtful way, we must first become alert to and follow the directive provided by the translating word unconcealedness. The directive shows it were the direction of the transporting. The directive leads, if we limit ourselves to its main features, into a fourfold. On the one hand, the word unconcealedness directs to something like concealedness. What, as regard unconcealedness, is previously concealed, who does the concealing and how it takes place, when and where and for whom concealment exists, all that remains undetermined. Not only now and for us who are trying to reflect on CIRG-NA under the guidance of its translation as unconcealedness, but also and preci intimated about concealedness remains undetermined and even unquestioned. The Greeks experience genuinely and express in word only unconcealedness. Nevertheless, the directive toward concealedness and concealing provides us now with a clearer realm of experience. In some way or other we surely do know the likes of concealing and concealedness. We know it as veiling, as masking, and as covering, but also in the forms of conserving, preserving, holding back, entrusting, and appropriating. We also know concealedness in the multiple forms of closing off and closedness. From these modes of concealedness and concealing, unconcealedness immediately gains clearer features. The realm of the concealed unconcealed if we do not deceive ourselves, more immediately familiar and accessible than what is expressed in the banal titles veritas and truth. Strictly speaking, the word truth does not give us anything to think and still less anything to represent intuitively. We must immediately call for help from a borrowed definition of truth in order to give significance to the word. A special consideration is first needed if we are to introduce ourselves into the realm of meaning of the word truth. Unconcealedness, though, is different in appealing to us immediately, even if also here we first probe uncertainly for what is properly meant. Second, the word unconcealedness indicates that something like a suspension or cancellation of concealedness belongs to the Greek experience of the essence of truth. The prefix un- corresponds to the Greek a-, which grammar calls a privativum. What kind of privatio, deprivation, and taking away is at stake in a privative word formation depends in each case on what it is that is exposed to the deprivation and impairment. Unconcealedness can mean concealedness is taken away, cancelled, evicted, or banned, where taking away, cancelling, evicting, and banning are essentially distinct. Unconcealedness can also mean concealedness is not allowed at all, that, although possible and a constant menace, it does not exist and may not arise. From this multiplicity of meanings of the prefix un, it is easy to see that already in this respect unconcealedness is difficult to determine. And yet it is precisely here that a basic feature of the essence of unconcealedness comes to the fore, which we must expressly hold in view in order to experience the primordial Greek essence of truth. This opposition resides in unconcealedness itself. In the essence of truth as unconcealedness there holds sway some sort of conflict with concealedness and concealment. Recapitulation. 2. The question of the name of the goddess and how to translate it. The essence of truth as opposed to concealedness, according to the first two directives. Vn concealedness and unconcealedness. The first passage we are clarifying belongs to fragment I and begins with verse 22, Zfjlf, Tanpoflwvvntoia. And the goddess received me with sympathy. The goddess appearing here is the goddess Aigjtza. We ordinarily translate, the goddess truth. This goddess greets the thinker upon his arrival at her home and reveals to him what he has to experience henceforth. It will be for this thinker the to be thought and will remain from now on in the history of truth what is primordially to be thought. We can easily discern, if only in broad outlines, that the essence of this goddess truth decides everything about the thinker and the to be thought. Therefore, prior to the formal clarification of the individual fragments and verses, we must attempt to illuminate the essence of truth. With this purpose we ask, what does the name of the goddess mean? That is, what is the meaning of the Greek word arj1jeza, which we translate as truth? Here we are dealing, apparently, with a word. Because word and language have become for us a conveyance and a tool for communication, one among others, to speak of dealing with words produces at once a fatal impression. It is as if, instead of mounting a motorcycle, we would remain standing before it and make a speech about it with the intention of learning in this way how to ride it. But a word is not a tool, even to one who maintains language is only a conveyance or a means of communication, such that it would be a matter of indifference whether we say universitiate and thereby still think of something or whether we ramble on about the uni. Perhaps, today only at a u. To be dash, your, neither are we dealing here with mere word forms wordher. In science, of course, one can deal with word forms as one would treat the history of the evolution of earthworms. Arjwanjana means, literally wordlich translated, unconcealedness. By attending to the literal, we seem to take the word seriously. Nevertheless we are disrespecting words so long as we only take an interest in the form of the words. The literal translation must not simply copy the form and thereby enrich the translating language with new, unusual, and often unwieldy locutions, but it must go beyond the form and reach the words themselves. Erudition about the form does not guarantee a knowledge of the words. These latter say what is properly to be, aid, the dictum. Of course, if we listen to the literal in such a way that before all else, and therefore constantly, we heed the word and think out of the word, then the high repute of the literal is justified, but only then. We must hear the literally taken word in a way that we heed its directives in their pointing to the dictum. In such heeding we then hearken to what the word is trying to we exercise. We begin to think. Let us now attempt to pursue the directives provided by the literal translating word unconcealedness so that we might thereby hear the Greek word a.lrj, jana more clearly and thus surmise something of the essence of truth they experienced by the Greeks. The word unconcealedness provides a fourfold directive. The first two directives can be indicated and fixed by changing the emphasis in the word unconcealedness and unconcealedness. Unconcealedness point immediately to concealedness, a concealing must occur or must have occurred. Concealing can t in many modes, as covering and king, as conserving and putting aside, as closing off and original preserve. Just as with a source that wells up only as long as it is already preserving, but what it is the Greeks experience and think when they allude to a concealedness in every unconcealedness is not immediately evident. It can be grasped only by a special consideration. And that in turn requires a prior knowledge of the modes of concealing in general. Only thus can concealedness, as the Greeks thought of it, and its circumscribed essential realm be distinguished adequately. But before we reach that far, the Greek word aar1jana has already obtained a certain proximity by means of its translation as unconcealedness, for the experiential domain of concealing and not concealing, concealed and unconcealed, is at once more clear and more familiar than any meaning we would attribute to our ordinary word truth by means of an adventitious reflection. The meaning and definition of truth gained in that way would have to be expressly noted by us each time. and we would be at risk of fastening upon only one of the many random definitions possible from various philosophical standpoints. Now concealment, on the contrary, is something we are acquainted with because the things themselves and their connections hide themselves from us and for us, or because we ourselves bring about concealments, perform and allow them, or because both a concealing of things and a concealing of this concealing occur in an interplay through us. The translating word unconcealedness directs us, secondly, to the striking fact that the Greeks think in the sense of truth something like the taking away, cancellation, or annihilation of concealment. Corresponding to this negation of concealment, truth for the Greeks is, as it were, omitting negative. Thereby an odd state of affairs comes to light, to which our ordinary negationless word truth, as well as veritas and verite, bars every way. What the prefixes a and un in the words a lgigena and unconcealedness properly mean is at first as little decided and founded as is the meaning of the concealedness that is removed and negated. What we can see clearly here is only this: the essence of truth as 11 concealedness stands in some sort of opposition to concealment. Indeed, it appears unconcealedness is involved with concealedness in a conflict, the essence of which itself remains in dispute. Part 1. The third directive from the translating word abhaya, the realm of the opposition between abhaya and ahbh in the history of being. 2. First, meditation on the transformation of the essence of truth and of its counter-essence. A. The conflictual character of unconcealedness. The third directive, truth in oppositional relations. The resonance of arjtzu in subjectivity. Reference to Hegel and Schelling. Directive toward the oppositions between concealedness and unconcealedness, falsity and truth. Health is never in itself available by itself, but instead must be gained by struggle. Unconcealedness is wrested from concealment, in a conflict with it. Unconcealedness is not simply gained through conflict in the general sense that among humans truth is something to be sought out and to be struggled for. Rather, the sought and struggled for, regardless of the conflict in man over it, is in its very essence a conflict, unconcealedness. It is unclear who is struggling here and how those involved are struggling. It is important, however, to think for once this conflictual essence of truth, an essence which has been shining for 2,500 years in the faintest of all lights. The task is to experience properly the conflict occurring within the essence of truth. To be sure, the essence of the conflict is at first itself controversial. Presumably, conflict here means something other than mere quarrel and fight, other than blind discord, other than war, and other than competition as well. Perhaps these are only variations and initial appellations of the conflict, the primordial essence of which we may surmise in the ints of truth in the sense of arjtw, and which we will come to know one day. Perhaps the word of Heraclitus, so often misused and always truncated, I16 Pak, Navruv, Narjapen as rendered war is the father of all things, has in common with Greek thinking only the empty verbal sound. But how are we to know anything definite of the essence of m.jrpak, which, according to the dictionary, indeed literally mean war, and how are we even to surmise the essence of the polemical named here, as long as we know nothing of a conflict indigenous to the very essence of truth? And how could we know the primordial conflictual character of the conflict in the essence of truth as long as we did not experience its essence as unconcealedness and knew aarjna at most as a word sound buzzing in the air? The conflictual essence of truth has already been alien to us and to Western thought for a long time. For us, truth means the opposite, that which is beyond all conflict and therefore must be non-conflictual. Accordingly, we do not understand to what extent the essence of truth itself is, in itself, a conflict. If, however, in the primordial thinking of the Greek, sense of truth was experienced, then it cannot astonish us to hear, in the dicta of this primordial thinking, precisely the word conflict. The interpretation of the Greek world by Jacob Burckhardt and Nietzsche taught us to recognize the agonal principle and to see in the competitive match an essential impulse in the life of this people. But we must then go on to ask where the principle of the agoni grounded and whence the essence of life and of man receives its determination so that it is agonal. Competitive any can only e where the conflictual I. But to maintain that the agonal sense of Greek humanity rest on a corresponding predisposition of the people would be an explanation no less thoughtless than saying the essence of thinking is grounded on the capacity to think. We have noted so far that, on the one hand, unconcealedness belong to the realm where concealment and concealing occur. On the other hand, unconcealedness. Unconcealedness. To be sure, in the age of the first completion of Western metaphysics, in the philosophy of Schelling and Hegel, thinking be true as well as fabe. In the form of negativity, something discordant appears here within the essence of truth. But to infer that what we have said about the conflictual essence of truth coincides with the doctrines of Schelling and Hegel, or could be understood in hindsight with the help of their metaphysics, would be even more disastrous than the sheer ignorance of these relationships. For the main feature of the essence of truth in the modern metaphysics of Schelling and Hegel is never argeza in the sense of unconcealedness but is certainty in the sense of certitudo, which, since Descartes, stamps the essence of veritas. Anything resembling the self-certitude of the self-conscious subject is alien to the Greeks. But, conversely, a resonance of the Greek essence of argeza still pervades the essence of the modern subjectivity of the spirit, which, correctly understood, has nothing to do with subjectivism. But the beginning appeals only to what is of the beginning, and no resonance rivals the original sounding. The two do not coincide. Nevertheless both are the same, even when they appear to diverge to the point of being irreconcilable. This holds in what follows for the fourth directive, which may be able to provide to an attentive thinking the Greek understanding of argeza. This recollection of the history of the essence of truth in Western thought, necessary here, though to be sure very elementary, suggests concomitantly that we would be prey to coarse falsifications if we interpreted the thinking of Parmenides and Heraclitus with the help of modern dialectics, claiming that in the primordial thinking of the Greeks the oppositional and even the basic opposition of being and nothing plays a role. Instead of the facile, and apparently philosophical, procedure of borrowing from Schelling and Hegel for help in interpreting Greek philosophy, we have to exercise attentiveness and follow the directives truth in the essential form of unconcealedness can afford us. Of course, as an immediate reaction to this, we are tempted to remark that we today can grasp the primordial thinking of the Greeks only by interpreting it on the basis of our own representations. Thereby the question arises as to whether the thinking of Schelling and Hegel, their whole work, does not possess an incomparably higher rank than the thinking of today. Would it occur to any person of insight to deny that? We must also concede that the beginning will show itself, if it shows itself at all, only with our contribution. But the question remains as to what sort of contribution this is, whence, and how, is it to be determined? Similarly, it might very well seem that our endeavor to think, the beginning is but an attempt out of our present and for it to come to grips with the past historiographically. It would be equally useless, and in fact an aberration, if we were trying to draw up an account about something requiring a more essential effort and preparation, namely the foundation and development of a metaphysical basic thesis in the course of the tradition of Western thinking instead of simply attempting to heed the beginning. Yet who could deny that in this attempt we are constantly exposed to the danger of pressing forward, along with our contemporaries, in an undue fashion? Nevertheless, we shall attempt to heed the directives furnished by the essence of unconcealedness, an essence hardly ever thought and always difficult to think. Unconcealedness suggests an opposition to concealedness. The ordinary opposition to truth is untruth in the ends of falsity. We find this opposition already very early in the thinking and speaking of the West and also in its poetry. After what we have remarked up to now about truth as unconcealedness, we obviously have to be wary of interpreting later notions of the fal-e and falsity into earlier representations. On the other hand, we can adequately think the early meanings of the false as opposed to the true only if we have previously reflected on the true in its truth, i.e., on unconcealedness. But by the same token, unconcealedness, jeza, elf can be grasped adequately only from its counter-essence, the untruth, and therefore from falsity, i.e., within that domain of essential experience opened up along with jna. From this it is clear that we can never think the true and the false, truth and fal. Therefore, if falsity, in the early way of thinking, already appears as one of the opposites to truth, i.e., to unconcealedness, must be a type of concealedness. If unconcealedness gives the sense of truth its character, then we attempt to understand falsity a concealment. b. The question of the counter-essence of act-jic. The absence of act-jic, the RPT book. The veiling of basic meanings. The counterword aatjov, objavop has thought in the Greek way. Forgetting as experienced on the basis of concealment. Homer, Iliad, 18, 46, x. 22, Odyssey, 8, 93. Pursuing directive, we will begin by asking what is the word for the counter es, ins to cht1je1a. J/aaq, jfc, is translated as the true. This means the unconcealed, in accordance with our interpretation of jna as unconcealedness. As long as it remains unclear, however, in what sense unconcealedness is to be thought, the translation of aaq, jfc, by unconcealed also stands under an es, imply revoke the a privativum, annul the cancellation of the concealed, and let it the concealed, remain. Terminologically, the crow-ing out of the leads to lq, jfc. But nowhere do we actually find this word a, the name for the false. Instead, the Greeks call the false an rpt book. This word has another stem entirely and another root and accordingly another bc, sick meaning, not directly ascertainable. In the root aa8 resides concealing. That is not what rpt book means, at least not immediately. We are tempted to point out that also in our language the counter word to truth, namely, falsity, is an entirely different word. But perhaps the Greek counter words arjtz rpt book, are closer to each other than our corresponding words truth and falsity. It could be that rpt book can be thought appropriately only in reference to arjtza, but it could just as well be, precisely because rpt book is the ordinary counterword to arjtza, that it will suggest how arjtza itself is to be experienced. In the attempt to trace the basic meanings of words and word forms we are often guided, of course, by inadequate ideas of language in general, which then contribute to the current misjudgments about the very inquiry into basic meanings. We are wrong to think that the word forms of a language originally possessed the pure basic meaning, which then got lost with the passage of time and became distorted. The basic and root meaning, on this view, remains quite hidden and only appears in the so-called derivations. But this theory already leads us astray, for it presupposes that there would exist somewhere the pure basic meaning in itself, from which then other meanings would be derived. These erroneous ideas, reigning supreme in linguistics even today, originate in the circumstance that the first reflection on language, Greek grammatics, was developed under the guiding lines of logic, i.e., the theory of declarative assertions, propositional theory. Accordingly, propositions are composed out of words, and the latter denote concepts. These indicate what is represented in general in the word. This general of the concept is then considered to be the basic meaning. And the derivations are particularizations of the general. Even though our thoughtful inquiry is aiming here at a basic meaning, we are nevertheless guided by an entirely different conception of the word and of language. To claim we are involved in a so-called word philosophy, which sorts out everything from mere verbal meanings, is admittedly very convenient, but it is also such a superficial view it does not even deserve to be labeled false. What we are calling the basic meaning of words is their beginning, which does not appear at first, but at last, and even then never as a detached formation, a specimen we could represent as something for itself. The so-called basic meaning holds sway in a veiled manner in all the modes of saying the respective word. The counter-word to unconcealing, true, AAQ8IC, has quite an unrelated sound, RPTV8OC. We translate RORPOC as the false, without exactly knowing what false means here and how it is to be thought above all in the Greek sense. In any case, it would now finally appear to be the time to consider once and for all that the counter-word to ARPJIC is not what seems to lie closest. ARPJTC, or AAIJIC, or some similar sounding word, but RPTVOC. This remark, however, does not completely reveal the enigmatic character of the opposition in question. The word RPTVOC, as the word for the false, is in fact connected to something we do not find with respect to the word ARPJIC, namely a privative meaning formed on the same stem, WARPVOI, the unfalse. But that is exactly what is without falsity and hence is the true. At the outset of Book 1, 18, of the Iliad, Homer tells us of the lament of Achilles and his mother Thetis over his fallen friend Patroclus. The Nereides, the goddesses of waterways, grieve with Thetis. Among these goddesses is mentioned in 146 Rjarpt Vorjake, the goddess without falsity. Now we have only to write this name Rjarpvik, under the name Rjarj, Ltza in order to receive an important clue. If for the Greeks the counter-essence to unconcealedness is falsity and accordingly truth is unfalsity, then concealedness must be determined on the basis of falsity. If, in addition to this, concealedness permeates the essence of unconcealedness, then the enigma arises that in the Greek sense the essence of truth receives its character from the essence of falsity. This, however, might very well appear to be a singular mistake if we consider that the positive never springs forth from the negative, but at most. Conversely, the latter might stem from the former. Yet we know in the meantime that the Greek name for the essence of truth expresses precisely this enigma, according to which concealedness and the conflict with it are decisive for that essence. And it is precisely therefore that we could surely expect that in the counter-word to unconcealedness, concealedness would be named with an appropriate clarity. But instead of that we hear of RPTVOC, the counter-words to ARJJTZA arising from the stem AALJ seem to be missing. But this is only seemingly so, above all because we translate a familiar Greek word of the stem AATJ, to which ARJJTZA belongs, namely objavopaz, in such a way that the essential is obliterated. According to the dictionary, javopaz means to forget. Everyone understands what that means. Everyone experiences forgetting daily. But what is it? What do the Greeks think when they signify by the word objavmjaz what we call to forget? First of all we need a clarification of obwanjavzv. Objava means I am concealed. The aorist participle of this verb is aatjwv, aatjav. Here we find the counter-word to aakjic, we have been looking for. Aatj6v is the being that is concealed, jpcf means in a concealed way, secretly. Love mean, what is concealed, what keeps itself concealed. Nevertheless aatj6v, the being that is concealed, is not the counter-word to arpjic, the unconcealed that is, insofar as the counter-word to the unconcealed means falsity. For the concealed is not ipso facto the fal, but presumably, on the other hand, to RPTVOC, the false, always remains in essence a kind of concealedness and concealing. Perhaps we must indeed understand to RPTVOC, under the guidance of concealing and being concealed, and especially if the words of the stem concealing and concealed have within Greek thought and speech a dominating semantic power. And in fact they do. It is just that in the Latin and in all Romance languages, as well as in our own Germanic style of speaking and thinking, it is utterly obliterated. Before we can clarify the essence of RPT vuk, as it is thought by the Greeks, we have to acknowledge that and to what extent eavijavtziv, being concealed, is for Greeks an essential feature of all appearance of beings. Eavijava means I am hidden. Homer, Odyssey, E8, has the singer Demodocus, after the festive meal in the palace of the king of the Phaeacians, tell of the hard lot that befell the Greeks before Troy. Because of his sorrow in remembering these times, Odysseus covers his head with his mantle. 93. FVJAAOF, I /Njavi /Bva ad flu. A /X vuk, oi pn oiok, iun pomrjo at 6 I jo evij levio, I, UVWV. But then he, Odysseus, shed tear. Without the others noticing it. Alkanu alone wa aware of his, oro. The German translation of Voss apparently comes closer to the Greek word became in a certain way it integrates the word iavijaft, from verse 93. To all other guests he concealed his flowing tears. But iaavi, lme does not mean transitively he concealed, avijava does not mean I conceal. But rather I am concealed. Iavijaft, said of Odysseus, means he, Odysseus, was concealed. Literally, and thought in the Greek way, Homer says, but then in relation to all others he was concealed as the one shedding tears. It is, according to our way of speaking and thinking, linguistically more correct to translate, Odysseus, unnoticed by the others, shed tears. Greek thinking is reversed, indeed to such an extent that concealing in the sense of being concealed is precisely the ruling word. The Greeks say, Odysseus was concealed to the others as the one shedding tears. In another place, from the Iliad X, 22, verse 277, we find a similar incident. In the duel with Hector, Achilles missed with his first lance because Hector ducked out of the way. The lance stuck in the ground. Ava oich nam naaaa, arjvq, arpo axu /rio of, aafo exupan pva of. Voss translates. The goddess seized it, the lance, and immediately gave it back to the Pleiadian, unnoticed by the warlike Hector. This is well thought and said in our German language, unnoticed by Hector, Athena gave Achilles back his lance. Thought. However, in the Greek way, it means, Athena was concealed to Hector in her giving back of the lance. We see once more how concealedness makes up the basic feature of the behavior of the goddess, which basic feature of concealment first bestows on her particular action the character of its being. But perhaps the exact reversal of our way of experiencing, thinking, and speaking in relation to the Greek way appears most clear-cut in the example of the well-known Epicurean proverb, Aaijt, flows whack. We translate in correct German, live unnoticed. But the Greeks say, be concealed in the way you conduct your life. Here concealment determines the character of the presence of man among men. The concealed and the unconcealed are characters of the very being itself and not characteristics of the noticing or apprehending. Nevertheless, perceiving and saying have indeed for the Greeks, too, the basic feature of truth or untruth. It may be clear from these few remarks how decisively the domain and the occurrence of concealing and concealedness hold sway, for the Greeks, over beings and over human comportment toward beings. If now, after this comment and in its light, we once more consider the most common Greek word of the stem aaij, namely avijavopaz, then it is plain that the usual and indeed correct translation by our German word to forget renders nothing at all of the Greek way of thinking. Thought in the Greek fashion, avijavopaz says, I am concealed from myself in relation to something which would otherwise be unconcealed to me. This is thereby, for its part, concealed, just as I am in my relation to it. The being sinks away into concealment in such a manner that with this concealment of the being I remain concealed from myself. Moreover, this concealment is itself concealed. Something similar does indeed occur when we forget this or that. In forgetting not only does something slip from us, but the forgetting slips into a concealment of such a kind that we ourselves fall into concealedness precisely in our relation to the forgotten. Therefore the Greeks say more precisely tm avijavopas, in order to capture the concealedness in which man is involved, especially with respect to the concealment's relation to what is withheld from man because of it. A more uncanny way to think. The essence of forgetting in one single word can hardly be imagined. The way Greek speech in general uses lavijavziv, being concealed, as a ruling word, as well as the interpretation of the essence of forgetting precisely through this event of concealing, already show clearly enough that in the existence of the Greeks, i.e., in their dwelling in the midst of beings as such, the sense of concealment holds sway essentially. From this we can already surmise more readily why they experience and think truth in the sense of unconcealedness. But in view of this dominating event of concealment, should not the essence of the most common opposite to truth, i.e., the essence of falsity, i.e., njrpt vuk, also be determined on the basis of concealing, even though in the sound of the word rpt vuk, the stem aaij cannot be heard? We become assured in this surnews when we consider that the false and untrue, e.g., an incorrect judgment, is a kind of not knowing, in which the true state of affairs is withheld from us, not in exactly the same way as forgetting, which the Greeks do experience on the basis of concealment, though indeed in a corresponding way. Now whether Greek thinking also conceives the essence of rpt vuk, on the basis of concealment can only be shown by paying heed to the immediate self-expression of the Greek experience and, at the start, not at all by entering into what the Greek thinkers themselves explicitly say about rpt vuk. Recapitulation. To rpt vuk, as the opposite of aakjic. The relationship between the stems of the words argjtza and avijavuk. Reference to Homer, Odyssey, VLLL, 93. The withdrawal of forgetting. We are trying to become attentive to the dictum of Parmenides of Elea, a thinker who conceived and uttered that dictum around the time the temple of Poseidon was constructed in Poseidonia, later Paestum. Not far from Elea. The dictum of this thinker expresses the word of the goddess Argjtza, a name we usually translate as truth. The essence of the goddess truth is present throughout the entire edifice of the dictum, in each of its verses, but above all and purely in the guiding statement, which is precisely silent on the name Argjtza therefore, prior to the elucidation of the individual fragments. And on behalf of them, we must learn something of the essence of this goddess. On the other hand, only by thinking through the entire didactic poem will there appear for us the essence of this Arj1jtza in its primordial form and character. We consider at first the name of the goddess Aigjtza, that is, unconcealedness. Of course, the mere fact of learning that Aigjtza is the way the Greek language expresses truth does not tell us anything about the essence of truth, as little as we learn something about horses by knowing the Latin expression equus. But if we translate Aigjtza by unconcealedness, and thereby transport ourselves into this word's directives, then we are no longer constrained within linguistic significations but stand before an essential nexus that engages our thinking down to its very foundations. We are pursuing the four directives provided by the name Aij1jtza as translated unconcealedness. In this way we hope to experience something of the primordial essence of truth in Greek thought. First, unconcealedness refers to concealment. Concealment hence permeates the primordial essence of truth. Secondly, unconcealedness indicates that truth is wrenched from concealment and is in conflict with it. The primordial essence of truth is conflictual. What conflict means here remains a question. Thirdly, unconcealedness, in accordance with the just mentioned characterizations, refers to a realm of oppositions in which truth stands. Since it is on the basis of the oppositional essence of unconcealedness that its conflictual essence first becomes visible, we have to consider more closely the question of the opposition in which truth stands. Western thinking accounts untruth the sole opposite to truth. Untruth is identified with falsity, which, understood as incorrectness, forms the evident and obtrue, counterpart to correctness. The opposition holding sway at the beginning is known to us under the names aigjtza chi rpn, oic, veritas et falsitas, truth, and falsity. We interpret the latter opposition as correctness and incorrectness, but truth as correctness is not of the same essence as truth in the sense of unconcealedness. The opposition of correctness and incorrectness, validity and invalidity, may very well exhaust the oppositional essence of truth for later thinking and above all for modern thinking. But that decides nothing at all concerning the possible oppositions to unconcealedness as thought by the Greeks. We must therefore ask how the primordial thinking of the Greeks sees the opposition to unconcealedness. Reflecting on this, we encounter the surprising fact that rpt book immediately presents itself as the opposite of arg1jtza and aarjijfc. We translate correctly, the false. The opposite of unconcealedness is the for not concealedness but indeed falsity. The word rpavoc is of another stem and does not immediately say anything about concealing. Which is odd, especially since we claim and maintain that the primordial essence of truth is unconcealedness, for in that case, the opposition corresponding to it, i.e., contradicting it, must involve something like concealedness. But that is not what we find at first. For just as soon as the word aakjic is spoken, so is its counterword, to rpt book. One might then be tempted to conclude finally that the essence of truth is in no way determined on the basis of unconcealedness and concealment. But perhaps this is an overly hasty conclusion. We stand too uncritically under the prejudice of the opposition between truth and falsity taken for granted a long time ago, and we do not take offense at the plurality of names signifying it, which we constantly and without much thought use as formulas to discriminate our judgments and decrees. Perhaps we are not simply being premature when we conclude that, due to the pnanti of rpt book, the origin of the essence of truth cannot be unconcealedness and concealment. Perhaps there is in fact no room at all for conclusions here. Instead, this is a domain requiring us to open our eyes and to see with clear vision. In such foresight we see that in the experience and speech of the Greeks the counterword to jic, and more generally, the word from which this privative formation is derived, is not missing at all. Aaitjtza is tied to the verbal stem aatj-, which means concealing. To the stem aatj pertains the verb objavo. I am concealed, the aorist participle. Aatjwv, aatj6v, means being concealed. Yet at first this is only the observation of a linguistic fact. What is decisive is to see which relations among beings are expressed by the word objavo. They are of such a kind that we are hardly capable of repeating them, and instead, by our way of translating the Greek word, we cover them over completely. Homer says of Odysseus in 6:8:93, I Oveljaft, o axva ad fluv. We translate incorrect German, he, Odysseus, shed tears, unnoticed by the others present. In Greek experience the word of Homer says, he, Odysseus, was in concealment as the one shedding tears. Correspondingly, we translate the famous Epicurean admonition aatjt, floswak, as live unnoticed, thought in the Greek way. It says, be in concealment as one conducting his life. It could be observed with regard to these examples that we have here a really interesting linguistic fact, that compared to our German modes of expression the Greek language expresses itself in a reverse manner. But what we see here is more than just interesting. It is decisive, namely, for an understanding of the primordial essence of truth, whose Greek name, aaitjna, is related to the word obwanjavo, the use of which is now starting to dawn upon us. For precisely the way objavo, in the examples just referred to, is the ending word tells us that what is named in this word, the concealed, has a priority in the experience of beings. And, specifically, as a character of being themselves it is a possible object of experience. In the case of the weeping Odysseus, the Greeks do not consider that the others present, as human subjects in their subjective comportment, fail to notice the crying of Odysseus, but they do think that round about this man and his existence there lies a concealment causing the others present to be, as it were, cut off from him. What is essential is not the apprehension on the part of the others but that their sees. Now keeping the ones who are present far from him that a being, in this case the weeping Odysseus, can be experienced and grasped depends on whether concealment or unconcealment comes to pass. In the light of these remarks we will now also consider, more carefully than is usual, an ordinary word of the stem mj-, namely avulkalvopaz or tmobjavopaz. We translate the word, again correctly, to forget. But what does forget mean? Modern man, who organizes everything in such a way that he can forget it as quickly possible, should surely know what forgetting is. But he does not know. He has forgotten the essence of forgetting, supposing he ever did give a thought to it, i.e., extend his thought into the essential realm of forgetting. This indifference with regard to forgetting does not at all depend on the hastiness of his way of life. What is happening here proceeds from the very essence of forgetting, which withdraws itself and hides. Therefore it could be that an imbibable cloud of forgetting itself, the oblivion of being, hangs over the whole sphere of the earth and its humanity, a cloud in which is forgotten not T, or that being but being itself, a cloud no airplane could ever breach even if capable of the most formidable altitude. Accordingly, it could also be that at an appropriate time an experience precisely of this oblivion of being might arise as a need, and obeneces, idling being itself in its truth, and thinking the truth of being and not only, as in all metaphysics, beings with respect to their being. For T there would be required, before all else, an experience of the 3. Clarification of the transformation of arjtza and of the transformation of its counter-essence, veritas, certitudo, rectitudo, iustitia, truth, justice arjaic, rptvu falsum, incorrectness, falsity. I being and one imeh the fin attempt to think being itself out of the bak experience of the oblivion of being i.e. It is an attempt to prepare T thinking. To pave the way for it, even at the risk of remaining 011 a path leading nowhere I holds weg l. A. The intrinsically different meanings of rptvuk, and false. The essential domain of the counter word rptvuk, as letting appear while covering up. Reference to Homer, Iliad, B 348 ff dissembling concealment, the basic meaning of rptvuk. To arpvoi, the dishiding, and the aakjic. Reference to Hesiod, Theogony, verse 233f. The ambiguity of aakjic. In order to clarify the essential relations the Greeks see in the essence of rptvuk, we should first consider briefly how we understand the false. The false meme for m, on the one hand, as in the ca, of false money or a false Rembrandt, a falsified thing. Here the false is the non-genuine. An assertion, however, can also be false. In that case, the false is the untrue in the sense of incorrect. We tend to conceive an incorrect a, as truth. Nevertheless, not every false assertion is an erroneous one. For example, if someone in court makes a false statement, he do not himself have to be in error. In fact, he precisely cannot be in error, he must rather know the true state of affairs in order to be able to make a false statement. Here the foul, is not the erroneous but the deceiving, the misleading. Consequently, on the one hand the false be the spurious thing, on the other hand, it may be an incorrect as, Urshan, the latter. Again, can be a wrong one, that is, a one erroneous assertion. Or it can be a misleading one. We also, however, call a man false, we say, the police have made a false arrest. Here the false neither the falsified, nor the erring, nor the misleading, but the wrong man not identical with the one being sought. This fab man, as in fact he is, the wrong man, can, however, be entirely without foul, ity. He do not at all have to be a false man in the sense of one who is, by cunning, generally inclined toward deception in behavior and attitudes. Finally, the term fabe, in the sense of the wily, is also applied to animal. All cats are false. The feline is the false, hence Germans speak of false gold and silver as cat's gold and cat's silver. So it is clear that the false does not always have the same meaning. Nevertheless we surmise that the various senses of the false are, or now related to one same basic essence. But what latter is remains undetermined. Likewise the Greek rpavosi, which we readily translate with the word false, mean many different things. We notice that immediately if, example, we want to clarify what a pseudonym is, foreign word is composed of ovapa, name, and rpt vuk, or, to be more exact, rkvoy. Literally translated, a pseudonym is a false name. Is it really so? Not at all. If an impostor assumes a noble name and travels under this false name, he is not then bearing a pseudonym. The noble name is indeed supposed to conceal who its bearer is in truth. Nevertheless, the false name of the impostor is no mere cover name. Such a name is used for military operations, for example the Operation Michael on the Western Front in the previous war. This name simply covers something that is in no way to appear. On the contrary, however, the assumed name of an impostor not only covers up his true nature, in addition, while covering, it also has to let the bearer of the name appear in grandeur, a grandeur which to be sure does not belong to him, as little as does the name. In contradistinction, the pseudonym is neither simply a false name nor a cover name, nor even a name that is simply misleading. The pseudonym, i.e., the essentially fitting name, is indeed supposed to cover up an author, yet in a certain way it also has to let him come into the open, and in fact not as one he in truth is not, the case of the impostor, but as the one he really is. Thus Kierkegaard published in I-843, in Copenhagen, this work, Fear and Trembling, the dialectical lyric of Johannes de Silentio. This Lord's silence intended to intimate hereby something essential about himself and his literary activity. Similarly the pseudonyms of Kierkegaard's two books Philosophical Fragments, 1844, and Training in Christianity, 1850, stand in an essential relation. The first bears the name of the author Johannes Climacus, the other is published by Antisiomachus. The meaning of rpt vuk, in pseudonym eludes us if we translate it as false. We have here a covering that at the same time unveils something recondite and does so in a specifically recondite way, whereas a false name, example that of the impostor, is also not simply incorrect, but it covers up while making visible something pertaining only to the facade and to the most unrecondite under the force of the essential relations named by the Greek word rpt vuk. We have already spoken, almost automatically, of covering, and veiling, but at the same time of letting appear. Ijit vuk, pertains to the essential realm of coven, hence it is a kind of concealing. The covering involved in rpt vuk, however, is always at the same moment an unveiling, a showing, and a bringing into appearance. Now it is time, however, to leave the word to the Greeks themselves, so we may have a witness testifying that, and to what extent, rpt vuk, belongs to the essential realm of concealing and unconcealedness. Let us cite two places, the one from Homer, the other from Hesiod. These places stilen are not mere authorities belegstilen, which by the simple accumulation of a large number would gain demonstrative power, for it is not a matter here of demonstrating and arguing, but of a pointing out that opens our eyes. What is decisive here is not the sheer number of the places, in the quotation of which generally one place is left in darkness as much as the others, in the expectation that the one unclear place would clarify the others and then that the darkness of all the places taken together would result in clarity. What is decisive is the transparency of the essential in one single place. To be sure, it might be necessary to refer to several of these places, if it is necessary to make the same thing visible under different aspects. For now, it only matters to acknowledge that RPT Vuk belongs in the essential domain of appearing, and letting appear, and of unconcealedness. The quotation from Homer is taken from the second book of the Iliad, B 348 ff. Here the poet has Nestor say that for the Greeks there is no hope of returning home from the battlefield of Troy. Upivzelu. Ampamuvim del, Eva, Ampam Papavuv. Voss translates. On the Nght his lightning flashed, a sign portending good fortune. Literally translated. The verse says, Zeus, slinging his lightning bolts to the right and letting appear propitious sigmi. In the first passage quoted these signs are called pharoaxt mc. The best translation would be our word reservation, but this is fixed too much in a certain direction of meaning because of the Latin word reservatio. Inoaxt mc, means a holding out and holding forth, a showing which holds forth and at the same time holds something back, and hence does not show. It belongs to the essence of the Ichpa, the sign, that it itself shines, shows itself, and in this appearing also indicates something else, the sign, in apeiron itself, lets, omitting else appear. The lightning bolts going to the right are a portent. Since they are on the right, they let something propitious appear, though to be sure in such a way that they, as signs, still hold back and veil the outlook of the upcoming course of the campaign against Troy. And now, according to the word of Nestor, it is time to determine whether or not the portent from Zeus is RPT Vuk, or not. When is it RPT Vuk? If the bolts going to the right, as signs of propitious destiny, conceal the actual disaster still withheld from the Greeks though already allotted to them. Idotjit Vuk, applies, as Homer says simply, to Zeus Rjpa, Jazz VWV, to Zeus in the way of his letting signs appear. He always lets something appear in the signs. He holds out something unconcealed. At the same time, however, the sign conceals, and indeed as sign, always only denoting and referring, but never openly displaying what it refers to in the same way it itself, as self-showing, appears. Such a sign is in every case a concealing that shows. But the question remains whether this type of concealment only holds back, i.e., holds back the glimpse into destiny, or whether it is a showing whose concealing aspect dissembles what is to come. In that case, the holding forth on the part of the showing which appears, and thereby the sign itself, are RPT Vuk. The concealing is a dissembling. The guiding basic meaning of RPT Vuk resides in dissembling, obstructing or disguising. Thereby we take this word in its literal sense, which is still familiar to us. Dissembling does not yet mean here self-disguising as the deceptive character of a person. It is not, in modern terms, a comportment of the subject, but is rather an objective event occurring in the realm of beings. We say a house in the neighborhood is obstructing the view of the mountains. Dissembling as obstructing is first of all a concealing in the manner of covering up. We cover up, example a door that is not supposed to be seen in the room, and disguise it by placing a cupboard in front of it. In this way an appearing sign, a gesture, a name, a word, can also disguise something. The cupboard placed before the door not only presents itself as this thing and not only disguises the door by covering over i.e., concealing the wall which at this place has an opening, but, rather, the cupboard can be disguising to the point that it pretends there is no door at all in the wall. The cupboard disguises the door, and by being placed before it, it distorts the actual state of the wall. Our language contains the beautiful word to hide verhellen. The originally simple concealing is called veiling verillen. Hiding refers to concealing and concealedness. To hide nothing, to make no secret out of something, signifies there is no mystery to it, nothing concealed. To the same word stem as hiding belongs our word hole, the hideaway, the hidden place that can itself contain something and conceal it. Our German language, which is more and more delivered over to corruption, once even had the word dishide enthallen, to bring something out of hiddenness, to take it out of concealedness, disclose at arjjtw, disclosure. For years I have used disclose and purgen as the counter word to con. Sealing closure verbiage. The ordinary sophisticated reader of newspapers obviously will consider such words an artificial mishandling of language, which philosophers think up for the sake of their stilted ways of abstract thought. Ijit book, is a dissembling concealment, hiding in the stricter sense. The essential relation between the false, as the opposite of the true, and concealing as the opposite of disclosure, the occurrence of unconcealedness, now becomes clear. And in this light the Greeks' opposition of arpjic, and rpt book, no longer seems odd. Ijikboic, in the sense of dissembling concealment, i.e., hiding, permits the corresponding privative formation to arpvoi, i.e., the non-hiding, the dis-hiding. The essence of arpbic, must therefore be determined in reference to aakjic, the unconcealed. Hesiod bears witness to this. In his Theogony, verse 233f, the poet relates that fl, vwc, as nptal nov naov, the oldest and most venerable of his sons, testified, Nkbia o arpbo ias as aakjianerius, the one who does not dissemble, who hides nothing za aakjia, i.e., precisely the one who does not conceal. The zf does not simply add the aaq, jrjc, to the arpvorjake, and neither is aaq, jrjc, just a repetition of arpt vorjake, as if the same thing were being said twice. The sense here is rather that the non-hiding is grounded in the non-concealing. Nereus is without falsity precisely by reason of his relation to unconcealedness. The rpt book, receives its essence from the region of concealment. The non-hiding is the non-concealing, aakjtc. But here an objection arises, one we do not want to take too lightly, and aakjic, indeed means the unconcealed and in no way means, if we adhere strictly to the word, the non-concealing. Nevertheless that is how we have to understand aakjic. The Greeks knew the a6 aakjrjc, i.e., the true assertion, the one which is not concealing but disconcealing. A6 aakjrjc, does not mean, as might seem from the form of the words, the disclosed assertion but, instead, the disclosing, true assertion, which as such can very well be concealed and does not have to be unconcealed. The same holds a fortiori with arjjtza. It expresses unconcealedness, the unconcealed, but also means unhiddenness or disclosure in the sense of non-hiding or non-concealing. For a long time now, of course, thinking, and especially modern thinking, has found no difficulty here. The matter is said to be quite simple. aakjfc, in the sense of unconcealed applies to the objects that appear to us, and aakjic, in the sense of non-concealing applies to assertions and knowledge about objects, thus to the comportment of the subject toward objects. This solution sounds convincing. But it rests on the presupposition that in the realm of arjjtza and aakjic, i.e., for the Greeks, there would be something like the distinction between object and subject and the so-called subject-object relation. But it is precisely the essence of arjjtza that makes it impossible for something like the subject-object relation to arise. Hence it would confuse everything and stand matters upside down if we attempted to clarify the apparent equivocity of arpjic, and arjjtza with the help of the subject-object distinction. But aakjic, is in fact ambiguous, and indeed in a manner almost unbearable to a Greek ear, since aartjic, means precisely the unconcealed and remains distinct from the non-concealing. But what is distinct does not have to be separated, perhaps it belongs to a unity. The one, which is thus twofold, would then be ambiguous. To the unconcealed belongs disclosure. What discloses is related to the closed and the unconcealed. AAQ, JIC, and the corresponding ARJJTZA are ambiguous. How does this ambiguity answer? Upon what is it grounded, if indeed it exists at all? Or do we have here merely the semblance of ambiguity? Up to now only this has become clear, If AAC is ambiguous insofar as it means both disclosing and the disclosed, then it is inappropriate to claim AAC means the unconcealed. If in fact the disclosed is only what it is on the basis of a disclosing, then precisely the sense of disclosing is the angial meaning of AAC. And insofar as AAC is properly said of EIIOC, and AITZV, then it appears on the whole that ARJTZA is originally characteristic of the word, of speech, and of asserting. Nevertheless, for the Greeks, and still in Aristotle, ARJ1JTZA is a character of beings and not a characteristic of the perceiving of beings and of assertions about them. What then is anginally disclosing, A.LQ, JFC speech, AIYNV, or beings, O \, or neither one? Before we answer these questions, which aim at the heart of the matter of the essence of ARJTZA, we must first take the measure of this essential realm in its broad extent. That means we have to consider the essence of concealment still more profoundly. The false in the sense of RPT-VUC, as dissemblance is a concealing. But then is every concealing necessarily a dissembling? Is every concealedness in itself already falsity? In order to make a decision here, the essential realm of concealment must first come CLO-ER to us. Before we take a far-sighted look into the domain of the essence of concealment, however, we must first present the elucidation we have held back up to now because it could only be understood after the clarification of the essence of repair-VUC, for the Greeks. So we must clarify what the word false denotes, and a brief illumination needs to be given of the significance of the priority of the false within the essential determination of the untrue. Recapitulation. L. The so-called correct translation of GMJU by false. The manifold meanings of false and RPT-VU. The dissembling and hiding of RPT-VU in the region of the essence of concealment and unveiledness. Reference to Homer and Hesiod. We are inquiring into the opposite of truth with the intention of clarifying the essence of the goddess Aij, Jaina. Everyone knows this opposite. Falsity is what is opposed to truth. This opposite is, as we say, so natural that we encounter it everywhere and constantly move within it. Therefore a philosophy is not required in order to bring to light the opposition between the true and false. The early Greeks already knew the opposition HJAAC-G-1, Ijavu. We translate correctly, the true and the false. The translation is correct to this extent, that the Greek words HJAAC-JIC, Zati, J-Ijavu do not mean the good and the bad, which is in Greek HJMJDV Zatu-Zak 6v. Yet the Greek word U, AAC-JIC, does not mean the true but the unconcealed. The counterword to AAQ, F in Greek, namely repair-VU, does not, however, contain immediately in its form or in its stem anything of concealedness. But we really should expect that, precisely because from the earliest Greek times HJRPT-VU occurs univocally and decisively, and hence everywhere, as the opposite to AAQ-J-pound. But, and this is what is really remarkable here, we in fact do not expect of RPT-VUC, as the evident opposite of AAQ-JIC, the unconcealed, a relation to the sphere of meaning of concealing and non-concealing. Why not? On the one hand because it has already been a long time since AAQ-G was still thought of as the unconcealed, i.e., because we no longer experience unconcealedness and cannot experience it. Instead, we understand AAQ-JIC, as the verum and certum, as the true and the certain, maintaining that what is understood is, as it were, self-evidently true and certain. On the other hand, the truly uncanny riddle of the Greek apophysician of CIAITJIC, and RPVOC, not a problem at all since it has equally become customary, long ago, to understand RPT-VUC, as the false. Of course we recognize already in this brief reflection, that what we so straightforwardly and massively call the false bears in its essence a special richness. The false is, in one case, the falsified thing, i.e., the spurious, false money, a false Rembrandt. The false is, secondly, an assertion, false in the sense of incorrect, or we also say, erroneous. But a false statement, e.g., made in court, does not ipso facto have to be erroneous. He who in such circumstances speaks falsely may precisely not be in error about the state of affairs if he is to be able to say what is not the case. This sort of false statement is not erroneous but is, rather, misleading. We also call a person false. We say, the police made a false arrest, and here false means wrong. Yet the falsely arrested, the wrong man, does not have to be a false man in the sense of one who behaves in a cunning way and who poses everywhere as someone he is not. And, in the sense of the wily, we also call animals false. All cats are false. The feline is the false, hence the origin of speaking, as Germans do, of cat's gold and cat's silver. The Greek rptv80c, has many meanings, just as does our word false. This becomes apparent if we attempt to elucidate the foreign word pseudonym. Literally translated, this rptvuk, ovopa is a false name. A pseudonym, however, is no false name, for it is in fact appropriate to the one bearing it. The term false name applies, rather, to an impostor, example Count so and so. This name is indeed supposed to cover up its bearer, although the name used by the impostor is again not a mere cover name like the sort of names used in military operations, Operation Michael, or in espionage. The name of the impostor is, of course, supposed to cover, but at the same time it is to let the one who bears the name appear in grandeur and to provide for his stepping out under the corresponding title. To be sure, what the covering name lets appear at the same time, the grandeur, is here only semblance. In contradistinction to the impostor's name, the genuine pseudonym actually manifests something of the true being of its bearer. The pseudonym also covers up, but in such a way that it indicates simultaneously the recondite, concealed essence of the author and his literary task. The genuine pseudonym does not simply make the author unknown, it is meant, rather, to call attention to his concealed essence. By using a pseudonym the author expresses even more about himself than he does when he employs his correct name. Kierkegaard's pseudonyms, Johannes de Silentio, Jo. Climacus, Anticlimacus, bring out this essence of the pseudonym and consequently the essence of rptvuk. I.Vuk, involves a covering that simultaneously unveils. False gold looks like gold, shows itself as gold, and in doing so, though of course only by doing so, it hides what it is in truth, non-gold. The essence of rptvuk finds its determination in the domain of concealing, unveiling, and letting appear. The objection can always be raised against this understanding of rptvuk, that it is but our interpretation, therefore we need to know how the Greeks themselves experienced rptv80c. Two places from early Greek poetry are indicative. The one is from Homer's Iliad, the other from Hesiod's Theogony. The passage from the Iliad, b. 348 ff, deals with the question of whether or not Zeus's sign, lightning bolts flashing on the right, is rpvuk, i.e., whether he is unveiling or concealing the true destiny allotted to the Greeks. To be rptvuk, or to be not rptvuk, presupposes here that Zeus lets something or other appear in the first place. In fact, Homer speaks of Zeus, Jvuv, Zeus who lets something appear. But to let appear is indeed to unveil. How then can he conceal? Zeus must let something come into appearance, however, such a thing, while it shows itself, at the same time only foreshadows or portends, and hence does not completely unveil but simultaneously shrouds. This is the manner of the showing of signs, rjpa. It is therefore that Zeus is called in this passage ztvc, rjpa, jvuth, one who lets signs appear. A sign is that which, in appearing and pointing out, thereby lets something else appear, though in such a way that it does not relegate this to the manifest, where the sign itself appears, but precisely holds it back, i.e., veils. This self-appearance and self-disclosure, which also veils something by holding it back, is precisely what showing is. Only where there holds sway a letting appear and, hence, a disclosing, does there exist the free play for the possibility of RPTV80C, i.e., the showing that also covers and holds back. The essence of RPTVOC resides in an exhibiting that conceals, or, we could say, it resides in a dissembling. We must nevertheless think this dissembling, obstructing, disguising, as both a process and a state of affairs. A neighboring house obstructs the self-showing of the mountain, a cupboard put in front of the door disguises the wall at that place and presents it thereby as a wall that is not broken up. The cupboard disguises on the one hand by covering up the hole in the wall and also, at the same time, by making appear and presenting an unbroken wall. The disguising is a hiding. This old German word, verhellen, derives from Hellen, hide, secrete, which means to conceal. Hiddenness is concealment. We now use dissembling and hiding, and indeed in a negative sense for the most part only with reference to human behavior, which we understand as subjective in opposition to objective events. Dissembling is for us self-dissembling, and this becomes, in relation to others, deceiving. Similarly, hiding also is used in a subjective sense, not to hide something to oneself, not to fool oneself, i.e., not to delude oneself, not to dissemble to oneself, to be without a hidden secret, without concealment, and without veiling digression, i.e., in the case of an action or a communication. Originally, however, hiding meant any kind of concealing. The older German language knew even the word which has since been lost dishide enthalin, to take out of concealedness. For many years I have used in my lectures the word disclose and burgeon. In case there should come a time when we are again capable of experiencing disclosure and unconcealedness, arg, tzia, we might also find again the lost word dishiding and appropriate it anew. Hiding Helen is, moreover, closely related to hole hodl, a hideaway that conceals something while it itself remains unconcealed. Since our book, according to the testimony of Homer, belongs to the essential realm of hiding, i.e., concealing and disconcealing, the Greek opposition of the otherwise unrelated words aarljic, and rptvuk, no longer seems odd. The Greeks think in repairvuk, a concealing, and we must not forget that rptvuk, used of signs, e.g. lightning, thus rpvuk, does not merely characterize human behavior. Of course it is often used of IRR01, PM jock, and VYRN, of the word and of speech. But even the word is for the Greek primordially not just a formation produced by the human subject. Because the Greeks think in rptvuk, concealing as an event, therefore even rptvuk, veiling, can now become a point of departure for the formation of a counter-word which means the non-false, and hence the true, and for which the ordinary word for true, namely hrljfc, I not needed. The opposite of hiding is dishiding. The di is in Greek a, to rpvuk, and repairvik, is opposed rpairvmc, the not hiding. He iod give Naram I the one who do not dissemble, because he is the a.lrljrc, because he is the not concealing. I.jit voik, a.h. JLC, now means, literally translated, before all else the unconcealed, the disclosing. Indeed in T case, the unconcealed, and closed, the piece of rock, can never be dussing at all. On the contrary, what is At any rate, we maintain that the translation of a.hljic, the unconcealed the fnly literal one. But now it can be seen that a.lrijic, in the double ends of disdued and disclosing, ambiguous. We come to know ambiguity very clearly on the detour through rpvuk, and it, counterword arptvotc, We also realize that mysterium relation obtain here. In order to appreciate the essence of the ambiguity of I.lijit and, above all to experience its ground, we have first to traverse the realm of sense of unconcealedness and disclose, your in its broad extent. That means we must first consider the sense of concealment in a more penetrating way. Irevuk, in the sense of dissembling a ron sealing. Rud I then every concealing necessarily a dissembling? Every concealed ni in it elf already rptv bok, i.e., falsity. And what about concealing closure and it various mode? B. The un-German word false. Fa/sum, fio, mpaa. The Roman priority of overthrowing in the Latinization of ancient Greece through the impenum, command, as essential ground of iastum. The transporting of rptvuk, into the Roman imperial domain of overthrowing. The real event of history, the assault of Latinizing in the Greek-Roman domain of history and the modern view of the Greek world through Roman eyes. False. What are we to say about this word? False derives from the Latin fa/sum. We would do well to become attentive at last, and remain attentive, to what the Brothers Grimm, German Dictionary, 3, 1291, who must know, note under this word with a tone of Rathlengrim, false fa/sus, an un-German word of which there is no trace in Ulfilas. An un-German word. He who is not too faint-hearted will be alarmed at this observation and will never again get rid of his dismay. The word falsch entered the German language in the early Christian Middle Ages through the Latin fa/sum. The stem of the Latin word fa/sum is fall and is related to the Greek mpaa, i.e., to overthrow, bring to a downfall, fell, make, totter. But this Greek word mpaa never became the genuine counter-word opposed to aakjic. I deliberately say genuine, because the Greek mpaa can sometimes be translated correctly by deceiving. What is meant, however, thought in the Greek way, is making totter, making stagger, letting stumble into erring. But man can be led into such tottering and falling in the midst of the beings appearing to him only if something is put in his way obstructing beings, so that he does not know what he is dealing with. First something must be held forth and set forth, and then something else entirely must be delivered, so that man can fall for what is presented that way and thereby fall down. Bringing to a fall in the sense of misleading first becomes possible on the basis of a putting forth, dissembling, and concealing. Following a pervasive ambiguity, mpaa is related to putting something up, thought in the Greek way, that means to place something in the unconcealed and to let what thus stands there appear as enduring, i.e., as presencing. Eaa is opposed to such putting up insofar as it does not let the presencing stand in its standing there but overthrows it, for it puts up something else in place of it and alleges that what is put up is what stands. Joaaic means the unfailing, what remains standing in its abiding and indung, i.e., in Greek, remains in its presencing into the unconcealed. To aaic is never the certain and the secure in the modern sense of certitudo. Because the bringing to a fail in every sense, is only a subsequent effect within the field of the essence of dissembling and concealing, which constitute the essence of r.ptvuk, therefore what is connected with falling and bringing to a fall cannot for the Greeks be the original and proper opposite to unconcealedness, to aakjic. Why, however, is the fa/sum, the bringing to a fail, essential for the Romans? What realm of experience is normative here, if the bringing to a fall attains such a priority that on the basis of its essence there is determined a counter-essence to what the Greeks experience as aakjic, the unconcealing and the unconcealed? The realm of essence decisive for the development of the Latin fa/sum is the one of the imperium and of the impenal. We will take these words in their strict and original sense. Imperium means command. To be sure, we now understand the word command in a later, Latin Romanic, sense. Originally command befel, the h should be written after the one, befel, meant the same as to cover, to commit, command, the dead to the earth or to the fire, to entrust them to a cover. The original meaning of command survives in our expression, I command, thy ways to the Lord, i.e., entrust to protection and sheltering cover. This commending is preserved in our word recommend. Instead of recommend, Luther always used the word commend commender. On its way through the French language, commend became commandieren, i.e., more precisely, the Latin imperare equals to arrange, to take measures, i.e., praecipere, to occupy in advance, and so to take possession of the occupied territory and to rule it. Imperium is the territory Gebiet founded on commandments Gebot, in which the others are obedient Botmazg. Imperium is the command in the sense of commandment. Command, thus understood, is the basis of the essence of domination, not the consequence of it, and certainly not just a way of exercising domination. The God of the Old Testament is a commanding God. His word is, "Thou shalt not, thou shalt." This shalt is written down on the tables of the law. The gods of the Greeks are not commanding gods but, rather, ones that give signs, that point. The Roman gods, quite to the contrary, are designated by the Latin word numen, which means bidding and will and has the character of command. The numinous, strictly taken, does not at all touch the essence of the Greek gods, i.e., gods who dwell in the region of Arjeza. In the essential realm of the command belongs the Roman law, ius. This word is connected with jubeo, to bid, to let something be done by bidding and to determine it through this doing and letting. The command is the essential ground of domination and of iusdom, as understood in Latin, the to be in the right and the to have a right. Accordingly, iustitia has a wholly different ground of essence than that of os xq, which arises from arj 1jeza. Command, as the essential ground of domination, includes being superior, which is only possible as the constant surmounting of others, who are thereby the inferiors. In this surmounting there resides again the constant ability to oversee. We say that to oversee something means to dominate it. This overseeing, which includes the surmounting, involves a constant being on the watch. That is the form of acting which oversees everything but still keeps to itself, in Latin, the actio of the actus. The surmounting overseeing denotes the dominating side expressed in the often quoted phrase of Caesar, Veni, Vidi, Vici I came, I oversaw, and I conquered. Victory is only the effect of Caesar's seeing and overseeing, whose proper character is actio. The essence of the imperium resides in the actus of constant action. The imperial actio of the constant surmounting of others includes the sense that the others, should they rise to the same or even to a neighboring level of command, will be brought down. In Latin fallere, participle, fa/sum. This bringing to a fall pertains necessarily to the imperial realm. The bringing to a fall can occur in a direct attack and overthrowing. The other can, however, also be brought down by being tripped up from behind in a furtive way. The bringing to a fall is then subterfuge, trick, which word, not accidentally, comes from the English. Subterfuge is, considered from the outside, the roundabout, and therefore mediate bringing to a fall versus immediate overthrowing. Thereby the fallen are not destroyed but are in a certain way raised up again within the limits fixed by the dominating ones. This fixing is in Latin pango, whence the word pax peace. This is, imperially thought, the fixed situation of the fallen. Actually, to compass someone's downfall in the sense of subterfuge and roundabout action is not the mediate and derived, but the really genuine, imperial actio. The properly great feature of the imperial resides not in war but in the fallere of subterfuge as roundabout action and in the pressing into service for domination. The battles against the Italian cities and tribes, by means of which Rome secured its territory and expansion, make manifest the unmistakable procedure of roundabout action and encirclement through treaties with Turbes lying further out. In the Latin fallere, to bring down, as subterfuge, there resides deceiving, the fa/sum is treachery and deception, the false. What happens when the Greek rpt vuk, is thought in the sense of the Latin fa/sum? The Greek rpt vuk, as hiding and consequently also as deceiving, is now no longer experienced and interpreted on the basis of concealing but instead on the basis of subterfuge. The Greek rpt vuk, by being translated into the Latin fa/sum, is transported into the Roman imperial domain of bringing to a downfall. Idotjit book, dissembling and concealing, now becomes what fells, the false. Thus it is clear that Roman exponents and thinking, organizing and expanding, constructing and working, from their essential outset never moved within the region of Arjtza and RP book. As a kind of historiographical constatation, it has been known for a long time now that the Romans took things over from the Greeks in many ways and that this appropriation was also a recasting. One day we must consider in what regions of essence and out of what background this Romanizing of Greece came to pass. The transformation of RPT book, i.e., the appropriation of concealing into the sense of bringing to a fall, extends so far that the Latin language even adopts the construction and the use of the Greek word evijavo, I am concealed. This transformative adoption is favored through the Indo-Germanic affinity between the Greek and Latin languages. Greek says, evijafzijksuv, we correctly translate, he comes unnoticed. But thought in the Greek way it says, he is concealed as the one who is coming. The Roman historiographer Livy says, fallit hostis instans. In our language, the enemy approaches unnoticed. Closer to the Latin, the enemy deceives as the one who is approaching. But what the sentence really says is, the enemy, as the one approaching, bngs to a fall. That is absurd and makes sense only if fallere, as bringing to a fall, is thought in the sense of subterfuge, which in turn is thought as deceiving and then as hiding. The Greek RPT book was appropriated, but without an exponence of the essential domain of concealment that is normative here. Similarly, Livy speaks of a man, qui natus moriensque fellit. Our German language would render it, who was born unknown and died unknown. According to the Roman way of thinking, who at his birth and at his death brought men to a fall and misled them. But what Livy says can be made meaningful if thought in the Greek manner, at his birth and at his death concealedness surrounded him. A newborn is unlikely, at his birth, to trip up his fellow men, though that is precisely what the Latin word says, and bring them to a fall, or even simply deceive them. But surely, on the contrary, he can dwell in concealedness. The Latin fefellit signifies another realm of essence than that of the Greek iavijaft. The Latin fa/sum is alien to the Greek RPT book. The donation of the Romans and their transformation of Hellenism are in no way limited, however, to individual institutions of the Greek world or to single attitudes and modes of expression of Greek humanity. Nor does the Latinization of the Greek world by the Romans amount simply to the sum of everything they have appropriated. What is decisive is that the Latinization occurs as a transformation of the essence of truth and being within the essence of the Greco-Roman domain of history. This transformation is distinctive in that it remains concealed but nevertheless determines everything in advance. This transformation of the essence of truth and being is the genuine event of history. The imperial as the mode of being of a historical humanity is nevertheless not the basis of the essential transformation of A1GJTZA into Eritas, as rectitudo, but is its consequence, and as this consequence it is in turn a possible came and occasion for the development of the true in the sense of the correct. To speak of the transformation of the essence of truth is admittedly only an expedient, for it is still to speak of truth in an objectifying way over and against the way it itself comes to presence and history is. The transformation of the essence of truth likewise supports that domain in which the historically observable nexuses of Western history are grounded. That is why the historical state of the world we call the modern age, following historiographical chronology, is also founded on the event of the Romanizing of Greece. The Renaissance of the ancient world accompanying the outset of the modern period is unequivocal proof of this. A more remote, but by no means indifferent, consequence of the Romanizing of Greece and of the Roman rebirth of antiquity is the fact that we today still see the Greek world with Roman eyes, and indeed not solely within historiographical research into ancient Greece but also, and this is the only decisive thing, within the historical metaphysical dialogue of the modern world with that of the ancients, the metaphysics of Nietzsche, whom we like to consider the modern rediscoverer of ancient Greece. Sees the Greek world exclusively in a Roman way, i.e., in a way at once modern and un-Greek. Similarly, we still think the Greek N6 AZ, and the political in a totally un-Greek fashion. We think the political as Romans, i.e., imperially. The essence of the Greek N6 AZ, understood in the Roman way. As on as we consider the simple unavoidable essential domains, which are for a historiographer naturally of no consequence, since they are inconspicuous and noiseless, then, but only then, do we see that our usual basic ideas, i.e., Roman, Christian, modern ones, miserably fail to grasp the primordial essence of ancient Greece. Recapitulation. 2. Reconsideration of the essence of the false and of the hiding and dishiding of RPT book. The rule of the Roman imperial high command and the breadth of the distinction between RPT book and fa/sum. We are considering the E. But for what purpose are we busying ourselves with the false, supposing we are busy here at all? Indeed we desire the true, and it is difficult enough to try to find it and preserve it. We want the positive. Why then all this brain racking over the negative? These are all legitimate questions. But in our meditation it is not the false itself we are pursuing. We are reflecting only on the essence of the false and the essence of. The false is not itself something false. It is so far removed from that that the essence of the false might even participate in what is most essential to the essence of the true. It could indeed be so difficult to find the truth, and therefore we find it so rarely, because we do not know, and do not want to know, anything about the essence of the false. It could be that we are wandering about in an uncanny delusion if we believe the essence of the negative is itself something negative. Who knows nothing of the essence of death lacks every trace of a knowledge of the essence of life. The essence of death is not a nonsense. The essence of negativity is nothing negative, but neither is it only something positive. The distinction between the positive and the negative does not suffice to grasp what is essential to which the non-essence belongs. The essence of the false is not something false. To RPT book, we usually translate the false as, for Greek thought, dissembling. Dissembling lets something it sets out and sets up appear differently than it is in truth. In the different then resides the not such as, which, experienced on the basis of dishiding and unconcealedness, brings about a concealment. Nevertheless, insofar as dissembling not only sets something else before, namely, before what is to be presented, but lets something appear otherwise than it is in truth, dissembling also unveils and hence is a kind of disclosure. If RPT book were altogether without this basic feature of hiding and dishiding, and hence without the feature of concealing, then RPT book could never arise as the counter-essence to arg-jana, unconcealedness. The false, in the Greek sense, has the basic feature of concealment. To keep immutably in our sight the primordial Greek experience of RPT book, we need to clarify how the essence of the false is delimited beyond the Greek world and even beyond its historical time, though there too it is still understood in general in the shadow of the light of ancient Greece. The word false is an un-German word and derives from the Latin fa/sum, which, as participle, pertains to fallere. Of the same stem is our word fell, to bring about a downfall, and the Greek mpaa. We translate this Greek word by deceive, but we must not forget that deception, understood in the Greek way, is determined by RPT book, by dissembling and setting before, by hiding. In Greek thought, the word mpaa, deceive, names a consequence of the essence of RPT book. In Latin thought, the word fallere as to bring to a fall denotes the ground of the essence of RPT book. What is the basis for the priority of fallere in the Latin formation of the counter-essence to truth? It lies in this, that the basic comportment of the Romans toward beings in general is governed by the rule of the imperium. Imperium says imperare, to establish, to make arrangements, praecipere, to occupy something in advance, and by this occupation to hold command over it, and so to have the occupied as tertii. Imperium is commandment, command. The Roman law, ius iubio, I command is rooted in the same essential domain of the imperial command and obedience. Command is the ground of the essence of domination, which is why a clearer and more proper translation of imperium is high command. To be superior is part and parcel of domination. And to be superior is only possible through constantly remaining in the higher position by way of a constant surmounting of others. Here we have the genuine actus of imperial action. In the essence of the constant surmounting there resides, as the valley amid the mountains, the holding down and the bringing to a fall. Mere felling in the sense of striking down is the coarsest way, but not the genuinely essential imperial way, of bringing to a fall. The great and most inner core of the essence of essential domination consists in this, that the dominated are not kept down, nor simply despised, but, rather, that they themselves are permitted, within the territory of the command, to offer their services for the continuation of the domination. The bring to a fall aims at keeping the overthrown standing in a certain sense, though not standing high. Lmpinal bring to a fall, fallera, is therefore a going after and a going around that lets stand. For the Romans, the essence of deceiving, of leading into error, of dissembling, and thus of rpt vuk, is determined by fallera, by felling. The erroneous becomes fa/sum. Supposing now that this distinction between the Greek rpt vuk, and the Roman fa/sum originates in other domains and has another weight than the distinction in the style of Greek and Roman pots and pans and spear points, and supposing that here a transformation takes place in the essential ground of the historicity of all history, then we need to reflect more thoughtfully on this Roman transformation of Greece. That the Occident still today, and today more decisively than ever, thinks the Greek world in a Roman way, i.e., in a Latin, i.e., in a Christian way, as paganism, i.e., in the Romanic, modern European, way, is an event touching the most inner center of our historical existence. The political, which as uomxo arose formerly out of the essence of the Greek and Age, has come to be understood in the Roman way. Since the time of the Imperium, the Greek word political has meant something Roman. What is Greek about it now is only its sound. See, the imperial in the form of the curial of the curia. The connection between verum and true. The un-German meaning of true through the Roman Christian verum. Verum, the established right as counter-word to fa/sum. Verum and aperdum, aaij6v and its counterpart to ciakjic. How do matters stand as regards the essence of the false, the Roman fa/sum? A closer consideration of the process by which the Romans took up Greek poetry, thought, speech, and artistic production shows that fa/sum, bringing to a fall, has transformed gmjc, dissembling, in accord with its own spirit, and in so doing has itself been changed and thereby dislodged. Such change is ever the most dangerous, but also the most enduring, form of domination. Since then, the Occident has known of rpt vuk, only in the form of fa/sum. For us, the opposite of the true is the false. But the Romans did not only lay the foundation for the priority of the false as the standard meaning of the essence of untruth in the Occident. In addition, the consolidation of this priority of the false over rpt vuk, and the stabilizing of this consolidation is a Roman accomplishment. The operating force in this accomplishment is no longer the imperium of the state but the imperium of the church, the sacerdotium. The impenial here emerges in the form of the cunal of the curia of the Roman Pope. His domination is likewise grounded in command. The character of command here resides in the essence of ecclesiastical dogma. Therefore this dogma takes into account equally the true of the orthodox believers as well as the false of the heretics and the unfaithful. The Spanish Inquisition is a form of the Roman curial imperium. By way of Roman civilization, both the imperial/civil and the impenial, ecclesiastical, the Greek rpt vuk, became for us in the Occident the false. Correspondingly, the true assumed the character of the not false. The essential realm of the imperial fallera determines the not false as well as the fa/sum. The not false, said in Roman fashion, is the verum. On our path of a preparatory clarification of the essence of arjat jana, and hence of the Greek experience of the essence of truth, We have now elucidated the words aaqoic, unconcealing or disclosing, rptv8oc, dissembling, fa/sum, bringing to a fall, and thereby also the word false itself. Consequently, the main conditions have been fulfilled for us to learn how matters stand with the Latin word for aacjic, i.e., verum, and how, above all, matters stand with our word for argigena, truth, and with the word true. Since true is the counter word to false, the latter stemming from the Latin fa/sum, lirum as the Latin counter word to fa/sum must surely belong together with fa/sum in the same essential domain, and hence must also draw the true into this domain. Here, of course, we are presupposing that true and verum belong together. This holds insofar as our German word for true war was early on determined by the Latin Christian verum. That process has its own depth and its great bearing, precisely because veritas and verum, in the preaching of Christianity, did not present themselves to the Germans as arbitrary Latin words, for Christian faith is proclaimed, in its totality, as the veritas, the verum, the true, since Chnst says of himself enptrj6oic, zarj jana zij, wrj, John 14, 6. Only the sound of this phrase is Greek. That is why it could pass forthwith into the Latin language of the Vulgate, ego sum via, et veritas. 3. Clarification of the transformation 68-74. Et vita. I am the way and the truth and the life. Our words truth and true take their meaning from verum and veritas as these prevail in the Latin language of the Church. Whether, besides this, and prior to it, our German true had a root meaning proper to it, not determined by verum and hence by fa/sum, is controversial, because it is obscure. It is obscure because nowhere does another essence of true and truth come to light within the historicity of German history. It would not be said as decisively of the word true what the brothers GNMM say of false, an un-German word. Nevertheless we must say it, true is an un-German word in view of the unequivocally clear fact that the basic meaning of true is determined by the Latin Christian verum. But what does the Latin verum mean? The stem ver is Indo-Germanic, as is the stem fall of mpaa, fallere, fall. The stem ver appears unequivocally in our German word wehren to resist, die where defense, das where dam, therein lies the moment of the against, resistance, the resistant, the dam against. Italicosic veru, the gate which shuts off passage and entrance, veristabulum vestibule, the space before the properly separating entrance, which stands ver, against, it, stabulum, the space in front of the door. But the standing against is not the only moment in the ver. For in that case the word abwehr resistance, literally, defense from, would be a mere tautology, where defense is not already in itself and only defense against. In Parsifal, ver does not mean resistance, instead, it means to defend oneself, maintain oneself, resistance for. Thus ver means to keep one's position, hold one's place. To be sure, resistance always belongs here in a certain sense, yet this resistance is one that has to derive from a steadfastness. Ver means to be steady, to keep steady, i.e., not to fall, no fa/sum. To remain above, to maintain oneself, to keep one's head up, to be the head, to command. Maintaining oneself, standing upright, the upright. Thus it is from the essential domain of the imperial that verum, as counter-word to fa/sum, received the sense of established right. Thereby from the original word ver a meaning has been extracted that clearly comes to the fore in the Old Latin veru in the sense of gate and door, but also in the German das where dam, the gate that shuts and locks. The dam that seals off. The original element in ver and verum is that of closing off, covering, concealing, and sheltering, but it is not die where defense as resistance. The corresponding Greek word of this Indo-Germanic stem is ippa, the defensive, weep 0n, the covering, the enclosure. Fjvpa, to which the Roman word verum is immediately connected, means in Greek, however, precisely the opposite of the Greek word for true, i.e., it is the opposite of arjtw. Verum, tippa, the enclosure, the covering, arjljana the discovering, the disclosing. But how else could an opposition hold sway here unless they both shared, though in a concealed way, the same essential dimension? The Roman word for the true, ver, has the root meaning of closing, covering and locking up, a meaning which was, to be sure, obliterated, or at least never expressly and purely liberated. The opposite to ver, verum, as the enclosing, is the non-enclosing. This opposes the verum. Opposing, acting against, is expressed in Latin by the prefix op-, to be against the enclosing, against the ver, is opverio or apiverio, whence the Latin aperio, open. The main sense of opening, understood in the Roman way, is non-enclosing. In the Latin word aperire, to open, the original verum speaks according to the verbal structure. The participle of aperio, apertum, the unenclosed, corresponds to the Greek aaqoic, the unconcealed. The pertum cancelled in apertum is the verum. This corresponds to the Greek aaijo /aaijic. The original ver verum means the same as the Greek aaij6v, hence precisely the opposite of aakijic. The Roman verum, strictly speaking, should then be taken as equivalent to the Greek rpt vuk, if the latter is indeed the counter word to aakijic. But the Roman verum not only does not coincide with rpt vuk, it is precisely the opposite of rpt vuk, as understood in Latin, i.e. falsum. If we reflect on this, then mysterious ways of language and of the word show themselves in the realm where the essential possibility of the word itself, i.e., the essential possibility of the truth of its essence, is decided. With regard to the Latin name for the true, verum, we shall keep two incidents in MMD. I verum, ver meant originally enclosing, covering. The Latin verum belongs to the same realm of meaning as the Greek aakijic, the uncovered, precisely by signifying the exact opposite of aakijic, the closed off. 2. But now, because verum is counter to fa/sum, and because the essential domain of the imperium is decisive for verum and fa/sum and their opposites, the sense of ver namely enclosure and cover, becomes basically that of covering for security against. Ver is now the maintaining oneself, the being above. Ver becomes the opposite of falling. Verum is the remain competent, the upright, that which is directed to what is superior because it is directing from above. Verum is rectum, regere, the regime, the right, iestum. For the Romans, the realm of concealment and disconcealment does not at all come to be, although it strives in that direction in ver, the essential realm determining the essence of truth. Under the influence of the imperial, verum becomes forthwith being above, directive for what is right. Veritas is then rectitudo, correctness, we would say. This originally Roman stamp given to the essence of truth, which solidly establishes the all-pervading basic character of the essence of truth in the Occident, rejoins an unfolding of the essence of truth that began already with the Greeks and that at the same time marks the inception of Western metaphysics. D. The transformation of the essence of Aartijana since Plato. The assumption of the representation of Aartijana through Opio-Wajg, as rectitudo of ratio, into veritas. Rectitudo, iustitia, of ecclesiastical dogmatics and the iustificatio of evangelical theology. The certum and the usus rectus, Descartes. Reference to Kant. The closing of the ring of the history of the essence of truth in the transformation of veritas into justice, Nietzsche. The incarceration of Aartijana in the Roman bastion of Ventas, Rectitudo and Iustitia. Since Plato, and above all by means of Aristotle's thinking, a transformation had within the Greek essence of Aarona, one which in a certain respect A10Na itself encouraged A.Lqtjt / is first of all the unconcealed and the disclosing. The unconcealed as such can be ed for humans and high humans only if their disclosing comportment adheres to the unconcealed and in agreement with it. Aristotle uses the word aakjtvtn for this comportment. To adhere to the unconcealed disclosively in the eyeing that lets appear. This adherence to and agreement with the unconcealed is in Greek, japafumk, the disclosive correspondence expressing the unconcealed. This correspondence takes and holds the unconcealed for what it is. To take something for something I in Greek oil-mjm. The dot, yak, which now meme assertion, is constituted by the oicmjm. This disclosive correspondence still adheres to, and is wholly achieved within, the essential space of arjna as unconcealedness. At the same time, however, the pafumk, i.e., the agreeing correspondence, as the mode of the execution of aaq0 tvtb, as veritas as rectitudo, stemming from another origin, is now, however, in a sense created to a. The rightness of an elf to a right rightly instituted and firmly established, die Richtigkeit der Aussage ist ein Sekrechten nach dem Errichteten, feststehenden. Richten the Greek, pafumka dcloi correspondence and the Latin rectitudo as adjustment to. Both have the character of an assimilation of assertions and thinking to the state of affairs present at hand and firmly established. Assimilation is called adequatio. In the early Middle Ages, following the path set by the Romans, cbhj, eu, presented as 6 point, became adequatio. Veritas est adequatio intellectus ad rem. The entire thinking of the Occident from Plato to Nietzsche thinks in terms of this delimitation of the essence of truth as correctness. This delimitation of the essence of truth is the metaphysical concept of truth. More precisely, metaphysics receives its essence from the essence of truth thus determined. But because the Greek six pafumk, turned into rectitudo, the realm of arj, ella, disclosure, still present for Plato and Aristotle in pafumk, disappeared. In rectitudo, in the self-adjustment to. There also resides what the Greeks call oiphe, to take something as something and to accept it thus. But whereas for the Greeks to take something as something was still experienced within the essential realm of disclosedness and unconcealedness, thought in the Roman way it lies outside this essential domain. To take something as something is in Latin rear, the corresponding noun is ratio. In a variation of the Roman saying, residential ad triarios venit, we can say, res aaq, dac, ad rationem venit. The essence of truth as veritas and rectitudo passes over into the ratio of man. The Greek aaq, tr3etv, to disclose the unconcealed, which in Aristotle still permeates the essence of rixvq, is transformed into the calculating self-adjustment of ratio. This determines for the future, as a consequence of a new transformation of the essence of truth, the technological character of modern, i.e., machine, technology. And that has its origin in the originating realm out of which the imperial emerges. The impenal springs forth from the essence of truth as correctness in the sense of the directive self-adjusting guarantee of the security of domination. The taking as true of ratio, of rear, becomes a far-reaching and anticipatory security. Ratio becomes counting, calculating, calculus. Ratio is a self-adjustment to what is correct. Ratio is a facultas animi, a power of the human mind, the actus of which inhabits the inner man. The res, the thing, lies apart from ratio. In rectitudo as adequatio, ratio is supposed to assimilate the thing. Now what is completely lacking here is the essential space of arj, ella, the unconcealedness of things and the disclosing comportment of man, a space completely covered over by debris and forgotten. The essence of truth as veritas and rectitudo I without space and without ground. Veritas as rectitudo is a quality of the mind or soul in the inner man. A question was thus bound to arise as regards truth. How is it at all possible for an inner process of the mind or soul to be brought into agreement with the things out there? And so begin the various attempts to explain it, all within an unclarified sphere. If we consider that for a long time the essence of man has been experienced as animal rationale, i.e., as the thinking animal, then it follows that ratio is not just one power among others but is the basic power of man. That to which man is empowered by this power is decisive with regard to his relation to the verum and fa/sum. In order to obtain the true as what is nght and correct, man must be assured and be certain of the correct use of his basic power. The essence of truth is determined on the basis of this assurance and certitude. The true becomes the assured and certain. The verum becomes the certum. The question of truth becomes the question of whether and how man can be certain and assured about the being he himself is as well as about the beings he himself is not. The Roman world in the form of the ecclesiastical dogmatics of the Christian faith has contributed essentially to the consolidation of the essence of truth in the sense of rectitudo. The same realm of Christian faith introduces and prepares the new transformation of the essence of truth, the one of verum into certum. Luther raises the question of whether and how man can be certain and assured of eternal salvation, i.e., certain of the truth. Luther asks how man could be a true Christian, i.e., a just man, a man fit for what is just, a justified man. The question of the Christian veritas becomes, in the sense just articulated, the question of iustitia and iustigicatio. As a concept of medieval theology, iustitia is rectitudo rationis et voluntatis, correctness of reason and will. Rectitudo aptitus rationalis, the correctness of the will, the striving for correctness, is the basic form of the will in its willing. Iustigicatio is already, according to medieval doctrine, the primus motus fide, the basic stirring of the disposition of faith. The doctrine of justification, and indeed as the question of certainty of salvation, becomes the center of evangelical theology. The essence of truth in the modern Pano is determined on the basis of certainty, correctness, being just. Justice. The inception of the metaphysics of the modern age rests on the transformation of the essence of veritas into certitudo. The question of truth becomes the question of the secure, assured, and self-assuring use of ratio. Descartes, the first thinker of modern metaphysics, inquires into the usus rectus rationis, i.e., facultatis iudicendi, the correct use of reason, i.e., of the faculty of judgment. The essence of saying and asserting had already for a long time not been the Greek asixio, jalve, w, the letting appear of the unconcealed. The essence of saying is now the Roman iudicium, correct saying, i.e., attaining, with certainty, what is right. Therefore the fundamental book of modern metaphysics, Descartes' Meditations de Prima Philosophia, includes within its reflections on metaphysics the Meditatio Quarta, which treats de vera et fa/so. Now, where all that matters is the usus rectus rationis humani, falsity is conceived as usus non rectus facultatis iudicendi. The usus non rectus is error, fault, or better, erring and error are conceived on the basis of the usus non rectus facultatis iudicendi. The untrue is the false in the sense of the erroneous, i.e., in the sense of the wrong use of reason. In the second principal book of modern metaphysics, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, the usus, the use of reason, is in question everywhere. Critique of pure reason means essential delimitation of the correct and incorrect use of the human faculty of reason. The question of the correct use treats of the will to secure the certainty which man, on his own, standing amidst beings, must attain and wishes to attain. Veritas in thf Christian understanding, i.e., rectitudo animi, iustitia, provides to the modern essence of truth its character as the certainty and assurance of the content of human comportment. The true, verum, is what is nght, what vouches for certainty, and in that sense it is the righteous, the just. If we experience and come to know these nexuses historically, as our history, i.e., as modern European world history, will it then surprise us that in Nietzsche's thought, where the metaphysics of the Occident reaches its peak, the essence of truth is founded on certitude and justice? Even for Nietzsche the true is the right, that which is directed by what is real in order to adjust itself to it and make itself secure in it. The basic feature of reality is will to power. What is right must conform itself to the real, hence must express what the real says, namely the will to power. All correctness must be adjusted in terms of the will to power correspondence to what the will to power utters is the just, i.e., justice. It receives its essence, at the end of Western metaphysics, from the decree of the will to power. Nietzsche very often uses the word life as a title for the will to power, and he uses it in accord with the usual biological way of thinking of the second half of the 19th century. Nietzsche can therefore say, justice is the highest representative of life itself. This is a Christian thought, though in the mode of the Antichrist. Everything anti thinks in the spirit of that against which it is anti. Justice, in Nietzsche's sense, presents the will to power. Truth is, in the West, veritas. The true is that which, on various grounds, is self-asserting, remains above, and comes from above, i.e., it is the command. But the above, the highest, and the Lord of Lordship may appear in different forms. For Christianity, the Lord is God. The Lord is also reason. The Lord is the world spirit. The Lord is the will to power. And the will to power, as expressly determined by Nietzsche, is in essence command. In the age in which the modern period finds its completion in a historical total state of the globe, the Roman essence of truth, veritas, appears as rectitudo and justitia, as justice. This is the fundamental form of the will to power. The essence of what is just, assigned this essence of justice, is determined by Nietzsche unequivocally in the following note from the summer of 1883, made on the occasion of his reading of a new book by Schneider, Der theoretische Wille Animal Will, what is just equals the will, to perpetuate an actual power relation. The Roman veritas has become the justice of the will to power. The circle of the history of the essence of truth, as metaphysically experienced, is now closed. Yet Arjoella remains outside this circle. The province of its essence is practically obliterated within the region of the domination of Western veritas. It seems as if Arjoella has withdrawn itself from the history of Occidental humanity. It seems, as if the Roman veritas, and the truth which evolves out of it as rectitudo and justitia, correctness and justice, have commandeered the field of the essence of Arjoella. Not only does it seem so, it is so. The field of the sense of Arjoella is covered over with debris. But if that were all, then it would be an easy task to clear the debris and once again lay open this field. The difficulty is that it is not merely covered over with debris, there has been built on it an enormous bastion of the essence of truth determined in a manifold sense as Roman. To the Roman there belongs also the Romanic, as well as everything essentially modern determined from it, which in the meantime has expanded into world history and is no longer limited to the European. The connection visible here between Texage as a way of ACTV and modern mechanical technique cannot now be exposed in more detail. Moreover, the bastion reinforcing the essence of truth as veritas, rectitudo and justitia has not only thrust itself in front of Arjoella, but in the walls of this bastion Arjoella itself is immured, after first being reinterpreted to serve as one of the building stones, hewn expressly for it. This is the reason Arjoella has been understood ever since on the basis of veritas and rectitudo and only on that basis. How then can we still experience Arjoella itself in its primordial essence? And if this is denied us, how are we to see, within the confines of the domination of veritas and rectitudo, that this domain of veritas itself nevertheless is founded in the region of essence of Arjoella and constantly appeals to it, though without, to be sure, knowing it or being mindful of it? How, within the confines of the domination of veritas and rectitudo, can we know, or even just seek to know, that veritas and rectitudo and justitia cannot de facto exhaust the primordial essence of truth and in principle can never exhaust it, since they are what they are only in the wake of Arjoella? Western metaphysics may elevate the true up to the absolute spirit of Hegel's metaphysics and may claim the angels and the saints for the true, yet the essence of truth has already long since retreated from its beginning, i.e., from the ground of its essence. It fell out from its beginning and hence is a falling away, an apostasy. Recapitulation. 3. the Sendung das Geschichte of the assignment of being, retrospective consideration of the history of the transformation of the essence of truth. The balances of history, Burckhardt, Nietzsche, Spengler. The historical conferral of meaning in the modern period. To grasp anything at all of the self-contained essence of the primordial Greek argoela, we who live so much later need to have insight that against which arjta sets itself off for us. Therefore a sketch of the history of the transformation of the essence of truth is unavoidable. This will not be a historiographical treatment of the history of the concept of truth, nor will it examine how people have apprehended truth in the course of the centuries, for this apprehension itself already rests, in its correctness and incorrectness, on the holding sway of an essence of truth. Our aim is the history of the essence itself, of truth itself. In this appeal to history, there is guiding, if you will, a conception of the essence of history. It would be fatal if it were not so. And it would be still more fatal if it were completely unclear to us. It is no less certain that it is difficult to allude to this history and that the presentation of it will be exposed to manifold grossness interpretations from all directions. History, conceived essentially, that is, thought in terms of the ground of the essence of being itself, is the transformation of the essence of truth. It is only this. Here the only does not indicate a restriction but refers to the uniqueness of the primordial essence, from which as ground the other essential features of history spring forth as essential consequences. History is the transformation of the essence of truth. Historical beings receive their being from such transformation. Amid these transformations of the essence of truth occur the inconspicuous rare moments when history pauses. These pausing moments of hidden repose are the primordial historical moments, for in them the essence of truth originally assigns itself, and transmits itself, to beings. For a long time it has been maintained that where there are events, motion, and processes, where something comes to pass, there we have history, for history has to do with what happens, and happening means coming to pass. But happening and history actually mean destiny, destining, assignment. Genuinely formulated in German, we may not speak of History die Geschichte, in the sense of coming to pass, but of Sendung das Geschichte, in the sense of the assignment of being. Luther still uses this genuinely German word das Geschichte. The question remains as to what for man is the essentially sendable or transmittable Zeusgeber and the self-transmitting. If the essence of man is founded in the fact that he is that being to whom being itself reveals itself, then the essential transmittal and the essence of sending is the unveiling of being. But if unveiling is the essence of truth, and if in accordance with the transformation of this essence of truth the assignment of being is also transformed, then the essence of history is the transformation of the essence of truth. In the concealed repose of this transformation, there rests and sways, holds and fluctuates, congeals and whirls, that which is established on the basis of historiography, i.e., on the basis of the investigations and explorations of objectivized history, as events and accomplishments, i.e., as Datensachen and Diensttaten, or in short, as facts Tatsachen. These constatations then are presented with the prodigious display of the technical gadgets of modern research, making it seem that the technique of historiography is history itself. The historiographical thus becomes identified with the historical. From this historiographical element, balances are made up, taxations are drawn, and shares and costs are calculated, which man in history must pay. It is certainly no accident that a thinker of history of the rank of Jacob Burckhardt, and precisely he, moves within the horizon of balances, taxations, shares, and costs, and give, m. Even Nietzsche thinks in terms of the schema of the 19th century. Nietzsche turns the calculating of values, i.e., the accounting, into the final form of Western metaphysical thinking. Exclusively on the basis of Nietzsche's metaphysics and without any original metaphysical thought, at the start of the 20th century the author Zero. Spengler drew up a balance of Western history and proclaimed the decline of the Occident. Today, as in 1918, when the arrogant book of this title came out, an eager public snaps up only the outcome of the balance without ever considering on which basic ideas of history this cheap balance of decline is concocted. In fact, it had already been reckoned up clearly by Nietzsche, though thought out in a different way and in other dimensions. To be sure, the Guild of Serious Researchers computed the errors of the book. This had the remarkable result that since then historiography itself has been conducted more and more within the horizon of Spengler's views and schemata, even where it was naturally able to make more correct and more exact constatations. Only to an age which had already forsaken every possibility of thoughtful reflection could an author present such a book, in the execution of which a brilliant acumen, an enormous erudition, and a strong gift for categorization are matched by an unusual pretension of judgment, a rare superficiality of thinking, and a pervasive frailty of foundations. This confusing semi-scholarship and carelessness of thinking has been accompanied by the peculiar state of affairs that the same people who decry the priority of the biological thinking in Nietzsche's metaphysics find contentment in the aspects of decline in the Spenglerian vision, which is based throughout on nothing but a crude biological interpretation of history. Modern views of history, since the 19th century, like to speak about meaning conferral. This term suggests that man, on his own, is capable of lending a meaning to history, as if man had something to lend out at all, and as if history needed such a loan, all of which indeed presupposes that history in itself and at first is meaningless and in every case has to wait for the favor of a meaning bestowed by man. But what man is capable of in relation to history is to pay heed to it and to take care that history does not conceal from him its meaning and refuse it to him. But, as the case of Spengler shows, man has already lost the meaning of history when he has deprived himself of the very possibility of thinking about what, in the hastiness of drawing up historiographical balances, he is investing in the word meaning. Meaning is the truth in which a being as such rests. The meaning of history, however, is the essence of truth, in which at any time the truth of a human epoch is founded. We experience the essence of the TIUE only on the basis of the essence of truth, which in each case lets something true be the true that it is. We shall attempt here and now to take some steps in reflecting on the essence of truth. 4. The event of the conversion of the essence of untruth from the Greek rpt vuk, to the Roman fa/sum. The fulfillment of the transformation of veritas into certitudo in the 19th century. The self-assurance of self-certainty, Nietzsche, Fichte, Hegel. We have sketched the transformation of the essence of truth in Western history in a few strokes. The basic meanings of the opposites aic jic, rpt vuk, falsum verum, true false, incorrect correct, should now be brought closer for reflection. In the transformation of the essence of truth from arjjeza, by way of the Roman veritas, to the medieval adequatio, rectitudo, and iustitia, and from there to the modern certitudo, to truth as certainty, validity, and assurance, the essence and the character of the opposition between truth and untruth are also altered. The self-evident view that falsity is the only opposite to truth is thereby formed and reinforced. The result of this transformation of the essence of truth, which has prevailed for centuries in the Occident, is the event of the conversion of the essence of untruth from the Greek rpt vuk, to the Roman fa/sum. This conversion is the presupposition for the modern characterization of the essence of falsity. That becomes error, error in the sense of the incorrect use of the human power of affirmation and denial. The correct use of the power of judgment is determined in reference to what assures man's self-certainty. The intention towards certainty now determines for its part the direction, the kind of sight, and the selection of what is represented as that to which the judgments of affirmation and denial are imparted. The essence of veritas in the form of certitudo unfolds in the direction of the certainty of the content of life. The certainty of life, i.e., its constant advantage, rests, according to Nietzsche, upon correctness, that is, upon the essential certainty of the will to power. This is the reality, i.e., the essence, of everything real and not merely of man. Correctness as the essence of the will to power, i.e., assurance and certainty as its essence, is called justice by Nietzsche. He is thinking here, although unwittingly, in the sense of the Western tradition of veritas as iustitia. In a note from the year 1885 he writes, "Justice, as the function of a wide-ranging power looking beyond the small perspectives of good and evil, hence has a broader horizon of advantage, the intention to obtain something that is more than this or that person. More, i.e., has more value. From this it is clear that the power for which those perspectives, ones marking the distinction between good and evil, are small perspectives moves within the broader, and only for it appropriate, horizon determined by Nietzsche as the horizon of advantage. But advantage is made secure only by taking advantage that allocates everything to the self-assurance of power. Power can only be assured by the constant enhancement of power. Nietzsche recognized this very clearly and declared that within the realm of essence of the will to power, the mere preservation of an already attained level of power already represents a decrease in the degree of power. In the essence of assurance there resides a constant back-relatedness to itself, and in this lies the required self-elevation. The self-assurance as self-certainty, in this constant back-relatedness, must become absolute. The fundamental outline of the metaphysical essence of reality as truth, and of this truth as absolute certainty, is prepared by Fichte and appears for the first time in Hegel's Metaphysics of the Absolute Spirit. Here truth becomes the absolute self-certainty of absolute reason in Hegel's metaphysics, and in Nietzsche's, i.e., in the 19th century, the transformation of veritas into certitudo is completed. This completion of the Roman essence of truth is the proper and hidden historical meaning of the 19th century. 4. The multiplicity of the oppositions to unconcealedness in its essential character. A. The rich essence of concealedness. Modes of concealing, amiters, pi, ocxtv, w, xpvmw, xafmu. Homer, Iliad, xx, 118, Odyssey, 6, 303, 3, 16, Iliad, xxiii, 244. The disclosive power of mythos and the question of the Greek divinities. But veritas and rectitudo do not at all fulfill the essence of arge, ella. Therefore it also holds that the essence of untruth is not necessarily falsitas, falsity. And even if we go back to the more primal essence of untruth, gmoic, which, as hiddenness, precisely indicates the basic character of concealment and in that way presents the genuine counter-essence to unconcealedness, still the question remains open whether this counter-essence, rpt vuk, exhausts all possible opposition to truth. In the course of our consideration, we saw in fact that the Greeks, in addition to rpt vuk, also knew of mpaa at tv, to mislead. But this way of hiddenness, so-called deception, is, precisely as a mode of hiding, already founded on the latter and is not a distinctive type of counter-essence to unconcealedness. This also holds for one way of hiddenness which for the Greeks was, till more common and which they denoted with the word amige. We translate again as deception. Literally and concretely this word says, from, nasi, i.e., from the right way and path. The ordinary Greek word for way is ij606c, from which derives ijphook, our borrowed word method. But ijpid, oc, does not mean for the Greeks method in the sense of a procedure with the aid of which man undertakes an assault on objects with his investigations and research. Hpi, oc, is to be on the way, namely on a way not thought of as a method man devises but a way that already exists, arising from the very things themselves, as they show themselves through and through. The Greek ijpi, oc, does not refer to the procedure of an inquiry but rather is this inquiry itself as a remaining on the way. In order to discern this essence of method understood in the Greek manner, we must first recognize that the Greek concept of way, 606c, includes an element of perspect and prospect. Way is not stretch in the sense of the remoteness or distance between two points and so itself a multiplicity of points. The perspective and perspective essence of the way, which itself leads to the unconcealed, i.e., the essence of the course, is determined on the basis of unconcealedness and on the basis of a going straight away toward the unconcealed. A nance is detour, byway, and off-way, making available another prospect and supporting it in such a manner that, as way, it might indeed be the one going straight away toward the unconcealed. The byway and the off-way let us encounter what is not shown amid the appearances on the right way. But insofar as the off-way does show something, it exchanges what it shows for what is properly to be shown by the way leading straight away on. Through this exchange vertiskung the off-way deceives tiisk j as off-way, owing to which ank, deception, arises in the first place. Anarch, ijvat means to be led on a byway and an off-way in such a fashion that the thing to be experienced is dissembled. Anatoje, too, is a manner of concealment, namely a kind of dissembling that conceals by distorting. Every hiding and dissembling is, to be sure, a concealing, but not every concealing is a hiding in the sense of dissembling and distorting. If, accordingly, unconcealedness might still be related to other ways of concealment, then there would result an essential relation which to our way of thinking would mean that falsity and dissembling, and consequently untruth understood in those terms, are not the only opposites to truth at all, presupposing of course that we take the essence of truth as unconcealedness, i.e., disclosiveness. But were the Greeks themselves aware of other modes of concealment besides dissemblance, rpt book 7 certainly. Their way of speech attests to it. We are familiar with their ordinary words xtv, w, xpv and rw, xafnru, to shelter, to conceal, to veil. Iliad, XXII, I18, Troy hides rich treasures. Odyssey, 9, 348, the boat of Odysseus has a cache of precious wine. Odyssey, 6, 303, house and court give haven to the untanged vok. Such ways of sheltering and concealing belong to the sphere of everyday relations. They do not manifest the preeminent level of the essence of concealment. It is already more essential to say, Odyssey, 3, 16, that the earth shelters the dead. The Iliad, XXIII, 244, speaks of Iat xtv, Bupat, a being ensconced in Hades. Here the earth itself and the subterranean come into relation with sheltering and concealing. The essential connection between death and concealment is starting to appear. For the Greeks, death is not a biological process, any more than birth is. Birth and death take their essence from the realm of disclosiveness and concealment. Even the earth receives its essence from this same realm. The earth is the in-between, namely between the concealment of the subterranean and the luminosity, the disclosiveness, of the supraterranean, the span of heaven, opavik. For the Romans, on the contrary, the earth, tellus, terra, is the dry, the land as distinct from the sea. This distinction differentiates that upon which construction, settlement, and installation are possible from those places where they are impossible. 2. Ro becomes territorium, land of settlement as realm of command. In the Roman terra can be heard an imperial accent, completely foreign to the Greek ya and yij. The Greek words xpvnrttv and xpvnrta, w, whence crypta and crypt, mean sheltering concealment. Kpvmlv applies above all to verses, the night. Similarly, day and night in general manifest the events of disclosure and concealment. Since to the Greeks everything that is arises, most basically, out of the essence of concealment and unconcealedness, they therefore speak of verses, and opaf 6c, the night, and the light of day, when they want to express the beginning of all that is. What is said in that way is what is primordially to be said. It is authentic legend, the primordial word. Mv, oc, is the Greek for the word that expresses what is to be said before all else. The essence of pv, oc, is thus determined on the basis of arj, ta. It is pv, oc, that reveals, discloses, and lets be seen. Specifically, it lets be seen what shows itself in advance and in everything as that which presences in all presence. Only where the essence of the word is grounded in arj, ella, hence among the Greeks, only where the word so grounded as preeminent legend pervades all poetry and thinking, hence among the Greeks, and only where poetry and thinking are the ground of the primordial relation to the concealed, hence among the Greeks, only there do we find what bears the Greek name PV, myth. The proposition that there is only one myth, namely the PV, of the Greeks, can hardly be expressed, because it expresses something far too self-evident, just as is the case with the proposition that there is only a fiery fire. But myth does of course have to do with the gods. Mythology is about the gods. Certainly. But if we ask what is meant here by gods, the answer is that it refers to the Greek gods. Yet it is not sufficient to use the single God of Christianity as the measure and then point out that the Greeks practiced a polytheism, and indeed a polytheism of gods that are comparatively less spiritual and altogether of a lesser nature. As long as we make no attempt to think the Greek gods in the Greek way, i.e., on the basis of the essence of the Greek experience of being, i.e., on the basis of drgjasa, we have no right to say a word about these gods, whether in favor of them or against them. b. The connection between PV, and the Greek deities. Earth, day, night, and death in relation to unconcealedness. The mysterious as one of the modes of concealment. Rejection of the negativity in falsity and in dissembling as the one and only counter-essence to the truth. Since, in these remarks on the didactic poem of Parmenides, we are seeking the essence of the goddess Arge, sooner or later a time must come when we are forced to elucidate the connection between PV, and the Greek deities, for only these can be considered here. MV, is legend, this word literally taken in the sense of essential primordial speech. Night and light and earth are a PV, not images for concealing and unveiling, images which a pre-philosophical thinking does not transcend. Rather, concealment and unconcealedness are in advance experienced in such an essential way that just the simple change of night and day suffices to enhance the emergence of all essence into the preserving word, PV, The mere distinction between light and darkness, which we usually assign to day and night, does not, taken for itself, say anything. Since the distinction as such says nothing about the essence of concealment and disclosure, it does not at all have the character of a vijak. The distinction between light and darkness remains unmythical unless first of all clearness and concealment already appear as the essence of the light and the dark, and along with them that which comes into the light and recedes into the darkness appears in such a way that precisely this coming into the light and this receding into darkness make up the essence in which all presence and all absence dwell. Only if we pay heed to this will we have a measure for comprehending that the primordial thinker thinks being itself on the basis of unconcealedness and concealment. And only if we have this measure can we assess the Greek words of concealing and sheltering in their essential relations to earth, death, light, and night. Of course, the bastion of the prevailing essence of truth, veritas, and tmth as correctness and certitude, is occluding the primordial understanding of drjoasa. This does not simply mean that culturally, in historiographical presentations of the Greek world, we no longer know and appreciate the early Greek concept of truth, but it means something else, essentially different, something momentous, and for our history the only decisive thing. The entirety of beings has in the meantime been transformed in such a way that beings as a whole, and therefore also man, are no longer determined on the basis of the essence of drjtza. Consequently, as soon as we hear of concealment and of modes of concealing, we think immediately, and only, of modes of human activity man himself controls. We do not experience concealment a1d disclosure as events which come over beings and man. If, however, for the Greeks the essence of concealment and unconcealedness was experienced so essentially as the basic feature of being itself, must not concealment itself then display a more primordial essence, for which concealment in the form of ijlevoic, dissemblance, in no way suffices? Nevertheless, to a certain extent we can still recognize and understand different modes of concealment. In fact we must do so, if we wish to recapture an ability to glimpse the one mode of concealment that for the Greeks, over and beyond ijlevoic, has codetermined the truth, the unconcealedness and unhiddenness, of all beings. Ordinarily, concealing is for us displacing, a kind of putting away or putting aside. What is no longer beside us, i.e., nearby, in Greek, napa, is gone away, in Greek, dino. What is gone away has disappeared, is absent. What is gone away is, in a certain manner, no more, it is destroyed. Destruction, as putting aside, is a form of concealment. There is also, however, a kind of concealment that does not at all put aside and destroy the concealed but instead shelters and saves the concealed for what it is. This concealment does not deprive us of the thing, as in cases of dissembling and distorting, withdrawing and putting aside. This concealment preserves it is characteristic, example of what we call in a notable sense, the rare. Usually, i.e., for the mere eagerness to calculate and to snatch up, the rare imply what is available only at times and even then only for a few. But what is truly rare is available precisely always and for everyone, except that it dwells in a concealment harboring something utterly decisive and holding in readiness high claims on us. The proper relation to the rare is not to chase after it but to leave it at rest by acknowledging the concealment. Perhaps there are modes of concealment that not only preserve and put away and so in a certain sense still withdraw, but that rather, in a unique way, impart and bestow what is essential. The essential type of bestowal and bequest is in each case a concealment, and indeed not only of the bestower but of what is bestowed, insofar as the bestowed does not simply surrender its treasures but only lets this come into unconcealment, namely that in it a richness is lodged which will be attained to the degree it is protected against abuse. The concealment holding sway here is close to the concealment characteristic of the secret, which may have, though not by necessity, the basic character of mystery. The essence of the latter has been foreign to man from the moment he explained the mysterious simply as the unexplained. The mystery thus becomes a residue still remaining to be explained. But since technical explaining and explicability provide the criterion for what can claim to be real, the inexplicable residue left over becomes the superfluous. In this way the mysterious is only what is left over, what is not yet accounted for and incorporated within the circuit of explicative procedures. It would surely be simplistic and not thoughtful at all if we were saying that the little ego of some individual man were capable of elevating calculability to the rank of the measure of the reality of the real. Instead, the modern age corresponds to the metaphysical depth of the course of its history, when, in accordance with its will toward the unconditional residuelessness of all procedure and all organizing, it builds broad avenues through all continents and so no longer has a place free for that residue in which the mystery would still glimmer in the form of mere inexplicability. The secret in the mystery is a kind of concealment, characterized by its insignificance, in virtue of which the mystery is an open one. We readily misuse the term open secret or open mystery and apply it to the situation where there is precisely nothing secret or mysterious at all, but where what is already known by everyone is not supposed to be brought into the open. The open mystery in the genuine and trick sense, on the contrary, occurs where the concealing of the mysterious is simply experienced as concealedness and is lodged in a historically arisen reticence. The openness of the open mystery does not consist in solving the mystery, thus destroying it, but consists in not touching the concealedness of the simple and essential and letting this concealedness alone in its appearance. The insignificance of the concealment proper to the genuine mystery is already a result of the essence of the simple, which for its part is grounded primordially. Another kind of concealment within the mysterious is displayed by the clandestine, under the cover of which, example, a conspiracy simmers. There the concealment has the character of an extended yet at the same time tightly knit ambush, lying in wait for the moment of the sudden outburst. The inconspicuous is here, too. But now it takes the form of camouflage and deception. Therefore this inconspicuousness must explicitly protrude everywhere and must always be concerned with safeguarding its outward appearance far away from these modes of concealment, and yet within the sphere of the same essence, resides the concealed in the sense of the merely not yet known. This concealment includes, example, the Hansen of scientific and technical discoveries. When the concealed in this sense is brought into unconcealedness, there arise the miracles of technology and what is specifically a man can. These comments on the essential character of concealment and concealedness, considered fully, come down to this: we are here only broaching a realm whose fullness of essence we hardly surmise and certainly do not fathom, for we are outside the mode of experience proper to it. It would therefore also be an error to claim that the rich essence of concealedness could be gained just by counting the sundry modes of concealment, under the guidance of the various word meanings. If we speak of kinds of concealment, we do not mean that there would be a genus, concealment in general, to which then, following the schema of the usual logical classification, various species and their subspecies and variations would be subordinated. The connection among the kinds of concealedness is a historical one, and the historical must be kept distinct from the historiographical. The latter is information about and acquaintance with the historical, and indeed in a purely technical sense, i.e., it calculates by balancing the past against the present and vice versa. Everything historiographical takes direction from the historical. History, on the contrary, has no need of the historiographical. The historiographer is always just a technician, a journalist; the thinker of history is always quite distinct. Jacob Burckhardt is not a historiographer but a true thinker of history. It has been our concern merely to show that unconcealedness does not have as its only opposite concealment in the sense of dissemblance and falsity, but that there are other modes of concealment of a completely different order, bearing no trace of the negativity, falsity and distortion. With these remarks, the mystery can perhaps become more open, the mystery that in the metaphysics of the Occident falsity could attain status and priority as the only opposite to truth. For the present task of an elucidation of the essence of arjtza, our reference to the species of concealedness may be useful in helping us grasp sooner that mode of concealment constantly present for the Greeks but not questioned by them as to its essence, with the exception that for the Greeks already the very word denoting this concealment and its domain contains enough of its own elucidation. Thus we come upon an astonishing thing: despite the fact that the modes of concealment having nothing in common with dissemblance, distortion, and deception pervade everything so essentially, yet they were not explicitly mentioned as modes of concealment. Perhaps it is only because they are so essential that they were not explicitly named. They appear therefore in each case already under the essential form of unconcealedness, which in a certain way retains within itself concealedness and concealment, and even must do so. When we see this connection, we approach the miracle of the primordial essence of arjtza. We are not sufficiently prepared, however, to say more about it. The one thing we now have to consider is that the Greeks do speak of a concealment distinct from dissemblance and distortion and related to the concealment reticently uttered in Heidgger. The concealment now to be considered is expressed by the Greeks in their words objaft at jazz, tmj.avt jaft at jazz. Recapitulation. Supplementary clarification: the way of the arriving thinker in the didactic poem. The connection between the essence of the goddess and the ways toward and from her home. By way and off way. The question of the other counter-essence to disclosedness. The essence of disclosure and concealment as expressed in word and legend. The loss of the word in its preservation of the relation of being to man. The Roman transformation of NJ, LJ, OVA 6 Yovikov into animal rationale. Reference to Kant, Nietzsche, Spengler. MVT Jock, ENOC, A6 Yok. In relation to the third directive given to us by the translation of arjtza as unconcealedness, we are asking about the oppositional character of the opposition in which truth stands. The previous lecture and today's, in their interconnection, accomplish an essential step, decisive not only for an insight into the essence of the opposition between truth and untruth, but decisive also for understanding Parmenides' didactic poem. Therefore the recapitulation of the last lecture must be clarified with some supplements and the immediate requirements of our project deferred. The opposite to truth is called, briefly and succinctly, untruth. The word untruth, and likewise the word unjust, do not ordinarily mean for us simply a failure of justice or a lack of truth. Exactly as injustice is counter to justice, against justice, so is untruth counter to truth. The Occident thinks this counter-essence to truth as falsity. In the sphere of this counter-essence to truth, variations of falsity emerge in the form of essential consequences of untruth, of its assertion and communication. Even for the Greeks themselves, manifold modes of dissembling and distorting belong to Ijlevuk. We call anos deception, became in it the appurtenance of the essence of Ijlevuk, to the essential realm of Argjtza becomes visible anew. We must think this word, in everything it denotes, exclusively in the Greek way. Anos is the off-way and the by-way. For the Greeks, however, the basic feature of the way TJ006C, TJ pit, OC, method, is that by conveying along the course, underway, it opens up a view and a perspective and hence provides the disclosure of something. In connection with this remark on the essence of the way, we must recall the first verse we selected from Parmenides' didactic poem, where the goddess greets the thinker Arnving on a way and immediately reveals to him that it is his destiny to have to go along an extraordinary way baik, nov, outside of, off, the path men usually tread. That means something else will show itself to the thinker on his way, a view the usual way does not offer to men. Since something extraordinary shows itself on the reallying way of the thinker, we have here a self-showing, i.e., a disclosing, in a distinguished sense. That is also why a larger fragment of the didactic poem speaks of Japma, signs. There exists an essential connection between the essence of the goddess Aatjijasa and the ways leading to her home, which are determinable on the basis of this home. Way, as providing appearances by opening up a view and a perspective, belongs within the realm of Aatjijasa. Conversely, Aatjijtza and its holding sway require the ways. This essential correlation between Aatjijasa and 006C, later comes to be known only in a concealed manner, as far as its essential ground is concerned, i.e., in the fact that a method is necessary to obtain correct representations. The way, nasi, nos, of the thinker does indeed go off the usual path of men. Yet we leave it open whether this way off is just a byway. It could also be the reverse, that the usual way of man is merely a perpetual byway ignorant of itself. A way off the path, however, does not have to be a byway in the sense of what is way out and unusual. Even a byway is again not necessarily an off-way. The latter, however, is called anos. The views afforded by the off-way represent distortions of that which comes into view on the way leading straight to the thing. To lead on an off-way is to mix up the ways, it is a kind of dissembling and distorting, a kind of ijlevoic, and hence is deception. Everything of this sort runs counter to unconcealedness, counter to truth, and is consequently a kind of untruth, or, put in the Greek fashion, a not disclosing and hence a concealing. The essence of Ijlevoic, thought as the Greeks understood it, receives elucidation from the essence of Aatjijasa, from unconcealedness, i.e., from disclosedness. Idotjik as the counter-essence to Aatjijasa, is then more clearly determined as dissembling concealment. Aatjijasa for its part emerges more determinately as disclosedness in the manner of a non-dissembling letting appear. Unconcealedness is non-dissemblance. The question then arises whether dissemblance and distortion, together with their essential variations, are the only possible modes of concealment. The answer must be in the negative, for other modes of concealment are possible. Here then is grounded the possibility that truth as unconcealedness and disclosure is related to still other modes of concealment, and that disclosedness, in its essence, is not fixed to non-dissemblance. To our way of thinking, this means that the counter-essence to truth is not exhausted or fulfilled in falsity. At the same time we might wonder whether the counter must necessarily have the sense of the purely adverse and hostile. Of course, for us today, because of the long and unshaken predominance of falsity as the only known and acknowledged opposite to truth, it is quite natural and a platitude to say that only falsity, if anything, may stand opposed to truth. Therefore we are inclined to seek the counter-essence to argotza only in ijlfloic, even when discussing the Greek view. And in fact in a certain sense the Greeks themselves encourage this tendency, because from early on they identified ajk and siljlevoic, with the result that ijlevuk is precisely what is disclaimed by the in arjtza. The lesson to be drawn is that even if we have taken arjtza seriously, in the sense of unconcealedness and disclosedness, and have renounced every misinterpretation of arjtza as veritas, that is still no guarantee we are experiencing arjtza in its primordial essence. If ijlevoic is not the one and only mode of concealment, what are the others? And how can another counter-essence to disclosedness be determined from them? The Greeks experience and express concealment in many ways, not only within the sphere of the everyday handling and considering of things, but also from the ultimate perspective of beings as a whole. Death, night, day, light, the earth, the subterranean, and the supraterranean are pervaded by disclosure and concealment and remain mired in this essence. Emergence into the unconcealed and submergence into concealment dwell primordially everywhere. This dwelling of disclosure and concealment, in advance and everywhere and always and for every being and in all being, is expressed in the word of the Greeks. It is what is said primordially the legendary. Therefore the essence of the word and of legend, as experienced by the Greeks, has its ground and its eminence in the fact that word and legend let appear disclosure and concealment, the disclosed and the concealed. The essential word is not the command, order, proclamation, promise, or doctrine. A fortiori, the word is never the merely adventitious expression of representations. The word is a way of the disclosive preservation of the unconcealment and concealment of beings, a way that belongs only to Greek antiquity and is entrusted to its essence. In the word and as word the being of beings is given in relation to the essence of man in such a way that the being of beings, in virtue of this relation to man, lets man's essence emerge and lets it receive the determination we call the Greek one. According to this determination, man is nj, cfovaiov the being that emerges from itself emerges in such a way that in this emerging, jjunk, and for it, it has the word. In the word, the being we call man comports itself to beings as a whole, in the midst of which man himself is. ZCFOV means living being. But we may not understand, WRJ, life, here either in the late Greek, nor in the Roman, nor in the modern biological sense, as in zoology. The living being is JJVMC, by emergence and self-opening. To be sure, this Greek determination of the essence of man was soon transformed by the Roman interpretation, CFOV becomes animal, A6 yak, becomes ratio. Man is the animal rationale. In modern thought ratio, reason, is the essence of subjectivity, i.e., of the hood of man. Hence for Kant man is the beast, animal, that can say one. If we think, CFOV as animal or more generally as living being, in the modern biological sense, then we are thinking in the Roman modern and not the Greek manner. All anthropology, the philosophical as well as the scientific biological understands man as the thinking animal. In the centuries of metaphysics before Nietzsche, the essence of life and of animality was not yet understood as will to power, and man did not yet arrive at the pure self-empowering of himself to all power, and hence did not surpass the p-vious essential determination. Therefore, man of today has not yet surpassed man as he was up to now. He is not yet the superman. This term, in the sense of Nietzsche's metaphysics, does not mean, contrary to popular opinion, a man who has outgrown the normal size, with a gigantic bone structure, as muscular as possible, with a low forehead, etc. Instead, Superman is an essentially metaphysical historical concept and signifies man hitherto, always already determined as animal rationale, who has passed into the essential domain of the will to power as the reality of all that is real. Therefore Nietzsche can say the man who has not yet become Superman is the animal that has not yet been identified, i.e., the animal about whose essence a final metaphysical decision has not yet been made. Pursuant to this ultimate metaphysical determination of man, Spengler wrote in his much-read book Der Mensch und die 1. Beitrag zu einer Philosophie des Lebens, 193 lp 54. The character of the free beast of prey, in its essential features, has been ed on from the individual to the organized people, the animal with one soul and many hands. Then he adds a note, and with one head, not many. Through the Roman reinterpretation of the Greek experience of the essence of man, aiok, i.e., the word, became ratio. The essence of the word is thus banished from its ground and from its essential locus. Ratio and reason take its place. Naturally, it is recognized and noted that man has the faculty of language. Language, however, becomes one faculty among others. Finally, the curious situation arises that a special philosophy, the philosophy of language, becomes necessary parallel to the philosophy of art and the philosophy of technology. The appearance of a philosophy of language is a striking sign that knowledge of the essence of the word, i.e., the possibility of an experience of the primordial essence of the word, has been lost for a long time. The word no longer preserves the relation of being to man, but instead the word is a formation and thing of language. Language is one of man's possessions, just like eyes and ears, sensations and inclinations, thinking and willing. It is the faculty of expressing and communicating lived experience. The word is explained on the basis of vocalization, and the latter is explained on the basis of language as a phenomenon of expression which happens to be at our disposal. Language and the word serve to assume the true and truth into the expressive form of the articulation of speech, and in this way they serve to announce them. Taken for itself, however, truth as correctness is a matter of the representation of objects. The representing takes place in the interior, and language is the exteriorization of this interior. Thereby correctness is communicated in a correct assertion, and the thinking and the rational activity of man enter into the expressive realm of language, with the consequence that it is considered wholly in order that already with the early Greeks arjtza occurs predominantly in connection with Enoch, and Ein for, with the word and the legendary word. But the ground for this fact does not reside in the character of language as expression but in the essence of arjtza, which, as the essence of being itself, claims the essence of man for itself as that being that comports itself to beings as such. It is not because the truth is often also enunciated, but because the essence of word and legend is grounded in the essence of truth and belongs to it, that the Greek word for true, aakjic, occurs already in Homer connected above all with speech. A Greek word for the word is 6pvtjok. Another word for word is pound-noc. It is not accidental that the primordial poetizing word of the Greeks, the word of Homer, is an epic. Again, another word for word is a6yok. We have to think that the Greeks from early on had several words for word. On the other hand, they do not have a word for language. They have, of course, the word yyaa, tongue. But they never think the word on the basis of the tongue by which the word is spoken. Thus their determination of the essence of man is not av, punuk, for Jav Yayovkaf, the living being that has the tongue. Cows and mules also have a tongue. If, however, it is the essential feature of man to have the word and to appropriate it, and if the Greeks experience and understand the human being in this way, then is it not necessary that they, when they distinguish themselves and their humanity versus others, take as a point of reference for the distinction precisely this essential feature? The Greeks distinguish themselves from other peoples and call them F3AP ones who have a strange sort of speech which is not oc, not a6yok, not fnok. For the Greeks, the opposite to barbarism is not culture, it is dwelling within oc, and a6yok. There has been culture only since the beginning of the modern period. It began the moment veritas became certitudo, when man posited himself for himself and made himself, by his own cultivation, cultura, and by his own creative work a creator, i.e., a genius. The Greeks are not familiar with the likes of either culture or genius. So it is curious that even today the best classical philologists ramble on about the cultural genius of the Greeks. From the standpoint of the Greeks, what is called culture in the modern period is an organization of the spiritual world produced by the willful power of man. Culture is the same in essence as modern technology, both are in a strict Greek sense unmythical thought in the Greek way. Culture and technology are forms of barbarism, no less than is nature in Rousseau. Jock, Fnock, and A6 Yock, belong together essentially. Myth and logos appear in an erroneously much discussed opposition only because they are the same in Greek poetry and thought. In the ambiguous and confusing title mythology, the words PV, OC, and A6 Yock, are connected in such a way that both forfeit their primordial essence. To try to understand PV, OC, with the help of mythology is a procedure equivalent to drawing water with the aid of a sieve. When we use the expression mythical we shall think it in the sense just delimited, the mythical, the puijok, ikolas, the disclosure and concealment contained in the disclosing concealing word, which is the primordial appearance of the fundamental essence of being itself. The terms death, night, day, the earth, and the pen of the sky name essential modes of disclosure and concealment. 5. The opposite to CIAC-JIC, AATJ6V, AATJIC. The event of the transformation of the withdrawing concealment and the human behavior of forgetting. A. The prevailing of concealment in object at JM. The concealment of the forgetter in the forgotten, oblivion. Hesiod, Theogony, V226f. RJQ and the hidden essence of Eris, strife, the daughter of the night. Reference to Pindar. In discussing the opposite of silk JIC, the unconcealed and the disclosing, we already remarked that the opposite would have to reside in AATJIC, AAT job, if it were to be expressed in language immediately and appropriately. Instead of that we first encountered IJLEVOIC. But this also became clear, that for the Greeks eovijafziv, being concealed, has an unequivocal prevailing essential rank, expressed in the proper ruling function of the phrase eovijavoichksuv, I approach unnoticed, or, in the Greek way, I am in hiddenness as one who is approaching. On the basis of these apparently only grammatical relations, there occurs something else, which we may formulate briefly in this way: concealedness and unconcealedness determine beings as such. That means disclosedness and concealment are a basic feature of being. The Greeks express the prevailing of concealment above ale, however, in the word objab jm or I'm object at jm, which we ordinarily translate as forgetting and thereby reinterpret it in such a way that the Greek essence is lost. Our earlier meditation already showed that in forgetting there occurs, for the Greeks, a concealment. The forgotten is, in the experience of the Greeks, what has sunk away into concealedness, specifically in such a fashion that the sinking away, the concealing, remains concealed to the very one who has forgotten. More precisely and more in the Greek vein, the forgetter is concealed to himself in his relation to what is happening here, to that which we then call on account of happening, the forgotten. The forgetter not only forgets the forgotten, but along with that he forgets himself as the one for whom the forgotten has disappeared. A concealment takes place here that at once befalls the forgotten and the forgetter, without, however, obliterating them. This concealment displays a special radiation. For the event of such concealment we have only the word oblivion, which actually names that into which the forgotten sinks as the occurrence excluding man from the forgotten. In general we conceive forgetting in terms of the behavior of a subject, as a not retaining, and we then speak of forgetfulness as that by which something escapes us, when, because of one thing, we forget another. Here forgetfulness is poor attention. In addition, there is the forgetting explained as a consequence of memory disturbances. Psychopathology calls this amnesia. But the word forgetfulness is too weak to name the forgetting that can befall man, for forgetfulness is only the inclination toward distraction. If it happens that we forget what is essential and do not pay heed to it, lose it, and strike it from our minds, then we may no longer speak of forgetfulness but of oblivion. The latter is a realm something may arrive at and come to and fall into, but oblivion also befalls us and we ourselves permit it in a certain way. A more appropriate name for the event of oblivion is the obsolete word obliviation verges sung, something falls into oblivion. We are always in such a hurry that we can scarcely pause a moment to inquire into oblivion. Is oblivion, into which something falls and sinks, only a consequence of the fact that a number of people no longer think of this something? Or is the latter, that people no longer think of something, already for its part only a consequence of the fact that people themselves are thrust into an oblivion and can therefore no longer know either what they possess or what they have lost? What then is oblivion? It is not just a human product and it is not simply human negligence. If we now think of oblivion as the concealedness belonging to a characteristic concealment, then we first approach what the Greeks name with the word arjq. In Hesiod's Theogony, v. 226f, we read: Avrap ep mvyqnhxe pivi ovo veildo evwarivteaijloiuza ura haxp 6 evra. But the goddess, Stunfe, the Dark One, gave birth to trouble, the one who bnngs sorrow, as well as oblivion and absence and Suffin, the tearful. Rjq, Lethe is the daughter of Eris. She is mentioned together with Aj6c, mistakenly translated as hunger. Of course forgetting is painful just as hunger is painful and agonizing. But the effects of forgetting and of hunger on the state of the body and soul, i.e., in modern terms, the physiological and psychological, or, in short, the biological, aspects of forgetting and hunger do not interest the Greeks. Therefore something else is meant when Rjq and Aj6c are mentioned together. It is not their effects on man but their own essence that sustains their identity. Arjak, oblivion, is a concealment that withdraws what is essential and alienates man from himself, i.e., from the possibility of dwelling within his own essence. Aj6c does not mean hunger in the sense of the desire for food. The word is connected to asan, to leave, to let disappear, and means absence of nourishment. Aj6c does not mean the non-satisfaction of human desires and needs, but it refers to the occurrence of the absence of a donation and distribution. Such absence is essentially characterized by falling away, as is concealment. Let us reflect on this: something falls and thereby falls away. This falling away is a kind of being away and being absent. What falls away no longer returns to what is present, and yet this away turns, in its turning away, against what is present, and specifically in the uncanny fashion that it takes no notice of it. Here we catch sight of the hidden essence of the oppositional and the conflictual, which explains why Rjath and Lzp6c are said to be descended from Eris, the goddess Strife. If hardship and suffering are mentioned here as descendants of strife, then precisely this origin in strife should teach us to avoid the modern me interpretation and not attempt to understand pain and suffering psychologically as kinds of lived experiences. Our usual interpretation of them in terms of lived experience is the main reason Greek tragedy is still entirely sealed off to us. Aeschylus, Sophocles on the one side, and Shakespeare on the other, are incomparable worlds. German humanism has mixed them up and has made the Greek world completely inaccessible. Goethe is disastrous. In Hesiod's Theogony only this is said about Rjq, that it, together with Lzp6c, was born to Eris. Epsic, herself is the daughter of envy, which is called Oa or J, an eponym in Homer and Hesiod often belonging to Matsia. We translate Oa or J as ruinous. This again is correct, and yet it is quite un-Greek, for we do not see why the night is supposed to be ruinous. To ruin is to destroy, to annihilate, i.e., to deprive of being, i.e., for the Greeks, to take away presence. The night is Oa or J because it lets all that is present disappear into concealment. In what respect Movpa is called Oa or will be clarified when we consider Parmenides' expression, mo, I is axra, evil fate. What Hesiod says of Rjoj is sufficient for the Greeks to grasp the essence. However, for us moderns it is too little and does not enable us to see clearly the essence of Rj1g and to recognize its Essential relation to arjtza. Indeed we often encounter arjo-ij. Especially in the poets, although they do not mention it in the decisive way the thinkers speak of arjotza. Perhaps it rather corresponds to the essence of artjq to be passed over in silence. We reflect too rarely on the fact that the same Greeks to whom the word and speech were bestowed primordially could, for that very reason, keep silent in a unique way as well. For to keep silent is not merely to say nothing. Without something essential to say, one cannot keep silent. Only within essential speech, and by means of it alone, can there prevail essential silence, having nothing in common with secrecy, concealment, or mental reservations. The Greek thinkers and poets largely keep silent over arjok. But perhaps it is not an accident that at the time of the completion of the Greek world the essence of arjo-ij was once more explicitly remembered in a significant context. Before we consider it in detail, let us take up a verse from Pindar's 7th Olympicode, for it can clarify the Greek essence of rjlh in one important we must renounce listening to the poetic splendor of this ode as a whole or even only of the part immediately concerning b. In Pindar, Olympicode 7, 48f, 43ff, and in Sophocles, Oedipus et Colonus, 1267. Upnrj, resoluteness, as the disclosedness of man, determined on the basis of arjtza and ioc. The poet I telling the Pyhjok, of the colonitation of the celebrated island of Rhodes. The colonist, came without a source of gleaming fire and therefore had to set up a acred place and have sacrifices without fire on the high point of the city Lindos, i.e., on Ihxpsix uoajk. It wa yearly not on account of arbitrary negligence that the colonists came without fire. Something must have occurred that was not due simply to them themselves. JMTA. It is with a reference to this latter that the myth of the foundation of the city I introduced, AA0, 43ff. ATHRMT up the flourishing of the ins and the joyed passing man to think ahead, but sometime there come over it the inal cloud of concealment. Will withhold from axiom the straightforward way and place them outside what thoughtfully disc jo ed. These words provide a very beautiful poetic elucidation of the essence of rjtjrr. Here aija stands in opposition to iuk. We translate by a. But that word is not meant to denote a subjective feeling or a lived experience of the human subject. /iuk, come over man a what is determining, i.e. depoting. As is clear on the basis of the opposition to lchja, concealment. Determines c jana. The unconcealed in its unconcealedness in which the holy, ins of man tends together with all human loculty /iuk. A fundamental word of Pindar poetry and consequently a fundamental word. They set up a outgrove on the acropoly / with furl leo orifice tr. Of the Greeks themselves. Never means. Even if we understand as a disposition, mere bashfulness, anxiousness, or fearfulness, the easiest way to touch the essence of osque meant here is on the basis of its counter ins. Abhorrence abshu. Disposes toward thinking in advance what disposes the essence of man out of beings as a whole. Azhwc, thought in the Greek manner is not a feeling man possesses but the disposition. As the dispming, which determines his essence, i.e., determines the relation of being to man. Therefore azo, jc, as the high, t lie in c, angel proximity to the highest God. Lvc. Thus Sophocles say, Oedip kernel 126-7. But A1hc.j, together with zcm hold the throne of ins. Rod above all other, being man produce and up. Being itself some tame namely the over the to be. In this way being at the very beginning is protective of its own ins. Azou. C refers to this which thrmt, omithing upon man. If 3a /11 apcut. /pnrj is jmtae angel a Greek word a is azoc. and the word ap1u.l, r/h even more untranslatable virtue has too much of a morally take ring. Oyotability, if thought in relation to ability and performance, found all the more modern and would lead us astray. Apt uj means the emergence and opening up and insertion of man's fundamental essence in being. Upnrji related to Pindar's word for the e-ins of man as it emerges into unconcealed ni s apt, uj and ap1rj, u are of the umi stem a, the Latin rs which became the Roman word for 7//t, and which we translate by art. On the basis of the immersion, emergence, and openness of man es ins in upnr. He is realiat, open, disclosing, and dosed toward being. In such l. Re-aliatine. Man is in the literal Semiticide with regard to the being of being. That be. Disizuran means to be without a size zion from being. Apt.la, understood by the Greeks. Resolutan s. Man's disclosedness a omithing e. The e-sense of t resolutan, iba ed on the act of will of man positing himself willfully on himself and only on himself the resolutan, of the modern rena, sans man derive, from the will to will. Here belong, ipt uja thought in the Roman way equals virtus, in Italian virtu whence the word virtu mighty. Aliatine. In the modern sense the fixed ordination of the will upon a health and belong equally within the essence of the will to will. The pre-ent form of which is exhibited by the will to power. Aliatine in the modern sense is metaphysically not grounded on arjtza but on the self-assurance of man as subject. I.e. on subjectivity. Resoluteness, as conceived in the modern way, is the willing of what is willed in its own will, this will drives it to willing. Being driven is in Latin fanatis. The distinguishing characteristic of modern resoluteness is the fanatical, as understood by the Greeks. However, resoluteness, the self-disclosing opening up toward being, has another origin of essence, namely a different experience of being one based on IOC. Thrusts to man, and bestows on him, apna. As the essence of being conveys to man the disclosure of beings. But opposed to IOC, there holds sway aatja. The concealment we call oblivion. Recapitulation. The three titles of the essential history of the Occident. Reference to being and time. Essential thinking. Reference to Hold Erlin and Pindar. The beginning of the essential relation of being to man in word and legendary word. The Greek essence of man. Reference to Hesiod. Beyond the modes of dissemblance and distortion, there prevails a concealment appearing in the essence of death. Of the night and everything nocturnal and of the earth and everything subterranean and supraterranean. Such concealment pervades beings as a whole, from first to last. Yet it bears in itself a mode of possible disclosure and unconcealedness of beings as such, one that in advance penetrates everything. But wherever, as well as however, beings let themselves emerge for the Greeks into unconcealedness, their being is put into words in an eminent way. In view of the primordial all-pervasive occurrence of concealment and disclosure, the word is no less original in essence than disclosure and concealment. The proper essence of the word is that it lets beings appear in their being and preserves what appears, i.e., the unconcealed, as such. Being manifests itself primordially in the word. If we attempt to discover, from this primordial essential relation of being and word, the hidden essential history of the Occident, then we can name the simple events of this history with three titles. The use of such titles is of course always precarious if one does not go beyond the mere titles. The beginning of the essential history of the Occident can be expressed by the title being and word. The end indicates an essential relation which being itself, and not man, who can only. 5. Concealment and Forgetting I 13-1 1477. Reflect on it subsequently, let's emerge in order to bring its ins to truth therein. With Plato and Tuttle, who speak the beginning of metaphysics, the word becomes \6 yak, in the sense of assertion. In the course of the unfolding of metaphysics, this H transformed into ratio, arion, and spirit. Weaker metaphysics, the history of the essence of the truth of beings as uke and a whole, the history expri, ed in thinking from Plato to Nietzsche, comes under the title being and ratio. That iy, in the age of metaphysics and only in it, the irrational o appear and, in ih wake, lived experience. As regard, the title being and time, time means here neither the calculated time of the clock, nor lived time in the sense of Bergson and others. The name time in this title, according to its clearly expressed affiliation with being, is the given name of a more original es, ins of a.h, jna, and designates the essential ground of ratio and of all thinking and saying. In being and time, no matter how strange it must sound, time is the given name of the primordial ground of the word being and word, the beginning of the thereby experienced more primordially. The treatise Being and Time only points to this event in which being it, toes on Western man a more primordial experience. This more original beginning can only occur the first beginning to a historical people of thinkers and poets in the West. These statements have nothing in common with the swaggering me. To find new thing and to search for them is a matter of research and technology. Essential thinking must always say only the same, the old, the oldest, the beginning, and must the mot German poet became he poetizes inspired by the Western history of being itself, and who I. 1. 0 Holy heart of the people, 0 fatherland patiently accepting everything like the silent mother earth and altogether unappreciated, even if already the others obtain from your depth what ibt in them they harve the thoughts and the spirit from you, they love to pick the grapes, and yet they blame you, unshaped wine talk one that you err around on the oil wildly and wavering. For the Greek the word a. Therefore the destiny, to have the word, /oiophi /tzv, is the essential characteristic of the humanity that became hieratically a, Greek humanity. Because legend, as the di closing word, harbors the primordial relation of being to man, and thereby beings, more than every other being that man in some way creates and sets up. The Perjapa. The dictum that speaks and is. In particular, the ordinary and mot accessible picture of ancient Greece would prevent us from duly reflecting on the all-mountaining relation between being and word. For we are told that the works of architecture and sculpture of the Greeks, their temples and ion of Greek lived experience than their thought and poetry. Accordingly, the emphasis we placed on the relation between being and word, if not exactly faie, would in any cae be one-sided. Our meditation on the ins of a /rjrjna will return to objection at the appropriate place only where a humanity instead with the ins. To have the word, point 16 rmi /rn. Only there it remain a Only where ta became their I still a more original mode of concealment to be did. 5 Concealment and forgetting 116 to 117-79. Tinguished from all that. The Greeks named it with a word which, in distinction to rpt vuk, and anans and mpaatzv, immediately seizes upon the relation to the original stem, concealment as rjjq. But now since knowledge of the essence of arjjtza is co-determined by a knowledge of the essence of rjjq, and since we who live so much later are wont to interpret rjjq understood as forgetting, in the sense of the lived experience and comportment of a subject, therefore it is necessary to recognize clearly in advance the essential connections prevalent in the relation between rjjq and arjjtza. Granted, the Greek thinkers did not speak of these essential relations as we now are forced to express them. Precisely because the Greek essence of man is fulfilled in the to have the word, Greek man could also have and retain the word in that preeminent way we call silence. The Greeks are often silent, especially about what is essential to them. And when they do express the essential, it is in a way that even then does not break the silence. Here we are referring to the ground of the preeminence of the tragic word in their tragedies. This is the tragic word's essential ambiguity, not created by the poets for its dramatic effect but spoken to them out of the essence of being. Why should not the Greeks, who have the word in such a way, keep silent and comport themselves in a concealing way precisely where they experience the original concealment itself? RJQ. But how could they keep silent about it without sometimes speaking of it? Hesiod mentions RJQ together with Age 6c. i.e., together with the absence of nourishment. Both originate in the concealing night as the provenance of their essence. Pindar names the veiling essence of RJQ in another respect and directs our regard to its hidden essence. C. Il Papa, action. The word as the realm of the essence of the human hand. Handwriting and typewriting. Op J6c, and rectum. Essential action and the way toward the unconcealed. Oblivion as concealment. Man's being away from unconcealedness, and the word of the signless cloud. Darkening. The withdrawal of RJQ. Reference to Pindar and Hesiod. Pindar speaks of Aatjac, a 1 Ix Pappus 60c. i.e., the signless cloud of concealment. Thereby he indicates unequivocally the veiling essence of what we call oblivion. The cloud, passing or standing in front of the sun, conceals the brightness of the sky, hides the light, and withdraws clarity. It brings darkening and gloom over things as well as over man, i.e., over the relation of both to one another, over that in which this relation dwells. As a consequence of the darkening, the things themselves, the aspect they present, and the regard of men viewing that aspect, in short, things and men no longer stay and move in the originally arisen light. If the veiling cloud of oblivion tm lob comes over things and man, then napi ax z npape, hwvdp, avoviw cent ptvwv it draws actions apart from the straightforward way, into what is outside the thoughtfully disclosed. Here we encounter the word npapa, customarily translated as thing or fact, matter, issue. Lpan means to pass through, pervade, travel back a path through what is not removed, and on this way arnv at something and thereupon set it up as present, ipi, ipiof belong in the same sphere of meaning. Lpapa means originally, and still in Pindar, this setting up itself as well as what is set up. More precisely, npapa means the original unity of both in their relation, the still unseparated and essentially inseparable unity of the setting up in the arrival at something and of what is reached in the arrival and is then present as unconcealed. Il Papa is here not yet distinguished and set apart and separated as thing and fact from npazc, as presumed activity. Il Papa is not yet narrowed down to the concept of thing, the matter at hand to be dealt with, to be acted upon. Nevertheless we have translated npepa precisely by action hand lung. Although action is not the literal translation of npapa, yet, correctly understood, action does touch the originally essential essence of npapa. Things act handeln, insofar as the things present and at hand dwell within the reach of the hand. The hand reaches out for them and reaches them, npantzi, the reaching arrival at something, rpapa, is essentially related to the hand. Man himself acts handel through the hand, for the hand is, together with the word, the essential distinction of man. Only a being which, like man, has the word, pv, oc, a6 yak, can, and must have the hand. Through the hand occur both prayer and murder, greeting and thanks, oath and signal, and also the work of the hand work, and the tool. The handshake seals the covenant. The hand brings about the work of destruction. The hand exists as hand only where there is disclosure and concealment. No animal has a hand, and a hand never originates from a paw or a claw or talon. Even the hand of one in desperation, it least of all, is never a talon, with which a person clutches wildly. The hand sprang forth only out of the word and together with the word. Man does not have hands, but the hand holds the essence of man, because the word as the essential realm of the hand is the ground of the essence of man. The word as what is inscribed and what appears to the regard is the written word, i.e., script. And the word as script is handwriting. It is not accidental that modern man writes with the typewriter and dictates dictiert, the same word as poetized dikten, into a machine. This history of the kinds of writing is one of the main reasons for the increasing destruction of the word. The latter no longer comes and goes by means of the writing hand, the properly acting hand, but by means of the mechanical forces it releases. The typewriter tears writing from the essential realm of the hand, i.e., the realm of the word. The word itself turns into something typed. Where typewriting, on the contrary, is only a transcription and serves to preserve the writing, or turns into PNNT something already unten. There it has a proper, though limited, significance. In the time of the first dominance of the typewriter, a letter written on this machine still stood for a breach of good manners. Today a handwritten letter is an antiquated and undesired thing, it disturbs speed reading. Mechanical writing dips the hand of its rank in the realm of the unten word and degrades the word to a means of communication. In addition, mechanical writing provides this advantage, that it conceals the handwriting and thereby the character. The typewriter makes everyone look the same. We understand action, and paper, as the unitary essential realm of the things at hand and of the manipulating acting man. To action thus understood there belongs by essential necessity RJ6 the way, as the circumspective course going to and fro between what is at hand and the manipulating acting man. The way, TJ6C, is called DP, A. The Greek DP, means straight ahead, on and along the way, namely the way of the view and prospect toward the unconcealed. The basic meaning of DPJDC, is different from the Roman rectum, that which is directed toward what is above because it directs from above and commands and rules from above. The Roman rectitudo has also misconstrued the Greek CP, J, Nij, which belongs to, Powajk, whose essence is onginally attached to Ci.Lrj, Tza. The disclosive assimilation to the unconcealed within unconcealedness is a going along. Namely along the way leading straight ahead. DP, WC, to the unconcealed. Pafumk, is op06 uzak. Op06c. Thought in the Greek manner. Has, primordially, nothing in common with the Roman rectum or with our right. To the essential realm of Rpapa. I.e., to action essentially understood, belongs the way going straight ahead toward the unconcealed. Insofar a gloom, the way providing the view lacks that clarity which would lead it straight away toward the unconcealed. Therefore the cloud, within action, leads the way astray, naps beside off, leads outside of what the thinking ahead, the reflecting, and the commemorating provide when they are guided by awe. Transposed into concealment, as such a darkening. Man stands in a certain way outside of what is unconcealed. The word cloud suggests an experience, and not a mere lived experience, of the essence of oblivion. But no less essential is the poetic characterization of the concealing cloud. It is called mspapu. The cloud is signless, that means it does not show itself at all. This concealment as darkening keeps itself in hiddenness. All darkening always leaves behind a brightness, which, taken for itself, can appear as the only brightness. In the fact that the cloud of forgetting concealment conceals itself as such, the uncanny character of forgetting comes to the fore. Forgetting itself occurs already in an oblivion. If we forget something, we are no longer with it. But instead we are already away, drawn aside. If, in forgetting, we were still with the thing, then we could always retain what is forgotten, and then forgetting would never occur at all. The forgetting must already have pushed us out of our own essential realm, so that we can no longer dwell with that which is to fall into oblivion. The essence of the veiling concealment of oblivion is first touched by the significant word adkspapu. Signless, in the sense of not showing itself, hiding itself. Nevertheless, we have not yet exhausted the essence of the signless as experienced by the Greeks and consequently the essence of oblivion as concealment. Tixpup is the sign. That which shows. That which, while it shows itself, at the same time shows the condition of some being which human comportment reaches and has to reach. Our word trademark Wahrzeichen, literally, true sign would be an appropriate translation. Provided we think the true in the Greek sense. What shows itself? The unconcealed. The indicator. Can subsequently also mean goal. But the essence of the goal for the Greeks is the limitation and demarcation of the direction and range of comportment. Thought in the modern way. A goal is only the provision of an intermediate stage within the limitlessness of the ever-increasing successes and concerns. The limit, nipak as thought by the Greeks, is however not that at which something stops but that in which something originates precisely by originating therein as being formed in this or that way, i.e. allowed to rest in a form and as such to come into presence. Where demarcation is lacking, nothing can come to presence as that which it is. Adxpapus 6 oc. The signless cloud. I.e. The cloud that also withholds its own presence. Is an absent concealment that does not show itself. We can now surmise something of the essence of oblivion. It might therefore be appropriate to accentuate once more the principal moments we have uncovered. Forgetting, as a kind of concealing, is an event that comes over beings and over man in his relation to them. Oblivion occurs within the realm of the essence of action. Forgetting is not a subjective lived experience, not a subjective state in the sense of a lapse of memory, etc. The concealment here does not touch only what is past but also what is present and, above all, what, in thinking ahead, is approaching man and what befits his comportment by providing an assigned direction. The way of man, if awe determines it and brings it the unconcealed, has such a direction. The way is then a directed up, a 006c. Only if the way can proceed into the unconcealed can it go on directly to the unconcealed and be the directed way. Only if it is in this manner the directed way is it the nght way. What is right has the possibility of its essence and the ground of its essence in the disclosing of unconcealedness. Since, for the Greeks, the 6p, 6c, straight, along holds sway and is present only in what is unconcealed and in what goes toward the unconcealed. Hence only there is an assignment possible and a setting up and a supplementing in the sense of a determining direction without any concealing and dissembling without an occurrence of avof. Thus in the same place Hesiod calls Nereus arpvoias aaq, ia not distorting and not hiding, he also says of him ovoi, ejllotewval, nas he does not stand in concealedness with regard to the supplementing directions. We will have to discuss, ipsumt, and, ipsic, when we return to the word of Parmenides. Nothing, however, can be said at all about, ipsic, without a preceding meditation on the essence of, isk. Positing, as the Greeks think it. Forgetting, as experienced by the Greeks, is neither a subjective state, nor is it only related to the past and the recollection of it, and neither is it simply a matter of thinking in the sense of representation. Concealment places the entire essence of man in hiddenness and tears him in this way from the unconcealed. Man is away from it. He is no longer with it. He neglects and forsakes what is assigned to him. Concealment comes over man and draws him away from the end paper of op, AV006v. Forgetting is no longer being there with it and by no means only a no longer remembering as the lack of a representation. We are tempted to say the Greeks conceived forgetting not only in relation to cognitive comportment but also with regard to the practical. But when we speak this way then we already think in a non-Greek way. For concealment concerns at the very outset man's entire being with beings. Only because this is so does forgetting concern at once an equiprimordially theoretical and practical comportment. On the basis of this elucidation of the essence of oblivion as concealedness, and in view of what is to follow, we can summarize in a kind of definition the meditation we have completed. A.I.Q. Oblivion is the concealment that lets the past, the present, and the future fall into the path of a self-absenting absence. And with that it sets man himself away into concealedness in relation to this withdrawal precisely in such a manner that this concealment for its part does not, on the whole, appear. Aioi conceals while it withdraws. It withdraws while withholding itself. It lets the unconcealed and its disclosure lapse into the way of a veiled absence. Recapitulation. 2. The correlation between being, word, gathering, hand, and writing. The eruption of the typewriter into the realm of the word and of handwriting. The consequence of technology within the transformed relation of being to man. Bolshevism, the prearranged completely technically organized world. The thinking and poetry of the Greeks as regards Arjtjtza and Rjtjq. Rjtjq is concealment. And precisely the one that especially comes over things and man. Over the reciprocal relation between them. And that draws everything in a certain, towed unconcealedness in such a manner that the very concealment thereby withdraws it ilf. The potash. Of course. It is important to really 7 crpeepamean.clf nor activity for it elf, npaeu. Tarbeepmai, here rather the word for the one originally inseparable totality of the relation between thing dash, and man. We translate rpeepa as action land lung. This word, however, do not mean human activity, actio, but the unitary way that at any time thing are on hand and at hand. I.e. arc related to the hand. And that man. In hyposited in relation to the thing dash, from t dash, it h clear how the hand in it a hand only where beings as such appear in unconcealedness. The hand cntrmt to the word the relation of being to man and thereby the relation of man to being dash. The hand act. The word indicated by the hand and appearing in uke marking is writing. We dash, till call the theory of the structure of language grammar. Writing. From its originating essence. Is handwriting. We call the disclosive taking up and perceiving of the written word reading or lection lesen. I.e. Col lection. Gathering dash, gleaning aren lesen, in Greek ayat zva, yak, and this latter. Among the primordial thinkers. Is the name for being itself. Being. Word. Gathering, writing denote an original essential nexus. To which the indicating writing hand belongs. In handwriting the relation of being to man. Namely the word. Is inscribed in beings themselves. The origin and the way of dealing with writing is already in itself a decision about the relation of being and of the word to man and consequently a decision about the comportment of man to beings and about the way both man and thing stand in unconcealedness or are withdrawn from it. Therefore when writing was withdrawn from the origin of its essence, i.e. from the hand, and was transferred to the machine, a transformation occurred in the relation of being to man. It is of little importance for this transformation how many people actually use the typewriter and whether there are, or who shun it. It is no accident that the invention of the printing press coincides with the inception of the modern period. The word, ins become type. And the writing stroke disappears. The type is set. The set becomes pressed. This mechanism of setting and pressing and printing is the preliminary form of the typewriter. In the typewriter we find the eruption of the mechanism in the realm of the word. The typewriter leads again to the typesetting machine. The press becomes the rotary press. In rotation, the triumph of the machine comes to the fore. Indeed, at first, book printing and then machine type offer advantage and conveniences. And these then unwittingly steer preferences and needs to this kind of written communication. The typewriter veils the es, in savunting and of the script. It withdraws from man the essential rank of the hand. Without man's experiencing this withdrawal appropriately and recognizing that it has transformed the relation of being to his ins. The typewriter is a signless cloud. I.e. a withdrawing concealment in the midst of its very obtrusive any dash, s, and through it the relation of being to man is transformed. I have not been presenting a disquisition on the typewriter itself, regarding which it could justifiably be asked what in the world that has to do with Parmenide. My theme was the modern relation, transformed by the typewriter, of the hand to writing, I.e. to the word, I.e. to the unconcealed s of being. A meditation on unconcealedness and on being does not merely have omathing to do with the didactic poem of Parmenides. It has everything to do with it. In the typewriter, the machine appears, i.e. technology appears, in an almost quotidian and hence unnoticed and hence signless relation to writing, i.e. to the word, i.e. to the distinguishing essence of man. A more penetrating consideration would have to recognize here that the typewriter is not really a machine in the STNCT sense of machine technology, but is an intermediate thing, between a tool and a machine. A mechanism. Its production, however, is conditioned by machine technology. This machine, operated in the closest vicinity to the word, is in use, it imposes its own use. Even if we do not actually operate this machine, it demands that we regard it if only to renounce and avoid it. This situation is constantly repeated everywhere, in all relations of modern man to technology. Technology is entrenched in our history. He who has ears to hear, i.e. to grasp the metaphysical foundations and abysses of history and to take them seriously as metaphysical, could already hear 2 decades ago the word of Lem, Bolshevism is Soviet power plus electrification. That means, Bolshevism is the organic, i.e. organized, calculating, and as plus, conclusion of the unconditional power of the party along with complete technization. The bourgeois world has not seen and in part still does not want to see today that in Leninism, as Stalin calls this metaphysics, a metaphysical projection has been performed, on the basis of which in a certain way the metaphysical passion of today's Russians for technology first becomes intelligible, and out of which the technical world is brought into power that the Russians, e.g., are always building more tractor factories is not primarily what is decisive, but, rather, it is this, that the complete technical organization of the world is already the metaphysical foundation for all plans and operations, and that this foundation is experienced unconditionally and radically and is brought into working completeness. Insight into the metaphysical essence of technology is for us historically necessary if the essence of Western historical man is to be saved. But technology understood as modern, i.e. as the technology of power machines, is itself already a consequence and not the foundation of a transformation of the relation of being to man. Modern mechanical technology is the metaphysical instrumentanum of such a transformation, referring back to a hidden essence of technology that encompasses what the Greeks already called rxij. Perhaps the transformed relation of being to man, appearing in technology, is of such a kind that being has withdrawn itself from man and modern man has been plunged into an eminent oblivion of being. Consequently man can now no longer, or in the first place cannot yet, ponder the question raised in being and time as it is raised there. Perhaps the much discussed question of whether technology makes man its slave or whether man will be able to be the master of technology, is already a superficial question, because no one remembers to ask what kind of man is alone capable of carrying out the mastery of technology. The philosophies of technology pretend as if technology and man were two masses and things simply on hand, as if the way being itself appears and withdraws had not already decided about man and technology, i.e. about the relation between beings and man, and hence about the hand and the word and the unfolding of their essence. The question of AITJQ interrogates this relation of being to man, and therefore our elucidation of the essence of NPAPA, the action of the hand, had to refer to the typewriter. Assuming a thoughtful meditation is a thinking that thinks of our history, the essence of truth, in which the future comes toward us, people are generally inclined to consider philosophy an abstract affair, If now, apparently all of a sudden and arbitrarily, we speak of the typewriter, that is taken to be a digression. A view attesting to the fact that people are precisely not truly disposed to ponder the concrete they celebrate so much, i.e., to come within the proximity of the essence of things and to remove the concealment thrust upon things by mere use and consumption. Heidgger and the typewriter. This is indeed not a digression for anyone not submerged in the oblivion of being. According to Pindar, IOC, by which being itself cares for its essence, and through which essence it dispenses Heidgza to beings and to man, has ACWA for its counter-essence. The poetical words of Pindar about Heidgza attest to the fact that for the Greeks the mutual counter-essence of Heidgza and Heidgza was experienced originally. We might therefore expect that this essential correlation between Heidgza and Heidgza would also, in a correspondingly original way, be thought through by the Greeks and posed in thinking. This expectation is not fulfilled. The Greeks never did explicitly think through Heidgza and Heidgza with regard to their essence and the ground of their essence. Since already I.e. prior to all thinking and poetizing, these pervade the to be thought as its essence. The Greeks think and poetize and deal within the essence of Heidgza and of Heidgza. But they do not think and poetize about this essence and they do not deal with it. For the Greeks it suffices to be claimed by Aiotza itself and to be encompassed by it. It is a sign of the necessity ruling its essence that Greek humanity, at its inception, does not need to think about the essence of Aiotza, and of Aijoij. And when, at the time of the close of the Greek world, in a certain sense a thinking about Aiotza is inaugurated, then this inauguration is precisely a sign of that imminent closing. But the history of the modern world and its generations is much different. When Aiotza and Aiij are explicitly mentioned in the thoughtful speech of the Greeks, there it has the character of primordial legend and is pvtjok. 6. The Greeks' final word concerning the hidden counter-essence of Arjtjtza. Artjq, 1. The concluding myth of Plato's Politeia. The myth of the essence of the polis. Elucidation of the essence of the demonic. The essence of the Greek gods in the light of Artjtza. The view of the uncanny. A. The N6a. The pole of the presence of beings as determined out of Arjtjna. Reference to Sophocles. The reverberation of the conflictual essence of Arjtjza in the counter-essence to N6ajk, Anoajk. Reference to Burckhardt. The mythical presentation in Hesiod's Theogony shows the provenance of the essence of Arok out of FP11, strife, and verses, night. And Pindar, Enchel relation. The signals, nebulosity of \RJ, JQ refers to its concealment, which itself hides itself and thereby withdraws. This complexity of veiling and letting disappear manifests unequivocally enough the provenance of the essence of Rjtjij. This provenance is nocturnal. The night vabe. But the night does not necessarily conceal by drawing everything into the blackness of mere darkness. Rather, the essence of it, veiling commiates in this, that it relegates things and people and both in their relation to one another to the abode of a concealment. Oblivion. 2. In its nocturnal essence, does not befall man an individual creature so as to effectuate changes in his mode of representation, in consequence of which a person can no longer perceive certain objects. Above all, oblivion tears things and man away from unconcealedness. We might expect that where oblivion is experienced in this way as withdrawing concealment, the relation between .lr1g and ci\rona would not only be mentioned immediately but would be thought explicitly and assigned to meditation prior to everything e. This expectation, which is preci, it be almo t as if what was always already nearby and experienced I explicitly put into words only in the age of the completion of Greek humanity. a completion that is not a high peak but instead a high pass of transmission to the end. The Greek world comes to completion in the thinking of Plato. And Aristotle's thinking knows and says this completion in the most extreme possible manner. As Therefore, that in arg 1 hj as the counter-essence to arg jtza the primordial oppo dash, I to truth holds sway, and assuming further that something of the e dash, sense of being show dash, it, sense, can only be a word core dash, ponding to the character of this primordial utterance. And that is j o. In the historical time of the completion of Greek thinking, i.e., in Plato, thoughtful utterance take dash, the form of dialogue. It is as if, before the end of Greek thinking, very thinking, by its own character, once more wanted to speak about itself and attest to the essential rank the word enjoys where man stands in an immediate relation to ci/rj, jeza. In Plato's dialogue Phaedrus, in the discussion of the beautiful, the concluding part, we in addition that Plato recognized very clearly the priority of the immediately spoken word over the merely written one. But where would Plato's dialogues be if they never had been written down themselves? Plato's most expansive dialogue in terms of content and range deals with the mo. The Romans say residential publica, i.e., residential populi, i.e., that which concerns the organiled ne dash, tably, head people, what is most their business. Ordinarily we call this Platonic dialogue about the mo, Plato's Republic. But the difference between the modern Republic, the Roman residential publica and the Greek m.lu, is as essential as that between the modern ints of truth, the Roman rectitudo, and the Greek a/rj1 jana. Actually THB relation already holds on account of the fact that the e-lu is grounded in the essence of arg1 jana. A simple reflection, even if our focus elsewhere, must still lead m to dash, aspect t connection between arg1 jatsa and az. That is, if a/zj, jana as unconcealed me. What I dash, the m.lu. The word itself puts us on the right course. Provided we bring to it the all-illuminating Greek experience of the es. The pole, as t, being dash, appear in their being and show the totality of their condition. The pole do dash, not produce and do not create being in their being, but as pole it I dash, the abode of the sealedness of beings as a whole. The n6o, is the essence of the place ort. Or, as we say, it is the settlement Ortschaft of the historical dwelling of Greek humanity. Because the n6age lets the totality of beings come in this or that way into the unconcealedness of its condition. The n6age is therefore essentially related to the being of beings. Between n6age and being there is a primordial relation. This word n6age is, in its root, identical with the ancient Greek word for to be, nf@zv, to emerge. To rise up into the unconcealed, cf. Sophocles. Antigone. Noma ran ziva. Nf@z. The n6age is neither city nor state and definitely not the fatal mixture of these two inappropriate characterizations. Hence the n6age is not the notorious city-state but is, rather, the settling of the place of the history of Greek humanity, neither city nor state but indeed the abode of the essence of this humanity. This essential abode gathers originally the unity of everything which, as the unconcealed, comes to man and is dispensed to him as that to which he is assigned in his being. The n6age is the abode, gathered into itself, of the unconcealedness of beings. If now, however, as the word indicates, arjtza possesses a conflictual essence, which appears also in the oppositional forms of distortion and oblivion, then in the n6age, as the essential abode of man there has to hold sway all the most extreme counter-essences, and therein all excesses, to the unconcealed and to beings. I.e. counter-beings in the multiplicity of their counter-essence. Here lies concealed the primordial ground of that feature Jacob Burckhardt presented for the first time in its full bearing and manifoldness, the fullness, the horribleness, the atrociousness of the Greek N6 age. Such is the rise and the fall of man in his historical abode of essence verprojg, Sierojg, far exceeding abodes. Homeless. As Sophocles, Antigone, calls man. It is not by chance that man is spoken of in this way in Greek tragedy. For the possibility, and the necessity, of tragedy itself has its single source in the conflictual essence of aartjtza. There is only Greek tragedy and no other besides it. Only the essence of being as experienced by the Greeks has this primordial character that the tragic becomes a necessity there. In the introduction to his lectures on the history of Greek culture, Jacob Burckhardt knowingly inserts a thesis he heard as a student from his teacher in classical philology at Berlin. Bach, and it runs as follows: the Hellenes were more unhappy than most people think. Burckhardt's presentation of the Greeks, which he often repeated in his lectures at Basel from I-872 on, was constructed entirely on this insight. Or, rather, surmise. Nietzsche had in his possession an auditor's transcript of these lectures, and he cherished the manuscript as his most precious treasure. Thus, Jacob Burckhardt himself contributed to the fact that Nietzsche still thought the essence of the Greek world and of its N60, in a Roman way. For Burckhardt considered the Greeks with a view toward the history of Greek culture, by which he means the history of the Greek spirit. Introduction p3. The concepts of spirit and culture, no matter how they are defined, are representations belonging to modern thought. Burckhardt gave these representations a special stamp on the basis of his discovery of the Italian Renaissance. In this way, essentially Roman, Romanic, and modern concepts flow into Burckhardt's historical thinking. Burckhardt thinks the totality of history according to three forces: state, religion, culture. The state is, in the modern view, a power. Burckhardt agrees with the thesis of F.C.H.R. Schlosser, that power is in itself evil. This thesis has often been repeated in several variations. Power is called demonic, but no reflection is given to the essence of power. Nor is it said what demonic is supposed to mean here. The characterization of power as evil and demonic is a metaphysical judgment on something undetermined in its metaphysical essence. But a discussion in these terms does not even reach the perimeter of the essence of the N6 age. The essence of power is foreign to the N6 age, with the consequence that the characterization of power as evil finds no ground there. The essence of power, as meant in modern thinking about the state, is founded in the metaphysical presupposition that the essence of truth has been transformed into certitude, i.e., into the self-certitude of the human being in his self-positing, and that this latter is based on the subjectivity of consciousness. No modern concept of the political will ever permit anyone to grasp the essence of the N6 age. b. Preparation for a detour over the path of a commentary on Plato's dialogue on Artjq and the N6 age. Order, LLXQ. The mortal course of the sojourn in the polis and the presence of beings after death. Christian Platonism. Reference to Hegel. Perhaps. However, Arjtza itself casts an appropriately clarifying light on the essence of the N6 age, enabling us to see why disorder and even disaster abound in the N6 age, as the essential abode of historical man. These belong to the N6 age, because every unconcealment of being stands in conflict with concealment and accordingly also with dissemblance and distortion. Now, if the essence of unconcealedness and of concealment pervades the abode of the essence of historical man, then a Greek dialogue about the N6 age, assuming it is a thoughtful dialogue, must treat of the essence of Aarotza. Plato does speak about Arjtza. Indeed, in the manner of a PVT jock. At the beginning of Book 7 of his Dialogue on the Mo. This myth is known as Plato's cave allegory. Many meaning have been attributed to this allegory, but never the simple and most obvious. What is at issue in this allegory, as even its name suggests, is a cave. A hiding. A concealing, and also unconcealedness. This same Platonic dialogue on the Heidgger, which contains a JLV jock, about AAR, JTZA, concludes at the end of Book X with another JLV jock. The high point of this JLVoic is what it says about RJTH, Plato. Politeia. X6I4B2-62IB7, the myth of Arj1H concluding the dialogue on the Heidgger, is so far-reaching and rich that already for that reason it cannot be presented here in full. Besides, any merely repertorial presentation is otio, if it is to take the place of a meticulous interpretation, but we are lacking what is essential to carry out such an interpretation, an experience of the basic character of myth in general and of its relation to Plato's metaphysics. The interpretation of the individual features of this particular JLV jock would only then be set in motion. So we are forced to make a detour. T coincides with the question of the in the N6 Heidgger, as the abode of the E. We do not understand ordered here in the extrymic sema of added to or put on, but in the sema of assigned. That which is ordained to man. Into he in order what is ordered to man in this way. What befit, man and order him. We name with the word order. In Greek, oixrge. In the ver we already translated from the first fragment of Parmenides' didactic poem. We encountered xrj together with lhjlc. If there we used order to translate the word hxrj, which for the Greek with hdxvvjll. To demonstrate. To indicate. And ojxt to thrmt. Then ankr comes to mind the obvious counter word. But the order meant here be not the counter essence to jmt any sort of disorder we might imagine. We mean order as an indicating, demonstrating. Igning. And at the same time arranging and thrusting order. It is to this that man has to be ordered. And so it preci. Tearing him away from that he becomes anoo. Man's emerging into order and his standing within order, oxq, is orderliness 8z sawaver 1. Orderliness is understood here as the unveiledness of order, its holding nothing back in secret. The dialogue on the N60 has to deal with this essential abode with regard to what takes place in it, how man dwells in it. The theme of the Politeia is 8z sazoavk. In concord with the orderliness of order or in discordance with it, man can be oixasi, orderly, or 8z kak, disorderly. In the meditation on the Heidgger, there arises finally the question of what, for dwelling in the essential abode, is ordered to the orderly and the disorderly respectively, what, so to say, remains around each person as ordering. Now, dwelling in the N6 Heidgger, is a sojourn here on earth, and this sojourn in the polis, however, is in each case a antipioak, avos 6 poc, cfx, 6i7d7, a side-filled path and a course traversing to the end. And then stepping beyond the assigned temporal span of the earthly sojourn. This traversing course is, avos 6 poc, it harbors death and thereby leads to death. Yet the mortal course of man through the essential place of history does not exhaust the course and the journey or, more generally, the being, of man. According to Plato, this passage of man through a hawk, this course of life, is not the only one, but instead, after a certain time man returns in a new form in order to begin a new course. The historiography of religion calls this the theory of reincarnation. But we would do well, here again, to remain a while within the compass of Greek thinking. And in that case we would say that with the completion of the current mortal course the being of a man is not at an end. That is, in accordance with the essence of man, even after one's own death beings remain present in some fashion. Therefore the consideration of the Heidgger arrives ultimately at the question, x, 6I 4 a 6. What remains round about each one respectively, the orderly as well as the unorderly, after he has finished, the mortal passage? What surroundings does a man have when he is away from the here of the N6 age, and sojourns there, ixt? What surroundings does he have, where is he, before he again begins a new cour, e? According to our usual, that is, in the broadest sense, Christian, modes of representation, what I being raised here is the question of the beyond. Christianity, from early on, following the path of Judeo-Hellenic teachings, has in its own way seized upon the philosophy of Plato and has seen to it that from then until now the Platonic philosophy, held out as the high point of Greek philosophy, held appear in the light of Christian faith. Even the thinking before Plato and Socrates is understood on the basis of Plato. As is evident in the ordinary designation of this thinking, it is pre-Platonic philosophy, its fragments the fragments of the pre-Socratics. Not only does Greek philosophy appear in a Christian theological interpretation, but even within philosophy it is presented as the first stage of Christian Occidental thinking. For the first metaphysical historical meditations on the whole of the thinking of the West, namely Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, understand Greek philosophy as the stage of immediate thinking, not yet mediated and not yet come to itself. Only this latter, certain of itself, in the modern sense the first true thinking, is actual thinking. Christianity functions here as the stage of mediation. In the wake of Hegel, the historiographical research of the 19th century adheres to all his basic concepts but at the same time, in a remarkable self-deception, rejects his metaphysics and flies to Schopenhauer and Goethe, yet even their Greek philosophy in general and the philosophy of Plato in particular are represented within the horizon of a Christian Platonism. The same holds for Nietzsche as well, whose much celebrated interpretation of the pre-Platonic philosophers is actually Platonic, i.e., Schopenhauerian, and utterly un-Greek. But what could be more self-evident than the conviction that the most appropriate interpretations of the philosophy of Plato are those approaching it with the aid of Platonism? Yet this procedure is comparable to the one that would explain the fresh leaf of the tree on the basis of the foliage fallen to the ground. A Greek interpretation of the thinking of Plato is the most difficult, not because this thinking contains in itself special obscurities and abysses, but because the following ages, and still we today, are inclined to rediscover immediately our own, later thinking in this philosophy. In the context of our lectures we must forego even naming the basic presuppositions of a Greek interpretation of Platonic thinking. The following remarks on Plato's PV, OC, of Arg, Q are therefore in this regard provisional. Recapitulation. I, Politeia, the R6NOC, of the essence of the N6 arc. The essentially unpolitical character of the Politeia of the polis. The pole of anti-erv. The impossibility of interpreting the polis on the basis of the state, LLIJ and iustitia. Death, transition from here to there. Platonism. We are meditating on the counter-essence to arg, is a, truth in the sense of unconcealedness. The primordial counter-essence to arg, is a is. Rjq, i.e., the signless concealment that withdraws itself as oblivion. The last word of the Greeks that names Rjq in its essence is the pvt jok, concluding Plato's dialogue on the essence of the N6 ajk. A thoughtful dialogue always speaks of the being of beings. A Platonic dialogue on the N6 ajk, therefore cannot be a consideration of a particular N6 ajk, existing here or there. The thinker thinks the N6 ajk, as such, he says what the N6 ajk is, what is its essence. This essence, what the N6 ajk itself is in the totality of its proper essential relations, i.e., what it genuinely is called nom ia. A thoughtful dialogue on the N6 ajk is from the very outset nothing but a dialogue about the nom ia. That is what the title says. But this title is still not unequivocal. Just as the Greek word ovopha is used in everyday language and means their capital, possessions, goods and chattels, estates, and just as at the same time the everyday word ovo fa is elevated to a word of thoughtful speech and then comes to mean the presence of everything present, so no enda means first, in the language of everydayness, the life belonging to a polis and determined by it, the dealings in it, and then correspondingly means the very structure of the polis in general, from which can then be discerned something like a constitution. This latter must not be understood as a sequence of written propositions and rules, although the word pertains so originally to the constitution that what is written down does not merely present a subsequent formula or formulation. Plato's choice of this name Nome Ia as the title of a thoughtful dialogue on the N6 Heidgger, says that his theme will be the essential structure of the Noan Eia as such and consequently the essence of the N6 Heidgger, in general. It has been discovered that the Noamda deskbed by Plato has never existed in reality and should therefore be called a utopia, something that has no place. This discovery is correct, the only problem is it does not understand what it has discovered. In truth it is the insight that the being of beings is actually nowhere within beings and is not, as it were, on hand as one of their parts. Accordingly, being should also be a utopia. But in truth being, and it alone, is precisely the R6NOC, for all beings, and Plato's Politeia is not a utopia but exactly the opposite, namely the metaphysically determined 16NOC, of the essence of the N6 Heidgger. Plato's Politeia is a recollection of the essential and not a plan for the factual. The N6 Heidgger is the essential abode of historical man, the where, to which man as, cfova 6 Yovtikov belongs, the where from which alone order is ordained to him and in which he is ordered. The N6 Heidgger is the where, as which and in which order is revealed and concealed. The N6 Heidgger is the way the revealing and concealing of order occur such that in these occurrences historical man comes into his essence and chally into his counteressence. Therefore we call the N6 Heidgger, wherein the being of man in its relation to beings as a whole has gathered itself, the essential abode of historical man. Each no AMX6V, everything political, is always only an effect of the N6 Heidgger, i.e., of the nome. The essence of the N6 Heidgger, i.e., the noenda, is not itself determined or determinable politically. The no Heidgger is just as little something political as space itself is something spatial. The no Heidgger itself is only the pole of NIATZV, the way the being of beings, in its disclosure and concealment, disposes for itself a where in which the history of a human race is gathered. Because the Greeks are the utterly unpolitical people, unpolitical by essence, because their humanity is primordially and exclusively determined from being itself, i.e., from CIAIIJTZA, therefore only the Greeks could, and precisely had to, found the N6 Heidgger, found abodes for the gathering and conserving of AAIJOTZA. The thoughtless occupation of historiographical research mixes together essentially different epochs and civilizations of Western history, the Greek, Roman, medieval, modern, and contemporary in a single historiographical mash, and so it attained precisely the opposite of what it is supposed to. It intends to be a historical meditation on our own historical destiny. But meditation never arises from thoughtlessness. Historiographical research never discloses history, because such research is always attended by an opinion about history, an unthought one, a so-called obvious one, which it would like to confirm by this very research and in so doing only rigidifies the unthought obviousness. Just as impossible as an interpretation of the 116 Heidgger, on the basis of the modern state or the Roman residential publicus, so is an interpretation of oiksk on the basis of the modern concept of justice and the Roman iustitia. XQ, under its essence from a relation to AAITJRZA, but as XQI not determined by the U6 Heidgger, or on the basis of a relation to the no.LZC. Every actual Heidgger occurs historically on Earth for OA and here. Man's course of life runs through a circuit that is locally and temporally delimited and is a path within this circuit, a NPO/IOC, and indeed one that is T-Java Cent 6 POC, mortal bearing death and therefore leading to death. Death brings the pre-end course to a close, but it is not the end of the being of a man. Death initiates a transition from the here, tvtjit, to the there, txei. This transition is the beginning of a journey which itself again comes to a close in a transition to a new ntp, oc, t java sent 6 poc. The question to Rabi is therefore, what would a person's surroundings be, what would remain for him, after he has brought to a close the present mortal course here on earth? In Christian thought, this is the question of the beyond. For many reasons, the danger of a conscious or even unconscious Christian interpretation of the thought of Plato is imminent. Plato's thinking entered through Philo very early into the Hellenic interpretation, and above all through Augustine into the Neoplatonic Christian understanding and interpretation, and it has remained there ever since, throughout the most diverse variations. Even those who believe they are free from Christian representations and understand Plato in terms of humanism and classicism, hence presumably as pagans, still think in a Christian way precisely insofar as the pagan is simply the counter-Christian. Only in terms of Achtian appraisal are the Greeks pagans. But even completely apart from the distinction between Christian and pagan, Plato's philosophy is always thought of as Platonic in the sense of a Platonism. What could our objection be to this practice of thinking Plato platonically? Is it not the only appropriate way, or at any rate more correct than interpreting Plato's philosophy with the help of the philosophy of Kant or Hegel? Nevertheless, the attempt to interpret Plato with the help of some sort of Platonism is certain perdition. For it is like trying to explain the fresh leaf of the tree by means of the foliage fallen on the ground. See, the question of the here and there. Politeia, X, 614b2, and the questionableness of this reference to the myth. Plato distinguishes between four, jaot and ikai, we say prudently, the here and the there, and we are right to leave aside the notions of heaven, hell, limbo, purgatory. But this is by no means sufficient, for the there of the Greeks is not only different in form and content but also exits in general in a different mode, namely, as a mode of the Greek experience of being. As long as we do not reflect on this in an essentially fitting way, even the 9ei, the there, of the Greeks will be a cloed book. We will find ourselves helpless before the so-called underworld, Hades, and the shades dwelling there. We will then concoct some sort of ghost psychology and not raise first the simple question, why are there shades there? Is the shadowy character of being in Hades connected with the essence of the Greek experience of beings and their unconcealedness? Now, assuming we do not remain bound to the particular and do not inquire as histonographers of religion, then which figures dwell in the Greek beyond in place of angels and devils? But even if we are prepared to acknowledge that in the beyond as experienced by the Greeks not only are beings different, but also, prior to that, being itself, and even if we have some inkling that the Greek distinction between what is here and what is there rests on an other experience of being, yet we still cannot escape the most impelling question: how can a thinker of Plato's rank claim to know anything at all about the there? This question of ours, apparently so smart, comes, of course, too late. For it is with a PV, that Plato answers the question of what surrounds those who have completed the mortal course here, i.e., the question of what remains in the there. At the end of the dialogue on the Noenda, Plato has Socrates tell a story. People have often been puzzled by the occurrence of myths in the Platonic dialogues. The reason they turn up from time to time is that Plato is indeed prepared to abandon the primordial thinking in favor of the later so-called metaphysics, but precisely this incipient metaphysical thinking still has to preserve a recollection of the primordial thinking. Hence the story. In dialogue with Glaucon, Socrates tells the concluding myth. Socrates begins with the words, Politeia, X, 614b2, AAAOV Pivos Aos, QVOCYW, AXIVFYT, and 6AIOTPW, AAAAX POP PIV EVOP 6C, POC, WV Appointment VIOV, to UVIC, LAP, JVAOF. But in the meantime I will not tell you the story selected for the entertainment of Alkinoos, the king of the Phaeacians, but an 6 Aiov, an apology, defense, of a brave man, Armenios' son, one of the Tunbi of Pamphyliers. The play on words between OVAX VOV YT, and 6AIOV and AAAX POV PIV AVAPUK, cannot be rendered in the translation. This play on words introducing the PV, OC, is not at all playful. It is supposed to indicate the essence of the A6 yak, about to be narrated, i.e., the essence of the PV, OC. This A6 yak, is called an 6A ayak. An 6A ayak, is used here in an essentially ambiguous sense, and indeed in a different verbal construction each time, AX VOV and 6A IOV and AX POV AVAPUK, and 6A IOV, i.e., an 6A ayak, for Alki Noos versus an 6A ayak, told by a brave man. In the first case, according to the meaning of its root anoat zv, to assort, to select, and 6A ayak, means something chosen for the pleasure of Alki Noos. In the second case, where it is properly meant, the same word in 6A ayak, means the apology by which the brave man sets apart what he says from everything else that is told and thus preserves it in its special truth. The words that follow do not abandon what they say, do not squander anything in the looseness of mere entertainment and non-committal chatter. The words that follow are protective words resisting the import unity of ordinary explanation and, strictly taken, may be said and heard only in their properly essential form. This already establishes decisively that our reference to the PV, OC, as a mere reference, is questionable on many grounds. The son of Armenios, had once in battle completed his life, OC, no TV no IP4JT AAC. When, 10 days afterwards, they collected the dead, who were already decomposed, was taken up as non-decomposed and brought home where he would be buried on the 12th day. Lying on the funeral pyre, he came back to life and, as one who had come back, reported what he had seen there. He said, 614b9 cl. His soul, after it was elevated from the here, went with many others on a journey, and they arrived then at some kind of, as we say, demonic place, and there were two chasms, zapazaic, openings, in the earth next to one another, and there were also two others, openings, in the sky opposite to each other. Lskama were pointing toward order but were sitting between these gaping openings in the earth and in heaven. To the brave warner, the pointing ones gave the task to become Idaovav, Punajk, YT via, AZTWV9EI, 614D2, a messenger to men about the there. Hence it was necessary for him AXOVEIVTEs as, TIA, AZ Navra HLFUFJUJLLLP, 614D3, to hear as well as to see everything in that place, a place said to be OSP 6 Vizak. D. PVXRJ, the ground of a relation to beings. The thinker's knowledge of the daimonia. Reference to Aristotle and Hegel. LERP 6 VWV, the presence of the uncanny, the extraordinary, in the ordinary. The OAPOFC, the ones who point to and indicate what is ordinary. Here we need to clarify what RPV, RRJ means and what OSPOVZOV means. PVXRJ is the soul, that is the correct translation, just as we translate ARJ, TZA by truth and RPTVUK, by falsity. But in fact the word RPVXRJ cannot be translated. If we try to clarify it by saying it means the essence of what is alive, the question immediately answers as to how the essence of life in the Greek sense is to be thought. PVXRJ refers to the ground and mode of a relation to beings. A relation of the living thing to beings, and thereby also a relation to itself, can exist. In that case the living thing must have the word Yovtikov, because being only reveals itself in the word. It is also possible for the relation of something alive to beings not to exist. The CFOV, the living thing, is alive nevertheless, but it is then, CFOVAAIOV, a living thing without the word, example an animal or a plant. The way a living thing is posited in relation to beings and therewith also in relation to itself, the being posited, thus understood, into the unconcealed, the position in being of a living thing, that is the essence of the soul, it has arrived at a tionok, rzc, ospsixvizak. If we render ospovzik as demonic, we obviously remain close to the word and apparently do not translate at all. In truth, it is precisely a translation when we transport the Greek ospsixvizov into an undetermined or half-determined representation of the demonic. Demons are for us evil spirits in Christian thought, the devil and his cohorts. The demonic is then equivalent to the devilish in the sense of the Christian belief in, and profession of, the devil, or, on the other hand, in the correlated sense of an enlightened morality, where the devilish is understood as evil and evil is a violation of the principles of good citizenship. Such conceptions of the demonic will never touch the essence or the essential compass of the Greek ospsixvwv. But as soon as we try to approach the essential realm of the demonic as it is experienced by the Greeks, we must engage ourselves in a meditation which, from a pedagogical point of view, will again draw us away from the so-called theme of our lectures. Aristotle, Plato's disciple, relates at one place, Nicomachean Ethics, Z7, 1141b7 ff, the basic conception determining the Greek view on the essence of the thinker, ze antipsrozi pivzaz japama xa at na osp6 visa doivazavovq, jazv, axpma oodovtqav, pumvaia, a, ijtovoiv. It is said they, the thinkers, indeed know things that are excessive, and thus astounding, and thereby difficult, and hence in general demonic but also useless, for they are not seeking what is, according to straightforward popular opinion, good for man. The Greeks, to whom we owe the essence and name of philosophy and of the philosopher, already knew quite well that thinkers are not close to life. But only the Greeks concluded from this lack of closeness to life that the thinker, are then the most necessary precisely in view of the essential misery of man. The Germans would not have had to be the people of thinkers if their thinkers had not known the same thing. Hegel says in the preface to the first edition of his Logic in 1812, a civilized people without metaphysics is like an otherwise copiously decorated temple without the Holy of Holies. The thesis quoted from Aristotle says the thinkers know ospsixvisa, the demonic. But how are the philosophers, these harmless eccentrics who occupy themselves with abstract matters, supposed to have a knowledge of the demonic? Laspovza is used here as an all-encompassing word for what is, from the point of view of the ordinary busy man, excessive, astounding, and at the same time difficult. On the contrary, what is current, what a man is doing and what he pursues, is for the most part without difficulty for him because he can always find, going from one being to the next, a way of escape from difficulty and an explanation. The many and all too many pursue only the beings that are current, for them, these are real, if not precisely the reality. But in mentioning reality, the throng attests that, besides what is currently real, it has something else in view, which, to be sure, it does not clearly see. The essence of the noeaof, the many, does not consist in their number and mass, but in the way the many comport themselves toward beings. They could never be busy with beings without having being in view. Thus the many see being and yet do not see it. But because they always have being in view, although not in focus, and only deal with, and calculate, and organize, beings, they ever find their way within beings and are there at home and in their element. Within the limib of being, of the real, of the fact, so highly acclaimed, everything is normal and ordinary. But where, on the contrary, being comes into focus, there the extraordinary announces ibelf. The excessive that trays beyond the ordinary, that which is not to be explained by explanations on the basis of beings. T is the uncanny, literally understood and not in the other usual, hence according to which it rather means the immense and what has never yet been. For the uncanny, correctly understood, is neither immense nor tiny, since it is not to be measured at all with the measure of a so-called standard. The uncanny ilo not what has never yet been prc ant, it I what comes into presence always already and in advance prior to all uncanninesses. The uncanny, a the being that shine into everything ordinary, i.e., into beings, and that in its shining often grates beings like the shadow of a cloud silently passing, has nothing in common with the momtram or the alarming. The uncanny is the simple, the insignificant, ungraspable by the fang of the will, withdrawing itself from all artifice of calculation, because it purposes all planning. The emergence and the concealment that dwell in all emerging being, i.e., being itself. MMT therefore be a stony thing to common experience within the everyday dealing with being. If T does manage to get being actually in focus, though it always has some view of it. The astounding I for the Greeks the simple, the insignificant, being itself. The astounding, visible in the astonishing, I the uncanny, and it protimo immediately to the ordinary that it can never be explained on the bai of the ordinary. Perhaps. After T-exposition, we may translate HJLIMJLC, \UW, the demonic, by the uncanny. We may indeed do so provided we think the uncanny, the extraordinary, and what cannot be explained on the basis of the ordinary, the result of the Elias JLC, NM, and thus acknowledge that the LMJLO \1MI not the demonic ka it I the uncanny, but that it I the uncanny perchikli because it possesses the essence of the has JLC, NM the HMJLCJ \un I not identical in CSC and CC with the uncanny in the CMC T delimited. And moreover the uncanny is not the ground of E in C of the has JLC, November. What then I the old JL, JVWV itself? We may call the Hajlk J \ich the uncanny, or the extraordinary, because it's around, and imolar a it everywhere surrounds, the PRCCNT ordinary state of things and presents itself in everything ordinary, though without being the ordinary. The uncanny understood in T way I. With regard to what H ordinary or natural not the exception but the most natural, in the sense of nature as thought by the Greeks, i.e., in the sense of sentvu. The uncanny is that out of which all that is ordinary emerges, that in which all that is ordinary is suspended without surmising it ever in the least, and that into which everything ordinary falls back. To Os J16 VWV is the essence and essential ground of the uncanny. It is what presents itself in the ordinary and takes up its abode therein. To present oneself in the sense of pointing and showing is in Greek oa, oaovio oaelovc, winky face. These are not demons conceived as evil spirits fluttering about, instead, they determine in advance what is ordinary, without deriving from the ordinary itself. They indicate the ordinary and point toward it. JC, 0AZJ16 Vzov is what show itself in pointing at what is ordinary and in a certain way therefore what is also present everywhere as the perfectly ordinary, though nevertheless never the merely ordinary. For those who came later and for us, to whom the primordial Greek experience of being is denied, the uncanny has to be the exception, in principle explainable, to the ordinary. We put the uncanny next to the ordinary, but, to be sure, only as the extraordinary. For us it is difficult to attain the fundamental Greek experience, whereby the ordinary itself, and only in so far as it is the ordinary, is the uncanny. The uncanny appears only in the form of the ordinary, because the uncanny makes allusion to the ordinary and is in the ordinary that which alludes and points and has, as it were, the same character as the ordinary I-belf. It is only with difficulty that we attain this simple essence of the Os J16 Vzov, since we do not experience the essence of Arj, Jtza. For the Oaij Lovn, the self-showing ones, the pointing ones, are who they are and are the way they are only in the essential domain of disclosure and of the self-disclosing of being itself. Night and day take their essence from what conceals and discloses itself and is self-lighting. That which is lighted, however, is not only what is visible and seeable, but prior to that as the emerging it is what surveys everything that comes into the light and stays in it and lies in it, i.e., everything normal and ordinary, and it is what gazes into everything ordinary, indeed in such a way that it precisely appears in the ordinary itself and only in it and out of it. The looking, tjta, that offers the sight of being. The outward look, sight, of being, do. The Greek god, Oailwv, that in looking presents itself in unconcealedness. What looks into the ordinary, the extraordinary, the uncanny. The appearance of the uncanny in human looking. To look is in Greek, tia. Remarkably, or should we say amazingly, only the medial form, eaojlal is known, translated as contemplate or spectate, whence we speak of the Yerpav, the place of the spectacle, the theatre. Thought in the Greek manner, however, taolas means to provide oneself with the look, i.e., ia, in the sense of the sight in which something shows itself and presents itself. Bta, looking, therefore in no way means seeing in the sense of representational looking upon and looking at, by which man turns toward beings as objects and grasps them. Bta is rather the looking in which the one who looks shows himself, appears, and is there. Bta is the fundamental way the one who looks presents, oaw, himself in the sight of his essence, i.e., emerges, as unconcealed, into the unconcealed. Looking, even human looking, is, originally experienced, not the grasping of something but the self-showing in view of which there first becomes possible a looking that grasps something. If man experiences looking only in terms of himself and understands looking precisely out of himself as ego and subject, then looking is a subjective activity directed to objects. If, however, man does not experience his own looking, i.e., the human look, in reflection on himself as the one who represents himself as looking, but if instead man experiences the look, in unreflected letting be encountered, as the looking at him of the person who is encountering him, then the look of the encountering person shows itself as that in which someone awaits the other as counter, i.e., appears to the other and is. The looking that awaits the other and the human look thus experienced disclose the encountering person himself in the ground of his essence. We moderns, or, to speak more broadly, all post-Greek humanity, have for a long time been so deflected that we understand looking exclusively as man's representational self-direction toward beings. But in this way looking does not at all come into sight, instead it is understood only as a self-accomplished activity, i.e., an act of representing. To represent means here to present before oneself. To bring before oneself and to master, to attack things. The Greeks experience looking at first and properly as the way man emerges and comes into presence, with other beings, but as man in his essence. Thinking as moderns and therefore insufficiently, but for us surely more understandably, we can say in short, the look, ia, is not looking as activity and act of the subject but is sight as the emerging of the object and its coming to our encounter. Looking is self-showing and indeed that self-showing in which the essence of the encountering person has gathered itself and in which the encountering person emerges in the double sense that his essence is collected in the look, as the sum of his existence, and that this collectedness and simple totality of his essence opens itself to the look opens itself at any rate in order to let come into presence in the unconcealed at the arn time the concealment and the abyss of high essence. Looking, him, I, to provide sight, namely the sight of the being which are the looking ones themselves. Through uke looking, man is distinguished, and he can be distinguished by it only because the looking which how being it elfi not omitting human but belongs to the essence of being it elf as belonging to appearance in the unconcealed, consequently, only if we already think, or at least eke to experience, the fact that sense and being have for the Greek the basic feature of self-disclosing, only if we think at j1 jana, are we capable of thinking the n1w, the look, the basic mode of the self-howing appearance and essence that pre-ent them elv ordinary. Only if we experience thcie simple escdialcates of affair do we under in Greek duk, or ioia. Being io is what in all beings how itself and what look out through them, the precise rea on man can grasp beings a being at all. That which lib into all that I ordinary, the uncanny I howing health in advance, I the originally looking one in the eminent semau, 1jt6m, i.e., hj1j rim. We translate correctly, though without thinking in the Greek manner, the divine, f1jtoi, the so-called God. The one who look into the ordinary and who everywhere look into the ordinary, Arc 01 HMJ.low HC, the one who point and give IGM. Became the God I. A God. The one who look and who looks A, the one emerging into PRC and C. Jatfi, H, the God I, the hat cub HMJ.LW / that in the look pre CNH him elf A, the unconcealed. The one who pre in him elf in looking I a God, became the ground of the uncanny, being a helf. Po cc the E and C of CLF de CLOing appearance. But the uncanny appear in the ordinary and A the ordinary. The looking one appears in the id and outward look of the ordinary. Of being that which within the ordinary look to PRC and C by high own look I man, therefore the id of the God muti gather iklf within the ordinary, in the ambit of the C and C of THH human look. And MMT therein have IH figure CT up man himself H, that being that ha the distinctive characteristic of being address CD by being itself. In yuka way that in the CLF howing of man, in high looking and in high id, the uncanny at CLF, God. Appear. 2. The undemonic of the ofj love. The disclosing emergence of being, the self-clearing. Looking, perceiving, the primordial mode of the emergence into the light. The intermediate position of the animal, Nietzsche, Spengler. Man, the looked upon. 1 Fa and 8 Taiwan, the same word. Reference to Heraclitus, Fragment 48. Insufficient elucidation of the Greek divinities. The look as what is decisive for the appearance of the uncanny within the ordinary. The uncanny as showing itself within the ordinary, and its relation, founded on being, to the divinities. The myth that conclude Plato dialogue on the ECNCC of the RU, \z, and that LO in another CME, for T open up the dialogue, health conviewed with an account of the CCNLC of \RJRHJ. The country SCNCE to CI \RJR has a T account I the Tory of the warrior ER having completed in battle high life here, he began there, with N1 any other. The pa agc which muti be undergone before a human being, after a new gion. Gim again a new kuri here. The warrior I given the take of looking at the route there and at the place travelled through, and a me enger, ci1 lo, he I then to report to men here. The CCNLC of the place. Their co-appurtenance and their quince in the there. I.e. the entire district of the there, IAU, RW. Now in C, A will be hound, \RJRHI the MOT extreme and the ultimate place in T demonic district, we have to arrive at a dear understanding of what I meant by CIWJLCL \ZM in Greek thought both in TCAE and in general in order to grap the all-determining location alaricter of \RJRJR. Arkan Muon, CD, and murky representationum of the demonic do not at all help clarify the CCNCC of the HWFLCJ \Zen. On the other hand, Arxpo ha to remain within the lima of a mere aluion. It will therefore not be ukful in obviating all munderkanding by way of preparation. We note that the uncanny, or the extraordinary, hin throughout the familiar ambit of the being we deal with and know, being we call ordinary. Thereby we understand the uncanny altogether literally. We are diving from the word any representation of the gigantic, the overpowering, the exaggerated, the weird of kuri the uncanny can lo in ihx of any. Hide behind yuk figure but it help in ihe in lci the inimpicium, the implic, the inignalilent, which ncvcrthclc hein in all being. 2. We conceive the uncanny a the implic which hin into the ordinary. And which does not turn from the ordinary, but which nevertheless appears in advance in all that I ordinary, hining through it and around it. Then it is clear that the word uncanny, as met here, ha nothing at all in common with its banal CNSC as impressive and moving. In the pre-and context, the uncanny h to be thought as bearing no trace of the word's other meaning, yet what we are calling the uncanny we till grasp on the BAIIS of the ordinary. What the so-called uncanny I in itself and what Finn admits of the character of the unlanny a it consequence, that is based on the hining into beings, on elf presentation, in Greek. /waku. What shines into being, though can never be explained on the basis of beings nor constructed out of being, is being itself. And being, hinning into being, is hjom-omj.im. Descending from being into beings, and thus pointing into being, are the Haikyusi, Wijlmn. The demons, so understood, are altogether undemonic, that is, judged in terms of our murky representation of the demonic. But these undemonic /asj.imtc are anything but harmless and incidental. They are not casual additium to beings, which man could bipa with no loss of high own essence and could leave aside and could consider solely according to his whim and needs. In consequence of this inconspicuous unsurpassability, the high JLMTC are more demonic than demom in the usual sense could ever be. The OAI JLMTC are more essential than any being. They not only pose the demonic tmom into the disposition of the horrible and frightful, but they determine every entile effective dipo, Ishan from respect and joy to mourning and terror. Here, to be irk. These effective dipoitium are not to be undkritoed in the modern subjective as psychic tate but are to be thought more originarily the atonement to which the silent voice of the word attune the essence of man in it relation to being. We who have come late, however, can only experience the essence of the high JLCHEC, as shining into the ordinary and preempting themselves in being and in that way pointing beings toward being, on the condition that we attain at least an incipient relation to the ESCNCC of AIJ, NA, and thereby recognize. That. For the Greek, disclosure and emergence prevail in the ins of every originarily emergent being insofar as being come into presence out of Arjona, there belong to it self-disclosing emergence. We name T the self-opening and the clearing, cf being and time. The C name originate indeed from an experience of primordial thinking, for which HARJ1 Jana MMT be thought according to its own properly perceived truth. These other name, which here come to word unwittingly, it were, do not comes in a mere ubtitution of designation. For Arn way. What is cleared how originally in the transparency of the diaphanous, i.e., as the bright and the clear only insofar as d_rj1jtw abides. Docs it bring the deering into the unconcealed because the clearing occurs in the concealed CSCNCC of a_rj, hza, we experience emergence and preance, i.e. being, in the light of the bright and of the light luminu elf did merk show it ilfa the shining, the sun hind dot. What shine I what how it klftoa looking. What appears to the looking is the ait that alad man and adresk scs him, the look. The looking performed by man in relation to the appearing look I already rc poem to the original look. Which for it elevate human looking into ihc. Thma a comcutancy of the abiding of a.lrj, janu, and only because of it. Looking is the primordial way of emergence into the light and coming into the light. I.e., inning into the unconcealed to be sure. We muti unpretend looking in the original Greek manner of the way a man encounter you by looking at you and, in looking, gathers himself ill to t self-opening emergence, and therein, without holding back a remainder, pre and high science and let it emerge. T looking, which lin make prccncccpmi look. I therefore more original than the prcnc of thing. Became the ilfdickelming look, according to the full ccncc of diduerk, at the arn time hcltcr and hide, omethingundi clo ed. The thing, on the contrary, lacking the look, appear only in yuka way that it can't in the unconcealed but ihelf ha nothing to didu see and concurrently lo nothing to hide. Here the animal ha a peculiar intermediate position animal arc said to vach m but animal do not look the peering, or glaring, or gawking and gaping of an animal be never a clled of being, and, in it occult looking, the animal never produce a self-emergence in a being that I do cd to it. We are always the one who first take up into the unconelcalt uke looking and who, on our own, interpret the way animals watch ma a looking on the other hand, where man only experience being and the unconcealed actually, the animal /look can concentrate in it elf a special power of encounter. looking, in the original. On the other hand, looking in the n-e of gra-ping, which io, under cxprc-cd through the medial form oa1w in the word rjn1 opaz. To let the encountering look come to it elf. I.e., to behold the Greek were acquainted with the gra-ping look, just a. Concretely. In addition to uke looking an act of objective representation, we all know the look of encounter. But the question is not whether both the CEO, the phoneme of looking, the encountering and the gra-ping, are known or not. The IUCI which one? The look of emerging into pre and c or the look of gra-ping, ha the dial priority in the interpretation of appearance and on what basis thio, rank I determined. According to the priority of objectivity in the mod. Period. Looking as an act of the subject is deci, I've. Insofar as, in Nietzsche terms, man is the animal identified as the Superman, the animal that ha it essence in the will to power, the look of the subject is the look of a being that advances by calculating, i.e. by conquering, outwitting, and attacking the look of the modern object I. As Spengler said, following Nietzsche, the look of the predatory animal, glaring. The Greek too experienced the look as an activity of man. But the BAIC feature of this grasping look I not glaring, by means of which being are, so to say, impaled and become in way first and foremost objects of conquest. For the Greeks, looking I, the perception vernemen of beings on the BA is of a primordial consent einvernemen given to being. Which why the Greek do not even know the concept of object and never think being a objectivity. The Greeks experience the gra-ping look as perception, because this look is determined originally on the basis of the encountering look within the domain of the ins of a\rj, jana, t latter ha the priority in the ambit of this primordial look. Man I only the looked upon. This only, however, is o essential that man, precisely the looked upon, is first received and taken up into the relation of being to himself and ithm led to perception. What looks be what look, into unconcealed ni s, hj1 jnem is hj1 jrim. We translate the latter correctly but thoughtlessly. And presumptuously though emptily. The divine, xen, are the ones who look into the unconcealed. The look. As the essence of emergent existence, and, jn.t, God s are one and the same word. Comedering the Greek did not accent marks in their writing and, above all recognizing the original attentively the Greek played for the essential homophony of word and hence for the hidden ambiguity of their expression. In this regard, think, for example, of Heroditu, fragment 48. The proper name for bow is fjzcx, the bow means and is in Greek existence, the, life, not a, biological but as fateful life course. What it produced however, be death. Jox, is ambiguous from the bow there emerge and rio bring down. Ovopa I the name, the word that exprays cs, not mere noic and ound. The word physic, I, in I belf ambiguum and experk, in, uke ambiguity precisely the csc and cc of death bringing life. The Greek here, fa jeci just a they here fgo, fisk, jtoi, o. Called gods. As the ones who look into the unconcealed and thereby give a sign. Arc 0 eaon, arc by essence ciamuc colon has j.im 1. The uncanny one who see them. Selves in the ordinary. Both word, floquoque, and has muc, the same thing, if thought of essentially. But the usual meaning of the names jnz and has jlchh, God and demam, no longer signify the origin they express often what a word experk is detort and uppressed by it meanings. The one who hin into the ordinary appear in t ordinary a something ordinary. The looking one arc CNTA ones who look into the ordinary, i.e., a men in the form of men. In what be ordinary, man appear a one who is CNT by way of looking. The animal too, in a certain SCMC appear that way, which why at the ukit the divine also ha the form of the animal. But precycli thb circumstance testifies that neither the animal as yuk nor the man a yuk, but instead their look, what I deci for the appearance of the uncanny. Thursday the God appear in the form of man not became they are thought of a, human and anthropomorphic, but because the Greek experience man a the being who being I determined through a relation of ikal the ikloing being it elf to what, on the I of this very relation, we call man. Therefore the look of the God who stems from being can emerge in man and can look out from the form of man as gathered in the look. Therefore men are often divinized and thought of according to a divine form, in see God and men receive their respective distinct CC and CC from being I belf, I.e, from 6/RJ, is a. The anthropomorphic and the thcomorphic precept of the modern explanation of the Greek God are karankam in every CACT explanation, that the God are deprived of divine attribute according to the measure of man, and that men are unhumanly divinic, is essentially erankam, since it relate to a way of kukshaning that mistaken already in the wrying of the question and mmt wander around in error, for the essential domain of 6/RJ, GZA, which alone elucidate everything, is not acknowledged or experienced it I not in the reign of the individual gods that the divinitic of the Greek display the atonihing and the demonic in the true CME, but that is grounded in the provenance of their CC and CC. It may indeed be obvium that tlik Greek God, who art no more, remain xpriknkabluk on the bai of being a thought by the Greek. Yet we do not think the being which I to be xpri icd here, and we do not in advance reflect on it, but imcad, in our mule hatc, according to our plea or fancy, or quite thoughtlessly, we prc up omc idea of being that I not experienced in a givik manner and I not correspondingly elucidated. In T way again and again the mot facile precept imkibklf, that thcc divinitic mmt be explained as a product of man or more particularly of religium man a if this man, even for a moment, could have been man without the relation of these divinities to his own essence, i.e., without the abiding of this very relation in being itself. F. The difference between the Greek gods and the Christian God. The word as naming being in its looking into, and myth as a mode of the relation to appearing being. Man, the God sayer. Decline of cultures, Nietzsche, Spengler. The basic character of the oblivion of being, atheism. The Greeks neither fashioned the God in human form nor did they divinize man. The essence of the Greek gods cannot be explained as an anthropomorphism, no more than the essence of Greek man can be thought as a theomorphism. The Greek neither humanized the gods nor divinized man, quite to the contrary, they experienced the gods and men in their distinct sense, and in their reciprocal relation. On the basis of the essence of being in the sense of self-disclosing emergence, i.e., in the sense of looking and pointing. That is why only the Greeks have a clear knowledge of the essence of the demigods, Rjajalichas, who dwell in the between the gods and men. The anthropomorphic conception of the Greek gods and the theomorphic conception of Greek men, who have neither humani one ed nor anthropomorphized God nor divinized themselves into God, are equally groundless answer to inquire into the person and perenniality without having determined in advance, even provisionally, the essence of man and of the divinities as experienced by the Greeks and without giving a thought to what I in fact for namely that for the Greek no more than there are subjects are there person and personalities. And how could even the slightest thing about an anthropomorphy or about a theomorphy be determined without the foundation of the essence of JLOP/JRJA experienced by the Greeks and the essence of the Greek concepts of forming, becoming, and being? And how could that be gained unless in advance of everything, the essence of Arjuna were better known? The fundamental essence of the Greek divinities, in distinction to all others, even the Christian God, comiti in their origination out of the presence of present being. And that is allo the reason why the strife between the new, I.e., the Olympic gods and the old ones is the battle, occurring in the eons of being, that determines the upsurge of being itself into the emergence of its eons. This eential nexus is the Aria on the Greek god. Just like men, are powerless before destiny and against it. Loipa holds sway over the god and men, where in Cretan thought example all destiny is the work of the divine providence of the Creator and Redeemer, who as Creator also dominates and calculates all being, the created. And Leibniz can still say, cum Deus calculat, fit mundus because and while God calculates the world re. The Greek gods are not personalitic / or persum that dominate being, they are being itself as looking into beings. But because being always and everywhere infinitely exceed all beings and juts forth in being, therefore where the essence of being has come originarily into the unconcealed, as the case with the Greeks. The gods are more exive or, spoken in the Christian and modern way, more ethereal and more spiritual. Despite their human qualities. Precisely became the gods are haspo hc, -jani overn, and appear along with the appearance of the familiar and ordinary. Their uncanniness is /o pure in mea /ur and in mildney that when they appear azoc, and /apl, and favor of being -hein everywhere in advance, pointing while hining, and attuning while pointing. Although we are thinking the essence of the Greek god more originarily if we call them the attuning one, we should indeed name them tiwa in saw and favor and brilliance of mildney / belong to being, and these are experienced poetically in 11/c, and /ap1c, and thoughtfully in t-jabbo and hmpchuw from t-attuning and pointing light items the brilliance of rhfm, the hining. Prolheli this brilliance curd for the Greeks at the Arn time an experience of the dark and of the empty and of the gaping whereof / the Low German word got ignali, according to IB Indo-European root. A being man invoke and hence is the invoked one. The Greek name lore what we call God Kali express something essentially different gij, entering into being. Here God and the gods, already by the very name, are not ren from the standpoint of man, a invoked are man and when the god are in fact invoked, e.g., in the ancient formula of oaths, there they are called m1 iolopsi, the om /who /ee and haveen and as such have being in unconcealedney and can therefore point to them. But av1 imopsi, are not Whitney /se. In sparing Whitney, as long we do not under /tand it originarily a bringing about, the look, I already founded on the having /een of the year the GMB, as RJN love 11c, our niece /arily iknopc, jmop to bring into view, from the turn fid, vidir, visio, to place in the light. In the brightney it I therefore that the imop claims, properly and lurti the ray of light. Cae chi lose, a_camamnon, 676, where it I /8 of Minilam, TIOV /11c, Rix 1 IC, R. /IF1 N Lmoptl, _ if till any ray of the sun ha him in ait. I.e., let him be sixible and /land in the light yet the name and the /ignation of the divinity, RHFM, a / the looking one and the one who ein into, ham, h not a mere vocal expre /ion. The name as the first word lets what is deignated appear in its primordial presence. The essence of man, as experienced by the Greeks, is determined on the basis of his relation to self-emergent being, so that man is the one who has the word. And the word is in ins the letting appear of being by naming. Man is the 0m /em the being that emerges by naming and saying and that in saying maintains its essence. The word as the naming of being, the PV Jock, names being in its primordial looking into and shining name 1, J, Fof, i.e., the gods. Since HJ Fof and HJ Ospo /Zov, the divine, are the uncanny that look into the unconcealed and present themselves in the ordinary, therefore PV Jock, is the only appropriate mode of the relation to appearing being, since the essence of PV Jock, is determined, just as e of de closedness it is therefore that the divine, as the appearing and as what is perceived in the appearing, is that which is to be aid, and is what is said in legend. And it is therefore that the divine is the mythical. And it is therefore that the legend of the god myth, and it is therefore that man in the Greek experience, and only he, is in his essence and according to the essence of a/r, Hasa the god sayer. Why this hold can only be understood and thought on the ba is of the essence of aar, Jaina, insofar as the latter prevail in advance throughout the e-ince of being itself, throughout the e-sense of humanity, and throughout the essence of the relation of being to man and of man to beings. But what if pre-te? What if the oblivion of being invisibly and inlessly, around with error the history of historical humanity? If the originary divinity emerges on the basis of the essence of being, should the oblivion of being not be the ground for the fact that the origin of the truth of being has withdrawn itself into concealedness ever since, and no God could then appear emerging out of being it Eilf? Atham, correctly understood as the absence of the gods, has been, since the decline of the Greek world, the oblivion of being that has overpowered the History of the West, the Baaic feature of this history itself. Atheism, underitoed in the aim of essential history, is by no means, a people like to think, a product of free thinkers gone berserk. Atheism is not the standpoint of Philo offers in their proud posturing. Furthermore, atheism is not the lamentable product of the machination of Freemasons. Atheiot of Yucca kind are themselves already the last dregs of the events of the gods. But how an appearance of the divine at all opposed to be able to find the region of its essence, i.e., unconcealedness, if, and a low underscore, l underscore g as, the essence of being is forgotten and, on the bah of this forgottenness, the unacknowledged oblivion of being be elevated to a principle of explanation for every being, as occur in all metaphysics? Only when being and the essence of truth come into recollection out of oblivion will Western man acquire the most preliminary precondition for what is the most preliminary of all that I preliminary, that is, an experience of the essence of being as the domain in which a decision about the God or the events of the God can be prepared. But we will not recollect being itself and ibe sense as long as we do not experience the history of the essence of truth as the basic feature of our history, long as we calculate history only historiographically. For it is also a historiographical calculation when we come to know the Greek world as something of the past and tableau that it ha declined, a constatation amoately made in the historiographical form of saying that Hellenism would contain form eternal value, as if entire history could be omitting allowing itself to be exploited for value. The obhance before the eternal values of past culture is the basic form in which historiographer, take leave of history without experiencing it at all and destroy all sense for tradition and dialogue. But if we continue to speak of people who have declined and the declined Greek world, what then do we know of the essence of historical decline? What if the decline of the Greek world were that event by which the primordial essence of being and of truth would be secured back in its own concalcness and thereby become futural? What if decline would not be end but beginning? Every Greek tragedy narrate the decline. Every one of these decline a beginning and dawning of the essential. When Spengler, wholly on the heels of Nietzsche's metaphysics and coarsening it everywhere and leveling it down, speak of the decline of the WCT, he is not at all speaking of history. For he already in advance devalued history to a biological process and made out of history a great hunk of cultures that grow and fade away like plan. Spengler thinks Tory, if he think at all, in a history-ly way. He understands decline in the sense of mere coming to an end, i.e., a biologically represented pre-hing. Animals decline, they perish. History declines insofar it falls back into the concealedness of its beginning, i.e., it do not decline in the sema of perish, because it can never decline that way if, in order to elucidate the hajk, vzm-, we point here at the CCNCC of the Greek divinities, then we have in mind not antiquated thing, or the object of historiography, but history. And history is the event of the csndial decision about the essence of truth, which event always a coming one and never something past in forgetting. However, We are QB Irvian to the past in the MMT dire way. G. The divine as it enters into the unconcealed. The daimonion, the look in its silent reception into the appurtenance to being. The disclosive domain of the word. The correspondence of the divine and legendary, ROTJEOF and 6 PVT Jock. The setting into work, art, of unconcealedness and its medium of word and myth. Ivospovfa and OSP 6 VWC, Tonic. If we leave behind the oblivion of being, insofar as we can now do so and imofar as we can at all do so by our own initiative, and if we think the primordial essence of being, i.e., AARTJEZA, and if we think of ARJJEZA in such a way that we are thinking it essence still more primordially, then we will experience the demonic in the sense of the Greek osp, vizov. The osp 6 vizov is the essential character of the FOF, which, as the looking one, looks into what is normal and ordinary, i.e., appears in it this appearing I in it ilfhofof, the divine as entering into the unconcealed. What enters into the unconcealed and appears there ha basic modes of appearance looking and saying, whereby we muet note that the sense of saying does not const in vocal. The look in its silent reception into the ilf perceiving gathering appurtenance to being I the osp, vzcw. T claim of the divine, grounded in being itself, is taken up by man into dictum and legend, because clo ed takes place first, and only, in epeach. Sight into the unconcealed transpires first, and only, in the declosive word sight looks, and I the appearing self showing that it is, only in the declosive domain of the word and of telling perception. Only if we recognize the original relation between the word and the ins of being will we be capable of grapping y, for the Greek and only for them, to the divine, fok must correspond the legendary, 6 prhj, dot. This correspondence is indeed the primordial insight into t analogy, in which a dictum, a word, a legend, correspondence to being, i.e., disclose speaking of it of the iame in a comparion, put us into a position to finally provide the answer to an earlier question in our further elucidation of the essence of PV1 Jock, as the discursive legend in which and for which being appear. We asserted that, in accord with the essential dignity of the word, poetiling and thinking had the highest rank for the Greeks, this claim was bound to provoke an objection. And the foregoing elucidations of hospo /iov and eof have lent it still more significance. For the Greeks, being appear in their being and in their essence not only in the word but equally in sculpture. If indeed the divine in the Greek sense, fov, is precisely being itself looking into the ordinary, and if the divine sense appears precisely for the Greeks in the architecture of their temples and in the sculpture of their statues, what happens then to the asserted priority of the word and accordingly to the priority of poetizing and thinking? For the Greeks, are not architecture and sculpture, exactly with regard to the divine, of a higher rank, or at least of the same rank as poetry and thinking? Is there not a well-justified ground to our readily adopted procedure of forming our standard historiographical picture of the essence of the Greek world on the basis of architecture and sculpture? Here we will only be able to and clarify these far-reaching questions within the limits drawn by our meditation on the essence of the JLOVIUV. It is easy to that at issue here are the relations among the classes of art and their rank architecture, sculpture, poetry. We are thinking of the essence of art here, and indeed not in general and vaguely, and to be sure not Our focus is how the work of art itself lets being appear and brings being into unconcealedness. This kind of questioning is far removed from metaphysical thinking about art, for the latter thinks aesthetically. That means the work is considered with regard to its effect on man and on his lived experience. To the extent that the work itself comes to be considered, it is looked upon as the product of a creating which again express, a lived urge. Thus even if the work of art is comedired for itself, it is taken the object or product of a creative or imitative lived experience, that is to say, it is conceived constantly on the basis of human subjective perception, aimjku. The aesthetic consideration of art and of the work of art commence precisely, by essential necessity, with the inception of metaphysics. That means the aesthetic attitude toward art begins at the moment the sense of AAR1 jhana is transformed into /POWMC, into the conformity and correctness of perceiving, presenting, and representing. This transformation starts in Plato ICS. In the time before Plato, for essential reason, a consideration of art did not exist, and so in general all we turn considerations of art and all explicatium of art and historiography of art from Plato to Nietzsche are aesthetic. This metaphysical basic fact of the unbroken domination of aesthetics is not changed at all, provided we keep the metaphysical in mind. If instead of a so-called cultivated and mobbish deed, we have, example, a peasant with his natural instinct experience a nude in an art exhibit. The peasant, too, is an aesthete. Thinking about this unshakable fact, the ambition must arise in us, after all we have been saying, that in our desire to determine something about the art of the Greeks, the obvious of the aesthetic mode of consideration might in advance be burdening our approach with improper and deiterating points of view. According to the usual opinion, there are different classes of art. Art itself is the forming and shaping and creating of a work out of some matter. Architecture and sculpture stone, wood, steel, paint, music uses tones, poetry words. One might agree that for the Greeks the poetic presentation of the sense of the gods and of their dominion was certainly essential, yet no less essential and in fact more impressive, because of its visibility, would be the presentation of the gods immediately in statues and temples. Architecture and sculpture use as their matter the relatively stable material of wood, stone, steel. They are independent of the fleeting breath of the quickly fading and, moreover, ambiguous word. Hence through these class of architecture, sculpture, and painting, essential limits are set for poetry. The former do not need the word, while the latter do. Now, this view is quite erroneous. Indeed, architecture and sculpture do not use the word eithermter. But how could there ever be temples or statues, existing for what they are, without the word? Certainly these works have no need for the descriptions of the historiography of art. The Greek were fortunate in not yet needing historiographers of art, or of literature, music, and philosophy, and their written history is essentially different from modern historiography. The Greek had more than enough just with the task given them by poetry, thinking, building, and sculpturing. But the circumstance that in a temple or in a statue of Apollo there are no word as material to be worked upon and formed by no means proves that they work, in what they are and how they are, do not still need the word in an essential way. The essence of the word does not at all consist in its vocal sound, nor in loquacity and noise, and not in its merely technical function in the communication of information. The statue and the temple stand in silent dialogue with man in the unconcealed. If there were not the silent word, then the looking God as sight of the statue and of the features of its figure could never appear. And a temple could never, without standing in the disclosive domain of the word, present itself as the house of a god. The fact that the Greeks did not describe and talk about their works of art aesthetically bears witness to the fact that these work too well secured in the clarity of the word, without which a column would not be a column, a tympanum a tympanum, a frieze a frieze. In an essentially unique way, through their poetizing and thinking, the Greeks experience being in the disclosive nes of legend and word. And only therefore do their architecture and sculpture display the nobility of the built and the shaped. These works exist only in the medium of the word, i.e., in the medium of the essentially telling word, in the realm of the legendary, in the realm of myth. It is therefore that poetizing and thinking have a priority, one which to be sure is not grasped if we represent it aesthetically as a priority of one class of art over others. Similarly, in general, art is not the object of a cultural or lived drive but is the setting into work of the unconcealedness of being out of the holding sway of being itself. In P.V. Jock, the OSP 6MW appears. JMT as the word and having the word sustain the ins of man, i.e., the relation of being to man, so in the same range of essence, i.e., in relation to the whole of beings, the Age 6 Vizov determines the basic relation of being to man. Therefore in later Greek antiquity, with Plato and Aristotle, a word was dash, till essential one that named this relation of being to man, that word I evdaspota. Through the Roman Christian translation as beatitudo, i.e., the state of the Beatus, the Blessed One, Evospopha was, of course, transformed into a mere quality of the human soul, happiness. But Revospopha means the holding sway in the appropriate measure of the appearing and coming into presence of the Ospava. This is not a spirit dwelling somewhere within the breast. The Socratic Platonic talk of the Age 6 Va as an inner beam signifies only that I be attuning and determining do not come from the outside, i.e., from some being at hand, but from invisible and ungraspable being itself, which is closer to man than any obtrusive manipulatable being. Where the Age Va, the divine which enters into unconcealedness, the uncanny, must be said explicitly, there the saying I a legend, a PV jock. The conclusion of the Platonic dialogue on the essence of the N6 Ajk, speaks of a Ojk, vizo, um, We now understand what this name means. Noc, is the Greek for place, although not as mere position in a manifold of points, everywhere homogeneous. The sense of the place consists in holding gathered, as the present where, the circumference of what is in it nexus, what perdum to it and is of it, of the place. The place is the originally gathering holding of what belongs together and is thus for the most part a manifold of places reciprocally related by belonging together, which we call a settlement or a district. Ortschaft. In the extended domain of the district there are thus roads, passages, and paths. Ajk, Vizak, Rwc, is an uncanny district. That now means, a where in whose squares and alleys the uncanny shines explicitly and the essence of being comes to presence in an eminent sense. 7. The Greek's final word concerning the hidden counter-essence of Arjtjeza, Rjtjq, 2. The concluding myth of Plato's Politeia. The field of Arjtjq. A. The district of the uncanny, the field of withdrawing concealment. The exclusiveness of the uncanny in the place of lethe. The sight of its emptiness, and the nothingness of the withdrawal. The uncontainable water of the river carefree in the field of Rjtjq. The saving of the unconcealed by thoughtful thinking, the drink of the thinker. The district mentioned in the concluding myth of Plato's Politeia neither on earth nor in heaven. Quite to the contrary, in this district there are such thing, and only such things, which point to the subterrestrial, the superterrestrial, and to what pertains to the earth. The subterrestrial and the superterrestrial are the places whence the demonic shines up upon, or down upon, the earth. They are the places of the gods. In the district of the uncanny the ones who come from the subterrestrial and the superterrestrial meet in order to wander through this OSP 6 VWC, HJ rock, before they again go through a new mortal course on earth. In wandering through the district of the uncanny, its places must be traversed according to explicitly delimited stops and times. The last place within the district of the uncanny, consequently the one at which the wanderer must stop immediately prior to the transition to a new mortal course, IU, UC, ARJ, JQ, WMOV, the field of withdrawing concealment in the Sema of oblivion. In T field of .LRIJQ the whole wandering I gathered. Here the demonic of the entire locality dwells in the most extreme and high the warrior narrates that the way to the field of RGJQ leads through a bla consuming everything and through an air that asphyxiates everything, Zay Yaptvaz ARH, Hi UJC, ARJ, JQC, LLEMOV, XEU, V Oivapov 1 Eze, OA year J Centun, 62 IA3F. Also, it, namely T field of withdrawing concealment, is itself bare of all that grows as well as completely void of everything the earth lets spring forth. This field of concealment is opposed to all flume. Arj1Jij does not admit any fluezv, any emerging and coming forth. RGJQ appears as the counter-essence to flume. If we understand flume, and A11JQ come to be opposites, why they stand in an emphatic relation to each other. but if we think of them in the Greek manner, then it becomes clear that LRJTJQ as essential withdrawing and concealing never lets anything emerge, and hence it sets itself against all coming forth, i.e., against sent Vajk. The field of ARTJQ prevents every disclosure of beings, of the ordinary. In the essential place of ARTJQ. 7 Hidden Counter Essence, 2/176-177-119. Everything disappears. Yet it is not only the completeness of the withdrawal or the presumed quantity of the concealment that distinguishes this place. The point is rather that the away of the withdrawn comes into presence itself in the essence of the withdrawal. The away of what is withdrawn and concealed is surely not nothing, for the letting disappear that withdraws everything occurs in this place alone, and presence itself there. The place is void, there is nothing at all that I ordinary in it. But the void is precisely what remains and what comes into presence there. The barrenness of the void is the nothing of the withdrawal. The void of the place is the look that looks into it and fills it. The place of Arj, Hertz, is that where in which the uncanny dwells in a peculiar exclusivity. The field of Arj TJQ is, in a preeminent sense, demonic. But to the extent that this place, in its own domain, still allows something to appear and come into essence, then as belonging to the field of RJQ this must itself partake of the essence of the field. All the wanderers find in THB place is a river. But already the name of the river indicates that it is appropriate to the place, i.e., it is in service to the essence of RJQ. The river in the field of RJQ is called APIAQ, which means carefree. The warrior narrating the PHJOK, of the T5H6VL, NM, says, 621 A4 FF Uxkvam Jaz Obmbak, if by J Faribm, Izavopivk, Napa 10 VAPI Akonaupov, OVU, V/IEZ, WOV/IVMEEZV. They pitched their tents after evening descended, near the river carefree, who, water no vessel could cover, i.e., contain, AHYQ, the root the cover. This water does not know care, PDHQ, concerning what is opposed to disappearance, to going away, and consequently to withdrawing concealment. T water, which cannot be contained in any vessel because it is the pure going away itself, does not know JLFUK ARJ, Janak, care over unconcealedness, the care that beings be secured in the unconcealed and therein remain constant. Care in no way means here a kind of preoccupation or distress over some external state of the world and man. Instead, care is uniquely the care over unconcealedness and belongs in the domain of the Liaj, Vizov. Care belong to the event of the essence of disclosure and concealment. Accordingly, the corresponding carefreeness be neither an arbitrary freedom from preoccupation as regards one thing or other, nor is it only a property of man. It is solely the not caring about ARJJEZA, because carefreeness is concerned with the dominion of ARJ-JQ and attend to the withdrawing concealment. Therefore this carefreeness too is a liaj/azov. Hence in the realm of essential thinking, where the essence of being is thought, JMT as is unconcealedness, whenever the word care occurs, something else is intended than the regretfulness of a human subject staggering around in the nothing in itself, in a lived experience objectified into empty nothingness. The water of the river flowing in the field of IJH eludes all containment and itself effectuates only the one withdrawal, letting everything escape and thus concealing everything. After passage through the OSPO/WC, UOC, everyone who to begin again a journey on the earth must first drink from the water of the river carefree, and precisely a certain amount, pi 1 pub pi vov nwv voc, memvavaxifov vaz mv, it is necessary for everyone to drink a certain amount of this water, 62 ia6f. Everyone going through the mortal journey on earth is on the earth and in the midst of beings in such a way that on account of this drink there holds sway a concealment and a withdrawal of beings, so that a being only is insofar as at the in time and in opposition to this concealment and this withdrawal there also prevails an unconcealedness in which the unconcealed is conserved. By this drink, taken in measure, the man returning to earth carries an essential belongingness to the domain of the essence of concealment. All dwell to a certain degree within the essential region of concealment wv. The look into meant here is the looking of the gaze into the essence, i.e., the gaze of philosophy. LPP 6 VQMC, here means the same as philosophy, and that title means to have sight for what is essential. He who can look in such a way I am I, 6p evok, a saved one, saved namely in the relation of being to man. The word OC, J, TZV, like cent P, VQMC, and cent 1AOOO cent ZA, is an essential word. The Greek thinkers speak of AC, J, NUI cent A's W, PNA to save what appears, that means to conserve and to preserve in unconcealedness what how, ervs, the appearing, saves it into the unconcealed, is himilf saved for the unconcealed and cummerv for it. The ones, however, who are not like that, who thus lack the gaze into the essence, are avf cent 1 \000, JZAC, without philosophy. Philosophy is accordingly not a mere dealing with universal concepts on the part of thinking, to which one can dedicate oneself or not without there occurring anything essential. Philosophy means to be addressed by being itself. Philosophy is in itself the basic mode in which man comports himself to beings in the midst of beings. Men who lack philosophy are without insight. They deliver themselves over to what happens to appear and like to what happens to disappear. They are at the mercy of the withdrawal and the concealment of beings. They drink beyond the measure of the water of the river carefree. They are the careless ones, who feel content with the thoughtlessness that has withdrawn from every claim on the thinker. These careless ones are the ones who have become happy in putting behind themselves the care concomitant with belonging to a people of poets and thinkers. In recent days it was publicly announced by the Ministry of Propaganda in a loud voice that the Germans no longer need thinkers and poets but corn and oil. Philosophy, as the heedfulness to the claim of being on man, is first of all the care for being and never a matter of cultural formation and knowledge. Therefore it is possible that many persons may possess a great amount of learned information about philosophical opinions without ever being philosophical and without philosophizing. Then again, other may be touched by the claim of being without knowing what it is and without responding to the claim of being with appropriate thinking. Of course a certain knowledge belongs to thoughtful thinking, and so does a carefulness in reflection and in the use of words, which essentially surpasses all demands of mere scientific accuracy. According to the experience of the Greek thinkers, this thinking always remains a saving of the unconcealed from concealment in the sense of veiling withdrawal. This latter is experienced more originally in thought than anywhere else. The thinker in particular MMT have drunk the just measure of water from the river carefree. Seeing, in the sense of the gaze into the sense, the seeing of genuine thinking, does not come about by itself but in a different way than the usual eeing and seeing to, threatened on all sides by errors. But what about the one who not only drinks beyond the measure, but who drinks only this water? Recapitulation. Field and lethe. The divine for the Greeks, the uncanny in the ordinary. The Fof in primordial arg, eza and arg, q. Arg, na and ni, Parmenides. About the time that the Greek departed from their essential hiety, they express once more the legend of the counter es, cnce of a\r1 jana, the pv, oc, of \rj1 jq. This legend, which concludes Plato's dialogue Politeia, and with a tale about arj, jq. This observation I correct. But in such a casual form it may easily occasion a misinterpretation of the essence of arj1 jq. In truth what h at issue here is u, arj1 jqc, and d, fob the field of withdrawing concealment. Plato docs not say simply 1 cind, fob uc, arj1 jq, but h, ajak, arj, qc, mnov. Initially, the relation between the field and ar1 jq is left undetermined, because the linguistic expression, the genitive, can mean many different things. In the first place, it could mean that in the field RJJQ occurs and appears. Taken in this way, the field and AR1JQ are indifferent to one another. But the field can also be determined in its character as a field precisely on the basis of ARJ1G and become in that way a region appropriate to ARTJQ alone. Here field and RJJQ are indeed still distinguished, but they are no longer indifferent to one another. Finally, the field and its character as field can belong to ARJ/JQ itself. Now field and ARJ/JQ are not distinguished from each other, but RJ/JQ itself is field. It is the place, the where, in such a way that withdrawing concealment does not occur at some spot or other within the field but instead is itself the where for what must belong to it. Accordingly, what is to be thought is the field of ARJ/JQ. This field belongs together with other places, and as a whole they make up a UNOC, OSPOVZO, a demonic district. The elucidation of the essence of the OSPVA leads to a clarification of the essence of the 1JFOF. Together, these provide an indication of the essence of the Greek divinities. This indication would certainly be very much misunderstood if it were to engender the view that henceforth we could straightway be certain on our own of the essence of the Greek gods and therewith be assured of their proximity. The indication does not reach that far. It can only remind us that as long as the essence of AARTJEZA is not completely disinterred, we will not have preserved the one thing by which we might endure the remoteness of the Greek gods, acknowledge this remoteness as an event of our history, and experience these gods as the ones they used to be. Instead of that, we are still in constant danger from literary works, conferences, and feuilletons of being talked into and persuaded of an immediate relation to the Greek gods. It makes no matter here whether literature is proforially boring in the style of the historiography of religion or whether the result of the historiography of religion are elaborated and recounted more poetically. The way to these gods, even to their remoteness, certainly leads through the word. But this word cannot be literature. Experts know of course that the fine book of W.F. Otto, Die Cotter Griechenlands, does not belong to this literature, but even here the step into the domain of ARJ/JNA is lacking. For the Greeks the divine is based immediately on the uncanny in the ordinary. It comes to light in the distinction of the one from the other. Nowhere do we find here a display of unmual beings, by means of which the divine would first have to be awakened and a sense for it first aroused. Therefore also the question of the so-called Dionysian must be unfolded first as a Greek-cation. For many reasons we may doubt whether the Nietzschean interpretation of the Dionysian can justly be maintained, or whether it is not a Corey interpreting back of an uncritical 19th century hyologism into the Greek world. Everywhere there holds sway in advance for the Greeks the simple clarity of being which lets beings arise in a luster and sink down into darkness. Therefore what belongs to the appearance of being is still of the type uncanny, so that there is no need to ascribe to being a divine character subsequently and to demonstrate it afterward. If now, however, ARJJEZA belongs to the essence of primordial being and so does its counter-essence RJJQ, then each of these is primordially FOF. Therefore even for Plato ARJ1G is still essentially demonic. Should we then be offended if in Parmenides' primordial thinking ARJJEZA appears as IJNL, as goddess? We would now be more surprised if that were not the case. RJJQ, in Plato's myth, is the OSP6V of a field that resides not in the here but in the there. This field is the ultimate thoroughfare, where the wanderers must stop immediately prior to their transition out of the there into the here. It is said of the field of RJJQ, Exavo Voivopov 1 Izaooa Yil/JVEI- it is bare of all that grows as well as completely empty of everything that the earth allows to spring forth. B. The measure of withdrawing concealment in unconcealedness. The countenance of the iota in Plato and the grounding of anamnesis, as well as forgetting, in unconcealedness. RJJQ, Aniaphof. The interpretation of the beginning of Homer's poems and of Parmenides' utterance. The unforgetting of ARJJEZA through the withdrawal of RJJQ. The overcoming of experience since Plato through procedural operations, RTXVQ. Reference to Homer, Iliad, XXLLL, 358 FF10V and underscore, add LLL, JV1 NAVTWV I'm \AVMVRM jazz dash. However, for one who would constantly drink this water, his relation to beings as a whole and to himself would tend in the concealment that withdraws everything and does not leave anything preserved. 62 IA8F. On such a one further words should not be wasted. He could not be on earth as a man, since all being would be concealed to him and there would be nothing unconcealed at all, nothing to which he could relate discursively, i.e., for the Greeks, in speech, pvt jok, \6 yok, and thereby be a man. Complete, measureless oblivion, i.e., concealment, would exclude the least ground of the essence of man, because such oblivion would allow no disclosure and would deny unconcealedness its essential foundation. Conversely, we see from this that a measure of withdrawing concealment belongs to the possibility of unconcealedness. Arj, JQ, the concealment that does not allow anything to emerge but only withdraws, nevertheless prepares the ground of essence of disclosure and so holds sway in unconcealedness. Man stems from the district of the uncanny divine place of withdrawing concealment. And since Hertz pertains to the essence of Arjtza, unconcealedness itself cannot be the mere elimination of concealedness. The in Arj, Jeza in no way means simply an undetermined universal undash and not. Rather, the saving and conserving of the unconcealed is necessarily in relation to concealment, understood as the withdrawal of what appears in its appearing. The conserving is grounded in a perpetual saving and preserving. This preserving of the unconcealed comes to pass in its pure essence when man strives freely for the unconcealed and does so incessantly throughout his mortal course on earth. To strive for something freely and to think only of it is in Greek veipas, the perpetual endurance on a path and a course is in Greek avsi, the incessant thinking of something, the pure saving into unconcealedness of what is thought, is thus avapku. A self-manifesting being, having come into unconcealedness as yuk, is understood by Plato as that which steps into view and thus emerges in its look. The look in which something come to preance as unconcealed, i.e., in which it is what is meant by do. The sight and the aspect something offers, through which it look at man, is zopha. Thought in Plato, eins, unconcealedness occurs as z and a and do, dot. In these and through these, beings, i.e., what is present, come to preance. The zopha is the countenance by which at any time self-disclosive beings look at man. The z-anda is the presence of what is present. The being of beings. But since Arjtza is the overcoming of Arj, Hertz, what is unconcealed must be saved in unconcealedness and be secured in it. Thus man can comport himself to beings as unconcealed only if he perpetually directs his thinking to the unconcealedness of the unconcealed, i.e., to the zoa and the do, dot, and in that way saves beings from withdrawal into concealment. In Plato's sense, i.e., thought in the Greek way, the relation to the being of beings is therefore avapk. T word is usually translated as memory or perhaps recollection. This translation transforms everything into the psychological and does not at all touch the essential relation to zhia. The translation of avapjuli, by recollection implies it is a matter here only of something forgotten welling up in man once again. But we have learned in the meantime that the Greeks experience forgetting as the event of the concealment of beings. Accordingly, so-called memory is actually based on unconcealedness and disclosedness. Plato inaugurates, along with the transformation of the essence of argje into jjlafumk, a transformation of rgjq and of the avapkajk, opposing it. The event of the withdrawing concealment becomes transformed into the human comportment of forgetting. Similarly, what is opposed to arj, jq becomes a fetching back again by man as long as we think the Platonic dvapka, and avt or jazz only on the basis of what came afterward, i.e., in modern terms, think them only in a subjective sense as remembering and forgetting, we will not grasp their essential ground for the Greeks, which in the thinking of Plato and Aristotle radiates its light for the last time. The tale of the water of the river carefree is the last word the warrior pronounces regarding the Liaj 6 Noc, Tun, Dot. The PV Jock reaches its peak in the legend of the field of ARTJQ. The essential view of thinking, which gathers everything into itself and finds expression in this dialogue on the essence of the RR6 is directed to the region of withdrawing concealment. This is the one and only thing necessary, since DIGJEZA, which is what is to be experienced, is itself by essence founded on RJJQ. Between these nothing mediates and there is no transition, because both in themselves pertain immediately to each other by their very essence. Whenever a belonging together is an essential one, the transition from one side to the other is over in a trice. Therefore the warrior concludes his narration of the PVR Jock, with the following words: 62 IBIFF, LNN/2 of KOJPMSAAC, VVXTQ, YT6M Jazz, FIPOFH JV1 EZOEIAJL, JVYT6M Jazz, Z4TEVF/JVIRIVK, AAAOFAANF/G Pirm Jazz AVWD1, RRJVYFVE ULV, TOV, WC, NQDMI After they lay down to rest and midnight struck, a thunderstorm and an earthquake set in, and from there, from the field of RJ11, all of a sudden everyone else was carried away, going toward the emerging prominence, toward being on earth, like a flight of stars, shooting stars. Of Wick, 3WV Piv IJ/IOC, XWAVJRVAS MDV he himself. However, WA indeed prevented from drinking the water, 62 IB4F. That is decisive. The PVT Jock, do not tear away from concealment something unconcealed but speaks out of that region from which springs forth the original essential unity of the two, where the beginning is. Oil. JLEVWIZ6NWC, D.HJ OPA ASENFKAS W, OVXT IT, IVAZ, AAAIF/JVJC, AVF 3A IRPAC, Ziad VI WTJEV on, VXDPRWWTNIT, NPIF. In what way meanwhile and in what fashion he came into his bodily presence he claimed not to know, but he did know that when he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw it was morning and he himself was lying on the pyre, 62 IB5FF. The looking up, the seeing of the I/2A, the dawning light, the morning, the fire, and the pyre, all this expresses in an essential way relations and features of Greek thinking that we are listening inappropriately to the concluding word of the PVT Jock, if we find in it merely a figurative ending to the narrative. Now is not the time to consider these relations. But neath may we close our ears to what Socrates, i.e., here, Plato himself, remarks concerning the PVT Jock, just told. Chi. Oyuk, W1 Lavksuv, PV, OC, IA, Izaovx ANWNO, Zazkpak, AVOOEV, AVE, WPE, AVWJ, Z10V11, AIIJQ, Noripo VIJOs of 3QA6PE, AZNVRPZJVOVPZAF, QM, PE, A. And so, Zero Glaucon, a legend has been saved and did not get lost. And it could save us, too, if we would be obedient to it, and then we will fittingly traverse the river flowing in the field of AIQ and will not desecrate the soul, i.e., the fundamental power to say beings, 62 IB8FF. Once again there is talk of AC, J, TW, saving. What is preserved and secured is the legend of the essence of AR, Q, the withdrawing concealment. That the PV Jock, as a whole is to secure in the unconcealed precisely this closing expression of the essence of concealment can be recognized from the fact that out of the rich content of the PV, OC, Plato in the end once more mentions U, VNC, AI, JQC, map 6 / the river flowing in the field of AI. A superficial reading of this passage had already in antiquity led to the false notion of a river Lethe, as if AIQ itself were the river. But AIQ is neither the river itself, nor is it symbolized by the river. Arj1JQ is DOV, field, region, the essence of the place and of the sojourn from which there is a sudden transition to a place and a sojourn that as the unconcealedness of beings, envelopes the mortal course of man in the emptying and abandonment of the field of all withdrawing concealment. What alone can exist is this river, because its water corresponds to the water withdraws from and eludes all containment, and in that way carries the essence of the place of the withdrawing concealment everywhere it is taken as a drink. The place of JQ is to be traversed only by traversing the single thing that exists at this place, namely the water of the river. If it were only a matter of stepping across, then the water would run past the ones who are crossing and would flow away and would not affect them in their essence. But the crotty of his essence. And thereby it also determines how man, destined to unconcealedness, will in the future stand in the unconcealed while retaining a relation to withdrawing concealment. The appropriate, i.e., the measured crossing of the river flowing through the place of /I/Q consists in taking a drink of the water according to the fitting measure. Yet the essence of man, and not only the individual man in his destiny, is saved only when man, as the being he is, hearkens to the legend of concealment. Only in that way can he follow what unconcealedness itself and the disclosure of the unconcealed demand in their essence. Without insight into the /ISP, vis-a-vis of AIIJQ, we will never be able to appreciate the astonishing fact that the mother of the madams, and consequently the essential beginning of poetry, is mnemosyne, i.e., the primordial free salvation and preservation of being, without which poetizing would even lack what is to be poetized. If we look into this essential connection between being and unconcealedness, between unconcealedness and salvation versus the concealed, between salvation and preservation, being and word, word and saying, saying and poetizing and thinking, we will then perceive the first lines of Homer's poems quite differently than we used to. Iliad MLJVZVN and, Hi, LLQAkia 8 EU AXARO. The poet does not invoke the goddess, but instead, even before saying his first word, the poet is already invoked himself and already stands within the appeal of being, and as such is a savior of being versus the demonic withdrawal of concealment. If Parmenides names the goddess Aarija at the very outset of his utterance, that is not, as philologists maintain, a kind of poetically fashionable introduction to high so-called didactic poem, but instead it is the naming of the essential place, where the thinker as thinker dwells. The place is atage, visa. For us of today the vjoi, the last word of the Greek on the hidden counter-essence to cdrj, jana. This withdrawing counter-essence to disclosedness withholds unconcealedness, but at the same time also holds in itself the essence of unconcealedness. What I counter to aoi jana, I neither simply the opposite, nor the bare lack, nor the rejection of it as mere denial. Arj, JQ, the oblivion of withdrawing concealment, is that withdrawal by means of which alone the essence of ARGJEZA can be preserved and thus be and remain unforgotten. Thought opinion maintains that something is preserved the soonest and is preservable the easiest when it is competently at hand and graspable. But in truth, and that now means for us truth in the sense of the essence of unconcealedness, it is self-withdrawing concealment that in the highest way disposes human beings to preserving and to faithfulness. For the Greeks, the withdrawing and self-withdrawing concealment, I the simplest of the simple, preserved for them in their experience of the unconcealed and therein allowed to come into preance. Therefore Plato could not invent the pvoic, of RJL Hertz, nope vj, is ever invented nor found by seeking. The legendary word is a response to the word of an appeal in which being itself dispenses itself to man and therewith first indicates the paths a seeking might take within the sphere of what is disclosed in advance. Certainly the time of Plato, 4 centuries later, is no longer the age of Homer. The ability, hence the inclination as well as the aptitude, to express the appeal of being becomes more and more concerned with establishing something that has been attained in the meanwhile, namely a being at home in beings on the basis of what man has instituted by his own procedures. The legendary word is not weaker, but man's perception is more variegated and dispersed and hence too volatile to experience as present the simple, which comes into presence originarily and therefore constantly. In the final era of the completion of the Greek world, we recognize already the traces of the early form of that historical condition which then determines the epoch of modernity in the West. In this epoch, as a consequence of a peculiarly concealed incertitude, certitude in the sense of unconditional certainty counts as what is most valuable, and therefore ascertaining becomes the basic character of all comportment. Ascertaining not a merely subsequent corroboration but is rather the aggressive making secure in advance for the sake of certitude. The content and the reality of everything objective has whatever validity it has as the inexhaustible occasion for objectivization in the sense of the certification of the content of world and life. Procedural processes, 1 RVQ, and their modes dominate experience. A river no longer flows in the mysterious course of its windings and turnings along banks it itself has carved out, but it now only pushes its water to an end pre-directed to it without detours, between the uniform rails of cement wall, which are in no way banks. The fact that precisely at the time of Socrates and Plato the word, 6, which there surely still means something essentially different from technique in the aeons of modern technology, is often used, and is already thought of, is a sign that procedural processes are lording it over experience. The ability to listen to legend becomes weaker and more withdrawn from its essence. The legendary word of Homer ha not faded away. The otherwise silent PV, OC, of Arj, JQ exists. Therefore even the Platonic PV1 Jo, of Arj, Q is a remembering of, not merely a thinking about, the Arj, Q Pindar and Hesiod mention. This remembering utterance of the VJO, preserves the primordial unveiling of the essence of Arj, JQ, and at the same time helps us to think more attentively the domain in which Homer already mentions the counter-word to Arj, Q, Chrj1 Jana. In the penultimate book IJI, XXIII, of the Iliad there is in verse 358 ff a passage referred to at the conclusion of the consideration of the oppositional character of the essence of Drg Jana. This song poetizes the death, the ritual burning, and the funeral of Achilles' fallen friend Patroclus, and it poetizes the war games instituted in honor of Achilles. The first of the games is to be the contest of the chariots. After Achilles drew lots determining the order of the warriors. Erjapfid rib par axvlinje. Achilles indicates the turn, of the cown, letting it appear, farther in broad space, and next to the end of the course he placed the divine phoenix, the war companion of his father, so that he might keep the Kurii in view and accordingly bring to word what is unconcealed. We, JLTJ1VE4JWO Popovk so that he might keep, I.E., so that he will not let fall away into concealment the outcome of the battle of the chariots. Here Arj Jana, the unconcealedness, of the battle, i.e., the battle as it appears in its presence, is founded unequivocally on a PTV4JW we would say on a not forgetting, though in that way we would falsify the matter. Indeed in the Greek language psvrjox and pippas surely express the counter-essence to tmovlhivm jazz. But the latter is determined on the basis of its relation to Arj TJQ. Accordingly, in the original understanding of PZPVFX there lies the sense of keeping, and precisely the holding of the unconcealed as such. This holding is, however, not a mere beholding or taking notice but is letting oneself be held by unconcealedness, dwelling in it that which secures the unconcealed against the withdrawal of concealment. Recapitulation. 2. The origination of man out of the uncanny district of withdrawing concealment. The inception of the transformation of man's basic position. The coming to presence together of Arjtza and Jlejlvijjlal. Reference to Homer, Iliad, XXLLL, 358 ff. Plato's myth at the conclusion of the Politeia says that man stems from the uncanny district of withdrawing concealment and in the here traverses a mortal course through beings in the midst of beings as a whole. Therefore, in opposition to the concealment he bears with him as the legacy of that district, when man returns to the here, he must first freely pursue, Vyapas, beings. He does so by removing the concealment and thus letting the unconcealed show itself. Beings show themselves first by being unconcealed, because concealedness surrounds those who have been transposed back into the here, as a consequence of the draught they had to take from the river in the Ijj place. The Vijok understands the necessity of Aarijtza and its essential relatedness to Ij, Jq, as the ground preceding it, on the basis of the essential provenance and destiny of man. This emphatic reference to man already indicates a transformation of the basic position of thinking among the Greeks. This transformation signifies the inception of metaphysics. The history of the Greeks thus heads toward the completion of its essential possibility. A 11H7 will no longer be experienced a. But if Ij, Jq, no matter how conceived, I originally the counter essence to Arj1 Jana, and if to \ij, H as withdrawing concealment there corresponds a losing in the pondence to Aij Jana. Where Aarij is a come. Unconcealedness and keeping, Iijtza and Jlejlvijjlal, come to presence together. And this original belonging together of both, precisely a. We have in mind a place in Homer, Iliad, XXIII, 358 ff Achilles orders Phoenix, at the battle of the chariots, we, JLLJ1H4JIO Oppausi, Zaaki JDQV Anokphros, to keep the course in view and accordingly to bring to word the unconcealed. Let it be noted parenthetically that AAR1JF1A and NOC, unconcealedness and word are again mentioned together. Part 2. The fourth directive from the detranslating word abhaya. The open and free space of the clearing of being. The goddess J-Ruth. 8. The fuller significance of disclosure. The transition to subjectivity. The fourth directive, the open, the free. The event of Arjotza in the West. The groundlessness of the open. The alienation of man. A. Preparation for the fourth directive. The insufficiency of unconcealedness as the translation used up to now. The ambiguity of the word disclosure and its fuller significance. The conflict in primordial Arjl Jana. Proximity and beginning. Reference to Homer. The two senses of appearance, pure emergence and being encountered. Egohood. Reference to Kant, Descartes, Herder, Nietzsche. The priority of selfhood since Plato and Aristotle, LLTPZV Sijk, 8, 43I, MNA, I. Mipaz and Arjl Jana are linked together in the verse from the Iliad quoted above, verse 361, and, specifically, their unconcealedness is a consequence of a keeping. That means Homer experiences the essential relation between Aarijtza and Rjljq in simple clarity and understands Arjotza on the basis of its relation to the concealing withdrawal of Rjljq. Voss's translation of the verse, to take good notice of the course and to proclaim everything precisely, bears not the slightest trace of what the Greek is saying. Aakljik, has become precise and Jlejlvijjlal mere taking notice. The intrusion of subjectivity and of subjective comportment into the essential relation between Arjotza and Jlejlvijjlal is obvious. In this passage, unconcealedness and the keeping that for us counts as a counter-comportment to forgetting are mentioned as it were spontaneously and for the Greeks in a natural way in their essential relationship. But it would be erroneous to claim, solely on the basis of this passage, that unconcealedness corresponds to not forgetting and 132 the fourth directive 196 to 197. That the Aak J-Pound, the unconcealed, is precisely what is not forgotten. It is so. By all means, but only under the presupposition that we think of forgetting in terms of Arjtjana and not substitute for the essence of Rjtjq the forgetting which is later understood as inadvertence, a kind of psychic subjective comportment. Yet the unconcealed cannot simply be identified with the unforgotten, because the unforgotten may be something false and untrue and consequently is not by necessity something true, AAQ, JIC. But does this not also apply to the unconcealed as much as to the unforgotten, namely that it can be something false as well as, omitting true? Besides, the so-called false must surely be something unconcealed and therefore would be true. The unconcealed also appears in the guise of mere semblance. What then distinguishes that unconcealed we call the true. Hereby we are directing our gaze onto nexus Greek thinking did not avoid. Though we ourselves can hardly still surmise them, for we unwittingly mix into these necessary questions our ordinary understanding of the essence of truth, i.e., truth in the sense of correctness and certitude. We can now see only this much, that mere unconcealedness, in which even something false may stand, does not exhaust the essence of Aar1 jnana. Spoken more prudently, up to now we have not thought the essence of Arijtza exhaustively. In fact, through what we have just observed, I.e., in view of the essential relation of Arjtjana to Arj, JQ, withdrawing concealment. A primordial essential moment of Aar1 jnana manav. The unconcealed is originarily what is saved from withdrawing concealment and hence is secured in disclosure, and yuk is uneluded. The unconcealed does not come into presence indeterminately, as if the veil of concealment had, imply been lilted. The unconcealed is the unevent, over which a withdrawing concealment no longer holds sway. The coming into presence it, an emerging, that is, a coming forth into unconcealedness, in such a way that the emerged and the unconcealed are assumed into unconcealedness, saved by it and secured in it. Aqtjh, the unconcealed, reveal essence to us now more clearly precisely from its relation to Ar1g. The unconcealed is what has entered into the tranquility of pure appearance and of the look. The unconcealed is what is secured thereby. The clarification of the closure to be brought into the light. At the outset, disclosure could only say as much as unveiling, the removal of the veiling and the concealment. But disclosure or disconcealment does not mean the mere removal and elimination of concealment. We must think disclosure exactly the way we think of discharging, igniting, or displaying, unfolding. Discharging means to release the charge, displaying means to let play out the folds of the manifold in their multiplicity. Our first tendency is to understand disclosure or disconcealing in opposition to concealing, just as disentangling is opposed to entangling. Disclosure, however, does not simply result in something disclosed as unclosed. Instead, the disclosure Entbergen is at the same time an enclosure Entbergen, just like dissemination, which is not opposed to the seed, or like inflaming Entflammen, which does not eliminate the flam but brings it into its essence. Disclosure Entbergen is equally for the sake of an enclosure as a sheltering bergen of the unconcealed in the unconcealedness of presence, i.e., in being. In such sheltering there first emerges the unconcealed as a being. Disclosure that now means to bring into a sheltering enclosure, that is, to conserve the unconcealed in unconcealedness. The word disclosure, the appropriateness of which only a far-reaching meditation could reveal, contains in its full sense equally essentially this emphasized moment of shelter. Whereas unconcealedness names only the removal of concealedness. The word disclosure is essentially and advisedly ambiguous in that it expresses a twofold with an intrinsic unity. On the one hand, as disclosure it is the removal of concealment and precisely a removal first of the withdrawing concealment, RJQ, and then also of distortion and displacement, RPT Vuk. On the other hand, however, as disclosure it is a sheltering enclosure, i.e., an assuming and preserving in unconcealedness. Disclosure, understood in its full essence, means the unveiling sheltering enclosure of the unveiled in unconcealedness. It itself is of a concealed essence. We see this first by looking upon RJQ and its holding sway, which withdraws into absence and points to a falling away and a falling out. The lesson to be drawn, therefore, from our meditation on the opposition holding sway in unconcealedness is not that besides distortion and falsity, i.e., in brief, besides untruth, there would still be another counter-essence to truth, namely RJQ. Rather, our reflection resulted in the far-reaching insight that out of this counter-essence to truth the only conflictual and primordial essence of Arjtza itself reveals itself more originally. Arjtza is against concealing closure, and through this against it is for sheltering enclosure. Arjtza is against concealing because it comes to presence in the unconcealed for the sake of a sheltering. This for and against of Arjtza are in themselves not ruptures, through which its essence falls apart and thereby falls out into the essential less, but instead they mark the conflict out of which Arjtza is unified in its essence, and out of which it begins. The conflictual unity of immanence in the primordial essence is inwardness. Admittedly, the Greeks think and speak still less about this more primordial essence of Arjtza than about the essence of Arjtjq, for Arjtza is to them the simple beginning of all that comes into presence. The Greeks therefore feel no urgency and have no incentive to direct their poetizing, thinking, and saying back into or beyond this beginning. For the Greeks there emerges in this beginning itself enough of what is entrusted to the saying of their poetry and thought, to its setting up and rearranging. For us who have come later, however, just to get some inkling of this most primordial beginning of the history of the West, we must explicitly pay heed to it and follow the directives the word unconcealedness provides. By following the third directive and thinking through the oppositional essence of unconcealedness beyond the limits of the usual opposition, truth-untruth. Both of the first mentioned directives take on a clearer imprint. That unconcealedness is related to concealedness and concealment has meant for us more than a mere verbal analysis of unconcealedness could yield. Likewise, the TN in unconcealedness has revealed an essential oppositional manifold and has given a clue to the conflictual essence of truth. But if now by focusing on \Rjtjq we glimpse the basic feature of sheltering enclosure in the essence of disclosure, and if this shelter secures in unconcealedness what it has to secure and to save, then the question looms large as to what unconcealedness itself might be, such that it can hold sway as sheltering and saving. Thus it becomes necessary to follow a fourth directive the translating word unconcealedness offers to our thoughtful attention. What this fourth and last directive brings to our attention, which we must gradually learn to experience, was mentioned by the Greeks even less, was less explicitly thought of, and of the essence of \Rjtjza. Still it rests primordially in the same, as yet concealed, essence of unconcealedness. Let us see what we can here, without first relating to the previous directives. In doing so, however, it will necessarily appear that we are now more than ever interpreting back into the essence of the Greek Arjtza something that do not reside in it. Measured against the barriers of the horizon of historiography, and of what is historiographically ascertainable, and of the facts, everywhere so cherished, what is said here about \Rjtjna in fact an interpretation read into it. But if, on the contrary, we do not force on history historiographical Hansens and cover it with them, if we rather let the beginning be the beginning it is, then another law holds. According to this law, we cannot read enough into the beginning, or, better said, we cannot interpret enough out of it, so long as we merely pay heed to this beginning in the rigor of its essence and do not get caught up in our own arbitrariness. For the reflection that attempts to investigate the essence of truth by no means desires, in the self-satisfied zeal of erudition, simply to discover what was once meant or was not meant. That could only be a preparation for the essential truth, which is more alive than today's much invoked life and concerns man's historical destiny, because this essence has come to presence for us already now long ago, without our thinking of it or making ourselves ready for it. What we are presently trying to bring into essential focus, through the fourth directive, belongs even more primordially to the essence of Arjtza than the counter-essence discussed up to now in all its multiplicity. Since our focus is to be directed to something that comes to presence more primordially in Arjtjna, therefore, along with Arjtza and through it, it is disclosed prior to all else, and as unconcealed it is still closer to us than what is closest. I.e. closer than what otherwise stands out first in the essence of Arjtza. What we are now to be directed toward is nearer to us than what is ordinarily and at first the closest. And therefore it is correspondingly more difficult to see. Thus in the zeal of the ordinary seeing of sense perception, we overlook what holds good and serves under visible things and between them and our vision, the closest of ale, namely brightness and its own proper transparency, through which the impatience of our seeing hurries and must hurry. To experience the closest is the most difficult. In the course of our dealings and occupations it is passed over precisely as the easiest. Because the closest is the most familiar, it needs no special appropriation. We do not think about it. So it remains what is least worthy of thought. The closest appears therefore as if it were nothing. We see first, strictly speaking, never the closest but always what is next closest. The obtrusiveness and imperativeness of the next closest drives the closest and its closeness out of the domain of experience. This follows from the law of proximity. This law of proximity is grounded in the law of the beginning. The beginning does not at first allow itself to emerge as beginning but instead retains in its own inwardness its beginning character. The beginning then first shows itself in the begun, but even there never immediately and as such. Even if the begun appears as the begun, its beginning and ultimately the entire essence of the beginning can still remain veiled. Therefore the beginning first unveils itself in what has already come forth from it. As it begins, the beginning leaves behind the proximity of its beginning essence and in that way conceals itself. Therefore an experience of what is at the beginning by no means guarantees the possibility of thinking the beginning itself in its essence. The first beginning is, to be sure, what is decisive for everything, still, it is not the primordial beginning, i.e., the beginning that simultaneously illuminates itself and its essential domain and in that way begins. This beginning of the primordial beginning comes to pass at the end. We know, however, neither the character nor the moment of the ultimate end of history and certainly not its primordial essence. Therefore the completion of the history of the first beginning can be a historical sign of the proximity of the primordial beginning, which latter includes future history in its proximity. Following the law that rules the beginning in its beginning, even the Greeks therefore necessarily overlook what is closest in the essence of arjtjesa. This overlooking does not stem from a lack of attention, it is not the consequence of negligence or incapacity. On the contrary, it is due precisely to their faithfulness to the most primordial experience of the still withdrawing beginning that the Greeks overlook the primordiality of the beginning. But because, on the other hand, the closest, and it alone, already dwells in all that is close, what is closest in the essence of arjtjsa must then be expressed in the speech of the Greeks, even if only incidentally, i.e., in the sense of something vaguely glimpsed though not explicitly regarded. The passage from the Iliad, b. 349 ff., elucidated earlier, where Nestor speaks of the return of the Greeks and of Zeus's lightning on the right, on the occasion of the Greeks' departure for Troy, revealed an inner connection between rpt-vuk, distortion, as a concealment but consequently also as a disclosure, and javzv, showing as letting appear. The unconcealed, that which lies in the light of the day, is what appears from out of itself. In appearing shows itself, and in this self-showing comes to presence, i.e., for the Greeks, is. In this way Greek experience is a revelation of a more original relation between what is unconcealed and what appears. Both are in a certain sense the same, and yet again not the arn, for in the essence of appearance there is hidden an ambiguity that can be decided in more than one way. Appearance is founded in a pure shining, which we understand as a radiating light. The same appearance, however, is a self-showing that meets a reception and a perception. Perception can now grasp what shows itself merely as what is perceived in the perceiving and can overlook as something incidental, and ultimately forget, the appearance that dwells in the self-showing, i.e., appearance in the sense of pure shining and radiating. The unconcealed is thus experienced more and more only in its relation to man and in terms of man, i.e., in its character as something encountered. But it is not thereby necessary that man, even if he thinks the relation of being to himself emphatically in terms of himself, should also posit himself as subject in the modern sense and declare being to be his representation. The selfhood of man includes, indeed by necessity, selfishness and egoism as its excess. These do not at all coincide with the ego constituting the essence of subjectivity, i.e., the rebellious sovereignty of modern man. But even the essence of the ego does not consist in the self-isolating exclusion of the individual from the rest of beings. This exclusion is called individualism. Metaphysically thought, the essence of the ego consists rather in its making every other being something standing over against it, its object, its over and against, its projected object. The essence of the ego, the I, has its distinguishing mark in the experience of all beings as objective and as standing over and against its representations. Thereby the ego proceeds to the totality of beings and presents this to itself as something to be mastered. Only in the reign of subjectivity does there become historically possible an epoch of cosmic discoveries and planetary conquests, for only subjectivity marks off the essential bounds of an unconditioned objectivity and does so ultimately as a claim of its will. The essence of subjectivity, namely the ego of the perceptio and representatio, is so essentially distinct from the egoism of the individual I that, according to Kant, the essence of the ego consists precisely in the holding sway of consciousness in general as the essence of a self-posited humanity. Selfhood, in the sense of subjectivity and ego, unfolds itself later in many forms, which arise historically as nation and people. The concepts of people and folk are founded on the essence of subjectivity and ego. Only when metaphysics, i.e., the truth of beings as a whole, has been founded on subjectivity and the ego do the concepts of nation and people obtain that metaphysical foundation from which they might possibly have historical relevance. Without Descartes, i.e., without the metaphysical foundation of subjectivity, Herder, i.e., the foundation of the concept of a people, cannot be thought. Whether one can retrospectively establish historiographical relations between these two is a matter of indifference. Since historiographical relations are always only the facade, and for the most part the concealing facade of historical nexuses. As long as we know with insufficient clarity the proper essence of subjectivity as the modern form of selfhood, we are prey to the error of thinking that the elimination of individualism and of the domination of the individual is ipso facto an overcoming of subjectivity. In distinction to the individualism of the 19th century, which protected the pluralism and the value of the unique and had as its counter-essence the distinct tionlessness of the herd, Nietzsche sees the emergence of a new form of humanity, characterized by the typical. In a note from the year 1888, Wille zur Macht, 8i9, Nietzsche says, "The feeling for and the pleasure in the nuance, the proper modernity, in what is not general, goes counter to the drive that has its pleasure and power in the grasp of the typical." Nietzsche understands by type the subjectivity that, on the basis of the will to power, is installed in unconditioned domination and is hardened in the sense of the will. The symptom of the strength of this subjectivity, i.e., the sign of the drive toward the type, is the preference for questionable and frightening things, WZM, 852. Nietzsche is not preaching here an unbridled morality or a special philosophy for the Germans, but instead he is thinking, as the thinker he is, beings in their being. He thinks what is in world history, what, because it already is only coming. As soon as we cease to interpret Nietzsche's metaphysics according to the bourgeois ideas of the end of the 19th century, and instead conceive it within the historical nexus to which it belongs exclusively, i.e., on the basis of its relation to the metaphysics of objective idealism and to Western metaphysics as a whole, we recognize that Nietzsche's concept of the Superman manifests the counter-essence to the absolute consciousness of Hegel's metaphysics. But we will understand neither if we have not adequately understood the essence of subjectivity. The form of the essence of subjectivity includes in itself a mode of the selfhood of man. But not every way of being a self is necessarily subjectivity. As long as we fail to see this, then every time a priority is accorded to the self we will run the risk of misinterpreting it as subjectivity or even subjectivism. The usual presentation of Greek sophistry and Socratism also fell victim to the superficiality of historiographical comparison and amalgamation. Now, insofar as Plato's thinking, as well as Aristotle's metaphysics, already passed through a confrontation with sophistry and Socratism. The selfhood of man and consequently the ground of man's essence received a peculiar privilege at the beginning of metaphysics. This is immediately evident in the way beings, as what appears in unconcealedness, are exclusively determined in relation to perception, thou see, and to the RPVXRJ, the essence of life. And that leads finally to the proposition asserted by Aristotle in his treatise LLTPZIJLVXRJC, T8, 43 IB 21 RJRPVXRJ tel, JV ta NW, EOTI. The soul, the essence of life, is in a certain way the beings. That is, in a certain way the being of beings, as the perceivedness of the perceived, is founded in the soul. This sounds like a statement from Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, according to which the conditions of the possibility of experience are simultaneously the conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience. But Aristotle's thesis only sounds like that. Aristotle is not saying that the being of beings would repose in and consist of representedness by a representing ego, i.e., as subject of consciousness and of its self-certainty. Of course, the being of beings, as the being of what shows itself and appears, is unconcealedness, but unconcealedness still has its essence in physis. Admittedly, Aristotle calls genuine being, metai, tel most apparent, in that it has already shown itself in advance in all things and everywhere. But tel. Accordingly, at the beginning of metaphysics, both are retained, appearance in the sense of emergence and coming forth, and also appearance in the sense of a self showing to a perception or to a soul. Here is hidden the reason for the peculiarly unsettling transitional character that marks metaphysics at its beginning and lets it become what it is, on the one hand, with respect to the beginning, the last light of the first beginning, and on the other hand, with respect to its continuation, the inception of the oblivion of the beginning and the start of its concealment, because the subsequent time interprets Greek thought only in terms of later metaphysical positions. I.e., in the light of a Platonism or Anstoteliani, Incit thereby interprets Plato as well as Aristotle either in a medieval way, or in a Leibnizian Hegelian modern way, or even in a Neo-Kantian way. Therefore it is now nearly impossible to recall the primordial essence of appearance in the sense of emergence, i.e., to think the essence of physis accordingly. The essential relation between sent, ajk, and arjwanjana also remains concealed. To the extent that it is ever referred to, it seems very strange. But if flume signifies a coming forth, an emergence, and nothing that one might mean by ratio or nature, and if, then, on the coming forth into the unconcealed, we of today only acknowledge slowly and with difficulty the distorting excessiveness of nature as a translation of flume. But even if we do succeed, we are still far from a transformation of experience and of thinking that might once more bring us into the proximity of the first beginning, in order to be closer to the beginning of the approaching beginning. Without having in view the essence of closest in 6/rotza and toward which our thinking is now underway. B. The fourth directive, the open as the primordial essence of unconcealedness. Reference to being and time and Sophocles, aim, v. 646f. Time as letting appear and concealing. Reference to Hold Erlin. Time as factor in the modern period. The upsurge of the open into unconcealedness. The identification of openness and freedom. Aigjtza as the open of the clearing. We shall conclude our elucidation of the essence of Aigjtza by attempting to follow a fourth directive provided by the translation of Aigjtza as unconcealedness. Thinking ahead, we can say that the open holds sway in the essence of unconcealedness. The word open makes us think first of what is not closed off, hence is disclosed. Thought in this way, the open proves to be a consequence of an opening up and a disclosing. For now, let us leave undecided whether or not the open must be the essential ground of disclosedness, providing the possibility of unconcealedness in the first place, rather than merely being its result. Prior to all that, we need to see that the Greeks did in fact experience within the realm of the essence of Aij, Jaina something that made it necessary for them to speak in some way of the open. But nowhere among the Greeks do we find the essential concept of the open. On the contrary, we encounter in the essential domain of Aigktza, and of the Greek thinking of being, words and names referring only approximately to what we are calling the open. A simple dictum from Greek poetry may testify to this. In addition, it will again provide us with an opportunity to think in a mysteriously simple way the essential unity of the fundamental Greek words, a unity we have more than once commisered in the course of our meditation. The dictum names the relation between concealment and disclosure, appearance and emergence, thereby it immediately provides the directive that is to guide our present reflection. The dictum expresses simultaneously what could be called a foreword to the saying of the essence of being. The dictum deals with time in being and time. Time is experienced and named as foreword for the word of being. The Greek dictum on time occurs in Sophocles' tragedy Aiak. v. 646 f, and is as follows. In Av. J6 Paxp, J, Av of JPRPOC, \P6 Vovez 1 Iakaze Pavivo XPVRNNM the broad. Incalculable weep of time let emerge everything that is not open as well as concealing, again, in itself what ha appeared. Let us consider this dictum, starting from the end the last word is spmnas. Kapmroj means to take back into oneself. To hide back. And conceal in oneself. This is the way Spavak, time, conceals. Time is primordially for the Greeks in every case only the right or wrong time, the appropriate or inappropriate time. That means each being has its time. Time is in every case the time in which this or that occurs, i.e., it is the time point, which does not mean the punctual now but point in the sense of the place. The locality, to which an appearance in its appearing belongs temporally at any time. Time is here not a series or sequence of indifferent now points. Instead, time is something that in its way bears beings, releasing them and taking them back. Time understood in the Greek manner, spavak, corresponds in essence to R6NOC, which we erroneously translate as space. T6NOC, is place, and specifically that place to which something appertains, example fire and flame and air up, water and earth below. Just as R6NOC, orders the appurtenance of a being to its dwelling place, so spavak, regulates the appurtenance of the appearing and disappearing to their destined then and when. Therefore time is called pakspak, broad, in view of its capacity, interminable by man and always given the stamp of the current time. To release beings into appearance or hold them back. Since time has its essence in this letting appear and taking back, number has no power in relation to it. That which dispenses to all beings their time of appearance and disappearance withdraws essentially from all calculation. The fact that the Greek god who is older than the highest of the Olympic gods, the ancient father of Zeus, is called Chronos, time, can be appreciated by only if we realize that the Greek divinities consist in general in a looking and appearing and that time is what lets appear and conceals. In the securing essence of the immemorial god Chronos repose the ancient friends from whom all power arises, hold Erlin, nature and art, or Saturn and Jupiter, 4:47. So the primordial essence of time is essentially remote from number, from calculation, and from all artifice, avp, pqwc. Admittedly, already among the Greeks, in Aristotle's Physics, the essence of time was understood precisely on the basis of number. That is certainly food for thought, above all because the Aristotelian determination of the essence of xf, Vok, has dominated the Western understanding of time ever since. Not only in the mathematical formulae of modern physics but in general in all human comportment towards time, time becomes a factor, i.e. a worker, that works either against or for man, namely against or in favor of the calculation by means of which man makes plans to master beings and secure himself in them. In modern terms, time is something man takes into account and precisely as the empty frame of the progression of occurrences one after the other. Everywhere, not only in physics, time is the parameter, i.e., the coordinates along which runs, Napa, all measurement, FPOV, and calculation. Man uses and consumes time like a factor. As a consequence of this disposition, which consumes and uses up, man constantly has less and less time in spite of all his time saving, and that is why the saving and economy of time are necessary in even the tiniest procedures of technology. Modern man, the subject to whom the world has become a uniquely uniform object, consumes even time. Modern man therefore always has less and less time, because he has taken possession of time in advance only as calculable and has made time something of which he is obsessed, though he is presumably the ruler whose rule masters time. For primordial Greek thinking, on the contrary, time, always as dispensing and dispensed time, takes man and all beings essentially into its ordering and in every case orders the appearance and disappearance of beings. Time discloses and conceals. Thus time can xpvtua, az, hide back into itself, only what has appeared, sent aviv 1a. Beings, coming into presence and becoming concealed in absence by the sweep of time, are understood here in terms of appearance. What appears, however, is what it is only insofar as it comes forth and emerges. Something must therefore be present letting the appearance emerge. $VMC, JVTZV as growing. But in doing so we must not forget to think this becoming and growing in the Greek manner as a coming forth, out of concealedness, of the germ and the root from the darkness of the earth into the light of the day. Even now we still say, though to be sure only as a figure of speech. Time will bring it out into the light of day. Everything needs, in order to come forth, its time. The flume, the letting come forth and the emergence, lets what emerges appear in the unconcealed. Admittedly, Sophocles does not use the word aiglJtza unconcealedness in his dictum about time, the time that hides, sphnrka, az, and lets come forth, fjrjtz. Nor does he say that time lets the concealed come forth, /jveihlau time lets come forth into appearance that which is determined to appear but is not yet, or jaov, to okov, the unopen. Corresponding to the unopen, as the concealed, is the unconcealed. The openly revealed, i.e., what came forth into the open and appeared in the open. The open dwells in unconcealedness. The open is that closest that we co-intend in the essence of unconcealedness, though without explicitly heeding it or genuinely considering it, let alone grasping its essence in advance, so that the presence of this open could order and guide all our experience of beings we already know, the unconcealed and the disclosing. AAC have an eminent relation to NOC, PVT Jock, A6 Yak, i.e., to the word. Saying and legend are essentially related to sentes 6 pt vov, to that which shows itself in unconcealedness. The disclosive utterance in an assertion is therefore still for Aristotle ano, jab jaz bringing into appearance. Instead of ano, jav at jaz, Aristotle often says, as did Plato and the earlier philosophers, okov, to place into the open. In speaking of unconcealedness, arjtza, jav kat jaz, appearing and letting appear, xpv and kat jaz, concealing, and objaf zv, being hidden. What is always named, though for the most part only incidentally, is njazaov, that which stands out into the open and therefore is the open. The essence of unconcealedness provides a directive toward the open and openness. But what are these? Here the Greeks are silent. We find ourselves without support or assistance when it becomes necessary to reflect on the essence of the open pervading arjtza. This reflection will seem strange to the ordinary view, especially because it shows that the open is by no means first and only a result or consequence of disclosure, but is itself the ground and the essential beginning of unconcealedness. For, to disclose, i.e., to let appear in the open, can only be accomplished by what gives in advance this open and thus is in itself self-opening and thereby is essentially open, or as we may also say, is of itself already free. The still concealed essence of the open as the primordial self-opening is freedom. By identifying openness with freedom we are linking it with something familiar and thus seem to be making the essence of the open comprehensible. But in fact this is mere semblance, and is even doubly so, insofar as the identification of openness and freedom, correctly thought of, grounds a still obscure openness in the essence of freedom, the origin of which is in turn equally obscure. In all metaphysics, the essence of freedom is understood in essential relation to the will, and the freedom of the will is understood as the distinguishing mark of a power of the soul, i.e., understood in terms of human comportment. But for us now it is a question of thinking the essence of freedom in essential unity with the most primordial concept of arjtza, and indeed with a view to elucidating the essence of the open. Thereby we might grasp the freedom man must first attain, in accord with his essence, if he is to be able to let beings be in the open what they are as beings. The free is the guarantee, the sheltering place, for the being of beings. The open, as the free, shelters and salvages being. We ordinarily think of the open, the free, and the vast as conditions of scattering, dispersion, and distraction. The open and its extension into the vastness of the unlimited and limitless are zones without stopping places, where every sojourn loses itself / instability. The open provides no shelter or security. The open is rather the place where what is still undetermined and unresolved plays out, and therefore it is an occasion for erring and going astray. Thus with regard to the open two questions immediately arise. In the first place, as originating in primordial freedom, how is the open supposed to be the originary essence of unconcealedness? Secondly, how can the open be essentially sheltering? It cannot be denied that the primordial essence of truth, arjtza, refers to the essence of the open and of openness. Although the Greeks did not explicitly think through and name the open as the essence of arjtza, yet they experienced it constantly in one regard, namely in the essential form of the lighted and the lighting, and this in turn in the shining of the light that provides brightness. We had incidentally mentioned the open as the lighted when we characterized the oapov c, and the tjta of right c, as ones who look and appear in the light, and we already indicated the connection between clearing and light. The light is the determining radiance, the shining and appearing. The light in the eminent sense shines as the light of the sun. On the basis of Plato's cave allegory we can immediately gather the connection between sun, light, unconcealedness and unveiling on the one hand, and between darkness, shadow, concealedness, veiling, and cave on the other. This reference to the essence of arjtza in the sense of the open of the clean and of the light will serve to conclude our elucidation of the Greek experience of the essence of truth. Apparently, then, we need only take a few more steps in order to explain this essence of truth in a way that might satisfy even ordinary, i.e., modern, thinking and its demands. See, light and looking. The natural explanation of truth as lighting in terms of the visual Greeks, versus the disclosing look. The perceptual look. Aijtza, the event in the landscape of the evening that conceals the morning. Fivo Pav and theory. The light, understood as brightness, first bestows the possibility of the look and therewith the possibility of the encountering look as well as the grasping look. Looking is an act of seeing. Seeing is a power of the eye. Herewith we seem to reach a point that could entirely explain aijtza as the essence of truth for the Greeks, i.e., lighting, and the open as the essence of truth. The Greeks were, as we say, visual. They grasped the world primarily by the eye, and therefore they naturally paid attention to looking and the look. So they had to consider light and brightness. From the lighting and brightness and transparency, Ajmpavik of the light there is only a small step to the lighted end. 8 Significance of disclosure 215 to 217 145 The clean, i.e., precise, ely to the open and then to the unconcealed as the essential. If we remember the Greeks were visual and if we think of unconcealedness as openness and clearing, then the essential priority of arjtza becomes understandable at one stroke. This reference to the basic characteristic of the open in the essence of arjtza puts us on the path of the most natural explanation of arj1jtza. The Greek essence of truth, unconcealedness, the open, the lighted, the clear, is thus explained by the fact that the Greeks were visual. With this explanation we could conclude our discussion of the essence of arg, hza as experienced by the Greeks. Nevertheless, in order to conclude a little more tidily, we must eliminate a minor disturbing moment. It is said that the Greeks were visual and therefore their interpretation of the world was focused on seeing, on the countenance, and on the light. But why were the Greeks visual? Are not all people visual? Certainly they are, insofar as they have eyes and see. But the familiar characterization of the Greeks is supposed to indicate that for them the eye played a special role. Again we come back to the question, why? One might answer, because there in Greece the light is particularly impressive. But then it would not be the eye as eye but the light that predominates and determines the priority of lighting. Besides, the power of the light is no less dominating in the land of the Egyptians and to a certain degree in the land of the Romans. And there we do not find anything resembling the sense of truth in the sense of arg, tka. But precisely this, one could counter. Demonstrates that the Greeks were visual to a special degree. It is simply a given fact. It is something ultimate and, as it were, the substance of this humanity. Now, it is not at all our intention to deny the fact that the Greeks were visual or that in their world the light and seeing played a preeminent role. Yet the question remains, and in spite of all the facts is once more to be raised, whether the reference to the facts in the least explains the essence of arg, na and whether such an essence at all allows of being explained by facts or anything derived from facts. We might even question still further whether explaining, with regard to what is essential brings us at all and ever could, into a relation with what is essential in the essence. We are hereby approaching the question of the character and the very ends of the meditation we have been pursuing on the essence of arg, jna. That the Greeks were visual, that they were eye people, what does this contribute to an elucidation of the essence of truth as unconcealedness, openness, and clearing? It does not contribute anything, because it cannot have the least significance. That fact cannot mean anything, because the factual functioning of the eyes does not give any information, and cannot give any information, about the relation of man to beings. What is just an eye without the ability to see? We do not see because we have eyes, but we have eyes because we can see. But what does it mean to see? We understand it, in a very broad sense, as the foundation for all physical, physiological, and aesthetic optics, namely, it is what allows for an immediate encounter with beings, things, animals, and other people, in the light. Of what help, however, would any light be, no matter how luminous, and what could any optical instrument do, no matter how refined and accommodating, if the power to see did not itself in advance get a being in sight by means of the visual sense and the medium of the light? Just as the eye without the ability to see is nothing, so the ability to see, for its part, remains an inability if it does not come into play in an already established relation of man to visible beings. And how could beings be supposed to appear to man, if man did not already relate in his essence to beings as beings? And how could such a relation of man to beings as such hold sway if man did not stand in a relation to being? If man did not already have being in view, then he could not even think the nothing, let alone experience beings. And how is man supposed to stand in this relation to being if being itself does not address man and claim his essence for the relation to being? But what else is this relation of being to the essence of man than the clearing and the open which has lighted itself for the unconcealed? If such clearing did not come into play as the open of being itself, then a human eye could never become and be what it is, namely the way man looks at the demeanor of the encountering being, the demeanor as a look in which the being is revealed. Since the primordial essence of truth is unconcealedness, arjhza, and since arjlhza is already in the concealed the open and the self-luminous, therefore the clearing and its transparency can altogether appear in the form of the lighting of brightness and of its transparency. Only because the essence of being is arjhtza can the light of the lighting achieve a priority. That is why the emergence into the open has the character of shining and appearing. And that is why the perception of what emerges and is unconcealed is a perception of something shining in the light, i.e., it is seeing and looking. Only because looking I claimed in this way can the eye receive a priority. It is not because the eye is sun-like, but it is because the sun as what is radiant itself is of the light and is of the essence of Arjat Jna, that the eye of man can look and can become a sign for the relation of man to the unconcealed in general. Because the essence of truth and of being is Arj, Jtza, the open, the Greeks could use the eye to characterize the essential relation of man to beings, i.e., Rpvxrj, the soul, and could speak of the Apa Uj, Rpzijk, the eye of the soul. The Greeks also, speak of a conversation of the soul with itself, A6 yak, and the essence of man would consist in the A6 oveyczv. If, consequently, the essence of the soul is determined by A6 yak, and indeed in a way that is no less essential than the determination by the perceptual look, and if the latter occurs in the lighting of Arjat Jna, then the Atzv of the human soul must also be founded by the A6 yo, which in its essence is nothing else than Arjat Jtza. The primordial essence of truth is Arjat Jtza, not because the Greeks were visual, but instead the Greeks could only be visual because it is Arjat Jtza that determines the relation of their humanity to being. This and only this, namely that the essence of truth originates as Arjat Jtza, but precisely in such a way as to conceal itself forthwith, is the event of the history of the Occident. According to this essential origination of Arjat Jna, the Occident Abendland is the not yet decided or delimited landscape of the earth upon which an evening Abend is descending, which as evening essentially takes its beginning from the dawn and therefore harbors in itself the morning of this landscape. Because the essence of truth holds sway as Aart Jna, the open and lighted determines what appears therein and makes it comply with the essential form of the look that looks into the light. In correspondence to thb appearing look, the disclosing perception and grasp of beings, i.e., knowledge, is conceived as a looking and a seeing. The look of being, which looks into beings, is in Greek tga. The grasping look in the sense of in Greek sixpa. To see the enkounan look, in Greek tjtiv-pav, is ijmpa tjtwptf /tjtopia. The word theory means, conceived simply, the perceptual relation of man to being, a relation man does not produce, but rather a relation into which being itself first posits man. To be sure, when later ages and we of today say theory and theoretical, everything primordial has been forgotten. The theoretical is a product of the human representational subject. The theoretical is the merely theoretical. The theoretical must, in order to justify its truth claims, first prove itself by praxis. Without such proof a relation to reality is denied it. Even where, within certain limits, a significance proper to the theoretical is acknowledged, one is calculating that a day will arrive in which it could be applied practically, a view of its usefulness, that subsequently justifies the pioneer merely theoretical comportment as unavoidable. But it is the practical, i.e., success and performance, that is the standard and the justification of the theoretical. Already 4 decades ago the Americans established this doctrine as the philosophy of pragmaty, m. By this philosophy the Occident will neither be redeemed nor saved. The Greeks, however, who alone are the custodians of the beginning of the Occident, experienced immediately in Teopha an essential relation to the Ijta of right c, to the Fof, and to the Osp6 Vzov. Therefore the Greeks do not first need to impute to Teopha a practical value in order to justify its truth claims or in order to justify it over and against the suspicion that it is something merely theoretical devalued as something merely abstract running about like some horror. With such a removal of the theoretical, as the abstract, from Chya, from the look of being, can we then be surprised at atheism, which circulates not only among freethinkers and within the atheistic movement? That the basic Greek experience of being is, twp, it does not testify first and foremost to the priority of seeing and looking, but testifies above all to the primordial holding sway of the essence of Arj1jtza, in which there dwells something like the clearing, the lighted, and the open. Insofar as we follow this directive from the essence of unconcealedness and think the open, Our meditation on the essence of arg, tka is indeed not at its end but is only now first brought to its beginning. D. The open at the beginning of the meditation on the word arg, tka. Essential thinking, the leap into being. Unconcealed beings in the security of the groundlessness of the open, the free, of being. The concealment of the decision of the bestowal on man of unconcealedness in the securing open. The entitlement, through the bestowal of being, to see the open, a historical beginning. The alienation of man from the open. The beginning requires of us, whose history has proceeded from the beginning, a reflection on the ins of the open. In naming the open and using the word openness, we seem to be representing something known and understandable. But, on the contrary, everything is blurred in the indeterminate that is, unless we now take the word open sinuously and think it exclusively within the essential nexus our meditation on the essence of aar, tka has brought closer to us. We shall thus use the locution the open only in its indissoluble essential unity with aar1jtza and with the ins of arg1jtza as primordially experienced in this context, the open the light of the self-luminous. We name it the free and its essence freedom. Freedom has a primordial sense here, alien to metaphysical thinking. We might be inclined to elucidate the essence of freedom, thought here as the essence of the open, on the basis of the traditional delimitation of the various concepts of freedom. For we would be tempted to draw closer to the essence of what we are calling the open by approaching it gradually through our ordinary representations. A way that is open we call free. Entrance and passage are granted. These show themselves as spaciousness. What can be traversed is known to us as the spaciousness of spaces, as their dimensional essence, an essence we also ascribe to time by speaking of a span of time for instance. This represents what we presumably first encounter in naming the open, an unclo, ed an unoccupied extension prepared for the reception and distribution of objects. Yet the open in the sense of the essence of arg, hza does not mean either space or time as usually intended, nor their unity, space-time, because all that already had to borrow its openness from the openness holding sway in the essence of disclosedness. Similarly, everywhere that something is free of. In the sense of exempt from, or is free for. In the sense of ready to, a freedom already comes to presence out of the freedom that first releases even space-time as an open, traversable, extemion and spread. The free of and the free for already require a clearing in which a detachment and a donation constitute a more original freedom that cannot be grounded on the freedom of human comportment. Hence we will never arrive at the open, as the essence of aletheia, simply by stretching the open in the sense of the extended or in the sense of the free as commonly understood, stretching it into a gigantic container encompassing everything. Strictly speaking, the essence of the open reveals itself only to a thinking that attempts to think being itself in the way that it is presaged to our destiny in the history of the West as what is to be thought in the name and essence of arg, is a. Every person in history knows being immediately, though without acknowledging it as such. But as undeniable as is the immediacy of this knowledge of being, that is also how rarely the thinking of being succeeds or even commences. It is not that this thinking is difficult and would require special arrangements in order to be carried out. If we may speak of a difficulty here, it consists in the fact that to think being is very simple, but that the simple is for us the most arduous. To think being does not require a solemn approach and the pretension of arcane erudition, nor the display of rare and exceptional states as in mystical raptures, reveries, and swoonings. All that is needed is simple wakefulness in the proximity of any random unobtrusive being, an awakening that all of a sudden sees that the being is. The awakening for this essential thinking. The it is of beings, being, shows itself, if it does show itself, in each case only suddenly in Greek iaz sent vqc, i.e., ia, javrasi, the way that something erupts into appearance, from non-appearance. To this essentially unmediated and immediate eruption of being into beings, which in turn only then appear as beings, there corresponds on the part of man a comportment that no longer adverts to beings but suddenly thinks being. To think being requires in each instance a leap, a leap into the groundless from the habitual ground upon which for us beings always rest. It is as the groundless that the free comes to light. And that is how we name it. Provided we think nothing more of a being than it is. This genuine thinking occurs by leaps, for it ignores the bridges and railings and ladders of explanation, which always only derives beings from beings, since it remains on the soil of facts. This ground is full of cracks. It never bears. For every being to which we adhere to the exclusion of all else bears only as a consequence of an oblivion of being, wherein nevertheless the being is present. Being, however, is not a ground but is the groundless. It is called such because it is primordially detached from a soil and ground and does not require them. Being, the it is of a being, is never autochthonous in beings, as if being could be extracted from beings and then stood upon them as on its ground. It is only beings in relation to beings that are autochthonous. Being, the never autochthonous, is the groundless. This seems to be a lack, though only if calculated in terms of beings, and it appears as an abyss in which we founder without support in our relentless pursuit of beings. In fact, we surely fall into the abyss, we find no ground, as long as we know and seek a ground only in the form of a being and hence never carry out the leap into being or leave the familiar landscape of the oblivion of being. This leap requires no digressions or formalities. For everywhere and always and in the closest proximity to the most inconspicuous beings there already dwells the openness of the possibility of explicitly thinking that it is of beings as the free, in the clearing of which beings appear as unconcealed. The open, to which every being is liberated as if to its freedom, is being itself. Everything unconcealed is as such secured in the open of being, i.e., in the groundless. The groundless, originally freed from every ground and its cracks, is what secures primordially, though to be sure it does not secure in the sense of a sanctuary man might hunt out somewhere within beings and arrange for himself. The security of the open does not provide a place of refuge through which man could acquit himself of his essence. The open itself secures the essential abode of man, provided man, and only he is that being to whom being illuminates itself. Being, as the open, secures in itself every kind of unconcealedness of beings. Hence, in securing, the secure open also conceals the primordial decision by which being bestows on man unconcealedness, i.e., the truth of beings as a whole. The character of bestowal hides and secures the way historical man belongs within the bestowal of being, i.e., the way this order entitles him to acknowledge being and to be the only being. 8. Significance of disclosure 224 to 226 151 Among all beings to see the open. A decision on this entitlement is rarely made. It is made every time the essence of truth, the openness of the open, is determined primordially. And that is a beginning of history. Indeed, historical man, insofar as he is, always belongs within the bestowal of being. Man, and only he, constantly sees into the open, in the sense of the free, by which the it is liberates each being to itself and on the basis of this liberation looks at man in his guardianship of the open. Although man and only he constantly sees into the open, i.e., encounters beings in the free of being, in order to be struck by them, yet he is not thereby already entitled to bring being itself explicitly into its own most, i.e., to bring it into the open, the free, i.e., to poetize being, to think it, and to say it. Because only unconcealed beings can appear and do appear in the open of being, man adheres, at first unwittingly and then constantly, to these beings. He forgets being and in such forgetting learns nothing more than the overlooking of being and alienation from the open. The open in the form of the unrestrained progression of beings. The open, the free of the clearing. The open of the creature in Rilke's Eighth Duino Elegy. Reference to Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. The exclusion of the animal from the strife between unconcealedness and concealedness. The excitability of what is alive. Being, from whose bestowal man cannot withdraw, even in the most extreme oblivion of being, does, however, flow away from man into the indeterminate totality of beings as a consequence of his alienation from Arjtza. In this way being is identified without distinction with beings or else is cast aside as an empty concept. The distinction of all distinctions and the beginning of all distinguishing, i.e., the distinction between being and beings, is then completely effaced and with human assistance is rejected without misgivings into heedlessness through a disregard for what is properly to be thought, rejected in the uncanny manner of oblivion and thoughtlessness. But being remains in the hardly considered manner of beings as a whole and obtains its sense from an interpretation based in every case, though in vanous ways, on the privileged domain of beings. Being becomes a mere word sound concealing what has withdrawn and been closed off, whereas it is precisely the opening open. Beings proceed from and into beings. Only this progression is, but it is only with the oblivion of the is itself and its essence. This unlimited progression of beings, one after the other and one into the other, counts as being. This unlimited progression of beings into beings refers then to the open, in the sense in which we speak of open water when we are on the high seas and all borders of land disappear. This is how Rilke, in the 8th Duino elegy, understands the open. The open is for him the constant progression by beings themselves, from beings to beings within beings. The open as the unlimited progression of beings remains bound to this and so is chained to the ground. The open of the unrestrained progression of beings never arrives at the free of being, and it is precisely this free that the creature never sees, for the capacity to see it constitutes what is essentially distinct about man and consequently forms the unsurmountable essential boundary between animal and man. The open in the sense of the unceasing progression of beings into beings and the open in the sense of the free of the clearing of being in distinction from all beings are verbally the same, but in what the words name they are so different that no oppositional formulation could suffice to indicate the gap between them. For oppositions, even the most extreme, still require one same domain in which to be posed against each other. Precisely this is missing here. The metaphysics lying at the foundation of the biologism of the 19th century and of psychoanalysis, namely the metaphysics of the complete oblivion of being, is the source of an ignorance of all laws of being, the ultimate consequence of which is an uncanny hominization of the creature, i.e., the animal, and a corresponding animalization of man. This is an assertion about the metaphysical foundation of a poetizing, an assertion carried out from the standpoint of thinking. It could then be objected that this is to hail poetry in an unauthorized way before the court of philosophy. If philosophy and poetry were simply two different human occupations, existing each in itself and distinct by their very essence, then what we have been saying could be condemned as nonsense. But what if the essence of thinking and the essence of poetizing were to receive again their originary entitlements? And what if this could only occur insofar as the binding character of the word and of speech had to be decided primordially and had to be taken into human care? Here our concern is only to block the danger of a thoughtless confusion of similar verbal sounds. The following remarks on Rilke's poetry must be understood within the limits of this intention. What Rilke, especially in the 8th of H.B. Duino elegies, calls the open has only the sound and the vocalization in common with what the thinking of the essence of Arjtza conceives in the word open. A brief elucidation of what Rilke says about the open can help us consider more steadfastly the open as thought within the essential domain of Arj1jt, by decisively setting it off against the words of Rilke. It will also serve to make our meditation on Argjtca more precise. Rilke speaks of the open especially in the 8th of his Duino elegies, dedicated, significantly, to Rudolf Kastner. It is not our intention to present a comprehensive interpretation of this elegy, for that is not necessary. What is necessary is only an unequivocal indication of how Rilke's word about the open is distinct in all respects from the open as essentially connected to Arjtza and to thoughtful questioning. The 8th Duino elegy begins. With all eyes the creature see the open. Only our eyes are reversed and placed wholly around creatures as traps, around their free exit what is outside we know from the animal's visage alone. The first verses of the elegy immediately say to whom it is given to see the open and to whom it is not. The eyes of the creature and our eyes, i.e., human eyes, are opposed in this respect. What then does creature mean here? Creatura, from crear, means what is made. Creator is the maker. Creatio, creation, is a biblical Christian fundamental determination of beings. Omne ens est qua ens creatum, with the exception of the uncreated Creator himself, the summum ens. Creatura in the summa of ens creatum therefore includes man. According to the biblical narrative of creation, man is the creatura formed last. Thus creatura means creation, i.e., the created world as a whole, in which man is included as the crown of creation. It is in this sense that the word creatura occurs in the famous medieval sequentia, Dies Irae, Dies Ilia, a poem written by Thomas of Celano in the first half of the 13th century. He is the one who also wrote the celebrated biography of Saint Francis of Assisi. The fourth strophe of the Dies Irae, which perhaps some of you have heard in Verdi's Compo as follows. Mors stucabit et natura cum resurgit creatura iadicanti responsura. Death benumbs all that emerges when creatures rise to answer to their judge. Now if Rilke places creatures in opposition to man, and this opposition is the exclamative theme of the 8th elegy, then the word creatures cannot mean creatura in the sense of the whole of creation. The unambiguous delimitation of this word in Rilke's language demands an interpretation of the Duino elegies as unitary, and specifically in their connection with the sonnets to Orpheus, which often are still farther reaching. But now is not the occasion to attempt it, and, in addition, the hermeneutic presuppositions are still lacking, and they must be drawn from Rilke's poetry itself. The word creatures in Rilke's poetry refers to creatures in the stricter sense, i.e., living beings, excluding man. This use of the word creature and created being does not refer to the creation of the Creator, in the manner of Christian faith, but instead creature and created being are names for the living beings that, in distinction from the living being endowed with reason, man, are peculiarly helpless and wretched. The creature is above all the animal. Once more it should be emphasized that creature is not being distinguished here from the Creator and therefore is not put into relation to God by means of such a distinction. Instead, the creature is the irrational living being in distinction from the rational. But Rilke does not take the irrational creature according to the usual view, as lower, i.e., less potent, compared to the higher, more potent, human being. Rilke inverts the relation of the power of man and of creatures, i.e., animals and plants. This inversion is what is poetically expressed by the elegy. The inversion of the relation in rank of man and animal is carried out with regard to that which both these living beings are respectively capable of in terms of the open. The open is accordingly that which pervades both and all beings. Is it therefore being itself? To be sure. So everything hinges on this, that we reflect on the sense in which the being of beings is experienced and spoken of here. The open is not without relation to arjtza, if this is the still hidden essence of being. How could it be otherwise? Yet the open according to the word of Rilke and the open thought as the essence and truth of arjtza are distinct in the extreme, as far apart as the beginning of Western thought and the completion of Western metaphysics, and nevertheless they precisely belong together the same. With all eyes the creature sees the open. Only our eyes do not see the open, not immediately. Man sees the open so little that he is in need of the animal in order to see it. The 5th and 6th verses say clearly. What is outside we know from the animal's visage alone. What Rilke means by the open cannot be understood or even properly questioned unless we see clearly that the poet is making a distinction between the animal or irrational living being on the one side and man on the other. Guardini, on the contrary, interprets this elegy as if, on the basis of the relation of the creature we should say ens creatum to the open, the poem is a sort of proof for the existence of a creating God. The opposition of erema and man, a rational and rational living being, is a distinction whose primordial form is to be sought among the Greeks. We are already familiar with this distinction from our previous remarks. Man is accordingly ro, Yahweh 6 Yovtikov, that which emerges out of itself, and in this emerging, and for its relation to the emerged, has the word. The animal on the contrary, is that self-emergent to which the word is denied dash, vjav. The essence of speech, however, is for the Greeks and still for Plato and Aristotle and Anno 1 the letting appear of the unconcealed as such, which both philosophers express as njakaov, the revealing of the open. Because he has the word, man, and he alone, is the being that looks into the open and sees the open in the sense of the aakjic. The animal on the contrary, does not see the open, never does, not with a single one of all its eyes. Now the start of Rilke's 8th elegy says exactly the opposite. Does Rilke thereby bring about a reversal of the Western metaphysical determination of man and animal in their relation to the open? The problem is that, as a fundamental condition of the essence of a reversal, revolution, whatever it is with respect to which the reversal takes place must remain the same and must be held fast as the same. And in the present case this condition does not obtain. For the open meant by Rilke is not the open in the sense of the unconcealed. Rilke knows and suspects nothing of arjtza, no more than Nietzsche does. Accordingly, Rilke is bound within the limits of the traditional metaphysical determination of man and animal. Specifically, Rilke takes over the form of this determination that arose in the modern age and was solidified in the 19th and 20th centuries, from the Greek, cfova 6 yovkov to the animal rationale. This essential determination of man as the rational living being is just as distant from the Greek one as veritas and certitudo are from arjtza. As animal rationale, man is the animal that calculates, plans, turns to beings as objects, represents what is objective and orders it. Man comports himself everywhere to objects, i.e., to what stands over and against him. This implies man himself is the subject, the being that, positing itself on itself, disposes of its objects and in that way secures them for itself. Rilke always thinks of man in this modern metaphysical sense. That current metaphysical conception of man is the presupposition for Rilke's poetic attempt to interpret the essence of man in the sense of modern biological metaphysics. Man is the living being that, by way of representation, fastens upon objects and thus looks upon what is objective, and, in looking, orders objects, and in this ordering posits back upon himself the ordered as something mastered, as his possession. The concluding part of the elegy expresses all this unequivocally, and thereby attests that the distinction between man and animal, or more precisely the interpretation of the human being on the basis of the animal, is the all-encompassing theme of the poem. And we spectators always and everywhere, to whom all is turned and never out there. We are flooded with it. We order it. It breaks down, we order it again, and we break down ourselves. The decisive words of these verses resound, and never out there. I.e., never into the open the creatures see with all their eyes, for we can know about the out there and about what is outside from the animal's visage alone. What does Rilke then mean by the open? According to the obvious meaning, when we think of the open, we think of something opened versus something closed. And what is open and opened is a space. The open refers to the essential domain of space, even if we think of it as what has been brought into the light, in the sense of the disclosed and unconcealed. On the path of the thinking that thinks arjtza in its essence, we will arrive at the point at which we will have to ask about the relation between the unconcealed and space. Must we think the unconcealed on the basis of the essence of what is spatial, or is what is spatial and all space founded in the essence of arjtza as primordially experienced? In any case, the open refers to what is spatial. Rilke's talk about the never out there and the what is outside also refers to this domain. Moreover, the elegy says, we never have, not even for one single day, the pure space before us in which the flowers infinitely emerge. 157. Infinitely here means endlessly, without stopping at a limit. And also means as a whole. Emerge, of course, does not refer here to what the Greeks think by flvtzv, but means the mergence through which, for example by dissolving sugar in water, the emergent is merged and assumed up into the whole of the air and all cosmic relations. This emerging is possible because there is nothing standing over and against the living being, plant or animal, as object, turning the living being back on itself and forcing it into reflection. The all-determining and all-encompassing basic meaning of the word open for Rilke is the limitless, the infinite, wherein living beings breathe and unrestrainedly dissolve into the irresistible causal nexuses of nature, in order to float in this infinity in accordance with that limitless realm. Rilke names the animal the free animal. To what extent Rilke can say, with all eyes the creature sees the open, and to what extent the open is so deep in the face of the animal, that is what the poet must justify poetically. We need to clarify first of all the meaning of seeing here. Rilke says of our eyes that they would be reversed. They do not go away into the objectless domain, but instead, in the very representing of the object, they are doubled back by that object onto themselves in the opposite direction. If our eyes therefore look at a creature, it is caught as an object by our representing. The free exit of the look of the creature into the open is suspended and distorted by our objectification. Our eyes are traps for the look of the animal, traps which catch its look and hold it fast. These traps close, occlude, and debar the open, the meaning of which is expressed most readily in the term open water. This is reached when all borders of land have disappeared. The open is the absence of borders and limits, the objectless, not thought as lack but as ongeal whole of reality, in which the creature is immediately admitted and let free. Man, on the contrary, is forced into a relation to objects, with himself as the subject. A relation that posits the whole of what Rilke calls the open and at the same time occludes it whenever this relation onces. According to Rilke, the erema sees more than man does, for the animal's gaze is not trammeled by any objects but can go on infinitely, in some unknown way, into the objectless. The animal has before itself the limitless. It never encounters a limit on its path, hence not even death. The animal is free from death as it goes on into the limitless, its advance is never doubled back, as is the case with human representing. And it never sees what is behind itself. The limitless as a whole can also be called God in a loose way of speaking. So in this elegy Rilke says, the free animal has its parishim constantly behind itself, and in front of itself God, and when it moves emiturudi, just as wells do. This all sounds very strange, and yet is only a poetic form of the popular biological metaphysics of the end of the 19th century. There, and in fact ever since Descartes, man's representing is called a consciousness of objects, one that is conscious of itself and is reflected onto itself. And so the comportment of the animal is unself-conscious, and in that sense is an unconscious pressing and driving of the instincts out into a direction not objectively determined. The priority of the unconscious over consciousness corresponds to the priority of the free animal over the imprisoned essence of man. The spirit of Schopenhauer's philosophy, mediated by Nietzsche and the doctrines of psychoanalysis, looms behind this poetry. Although Nietzsche's metaphysics with regard to the doctrine of the will to power remains outside the compass of Rilke's poetry, there still holds sway the one decisive common element, the essence of man as conceived on the basis of the essence of the animal. Here it is poetized, their thought. From a purely metaphysical viewpoint, i.e., with regard to the interpretation of beings as rational or irrational, the domain of Rilke's basic poetic experience is not at all distinct from the basic position of Nietzsche's thinking. Both are as remote as possible from the essence of truth as arjtza, just as was the metaphysics of the modern and medieval periods. Yet modern metaphysics, in unity with medieval Christian metaphysics, reposes on the same ground, namely the Roman transformation of the metaphysics of Plato and Aristotle, and so it is easy to see in Rilke's poetry the last offshoot of modern metaphysics, in the sense of a secularized Christianity, and to show that the secularized is precisely only an epiphenomenon of the original Christian phenomenon. Such an interpretation makes Rilke's poetry appear to be some sort of derailed Christianity, badly in need of succor, and such apologetics risks flying in the face of the expressed word and will of the poet. Now, we could reply that we are not interested in a Christian apologetic exploitation of the poetry of Rilke. We also reject any attempt to apply to poetry the measuring rod of a philosophy. We adhere only to the poetical artistic word. This is certainly an authentic attitude and one that does justice to the poet. But it leaves one question unasked. Namely, to what does the poetical word properly oblige us? This question has its ground in a still more essential question: which truth is proper to poetry as poetry? The mere appeal to personal lived experiences and impressions, which is implied in the appeal to the poet himself as the ultimate support of the validity of his word, is here too little, i.e., it is nothing at all in an age in which not only the being or non-being of a people is to be decided, but where, prior to that, the essence and the truth of being and non-being themselves, and nothing less, are at stake. In this way it could be more important, i.e., more objective, to insert Rilke's poetry into the tradition of Christian consciousness rather than deliver it over to the subjective experiences of a perplexed individual. Our thinking would be too narrow and too oblique if we were to defend the view that by referring to the open in Rilke we are measuring his poetry against the yardstick of philosophical concepts, in order to judge it or even condemn it according to that measure. To be sure, Rilke's word about the open would then be brought into relation with the essential sphere of Arjtza. The question is whether this is only a so-called philosophical concept or whether in the course of our reflection it has become clear that Arjtza names an event in whose compass even Rilke's word about the open belongs, just as does every Occidental word that speaks of being and truth, a speaking that may still experience and know this event or long since have forgotten its last tremors. There is, of course, a gaping abyss between what Rilke names the open and the open in the sense of the unconcealedness of beings. The open that dwells in Arjtza first lets beings emerge and come to presence as beings. Man alone sees this open. More specifically, man gets a glimpse of this open while comporting himself, as he always does, to beings, whether these beings are understood in the Greek sense as what emerges and comes to presence, or in the Christian sense as ens creatum, or in the modern sense as objects. In his comportment to beings, man in advance sees the open by dwelling within the opening and opened project of being. Without the open, which is how being itself comes to presence, beings could be neither unconcealed nor concealed. Man and he alone sees into the open though without beholding it. Only the essential sight of authentic thinking beholds being itself. But even there the thinker can behold being only because he as man has already glimpsed it. The animal on the contrary, does not glimpse or see into, and certainly does not behold, the open in the sense of the unconcealedness of the unconcealed. Therefore neither can an animal relate to the closed as such, no more than it can comport itself to the concealed. The animal is excluded from the essential domain of the strife between unconcealedness and concealedness. The sign of this essential exclusion is that no animal or plant has the word. This reference to the exclusion of the animal from the essential domain of unconcealedness introduces us to the enigmatic character of all living beings. For the animal is related to his circle of food, prey, and sex in a way essentially different from the way the stone is related to the earth upon which it lies. In those living things characterized as plant or animal we find the peculiar arousal of excitability, by which the living being is excited, i.e., stirred to an emerging into a circle of stimulatability on the basis of which it draws other living things into the circle of its activity. No excitability or stimulatability of plants and animals ever brings them into the free in such a way that what is excited could ever let the exciting be what it is even merely as exciting, not to mention what it is before the excitation and without it. Plant and animal are. And never would it be possible for a tone, no more than for an airplane, to elevate itself toward the sun in jubilation and to move like a lark, which nevertheless does not see the open. What the lark sees, and how it sees, and what it is we here call seeing on the basis of our observation that the lark has eyes, these questions remain to be asked. In fact, an original poetizing capacity would be needed to surmise what is concealed to the living being, a poetic capacity to which more and higher things are charged, and more essential things, since they are genuinely and animals. But in metaphysics man too is experienced as a living thing and as an animal in a larger sense, on the basis of reasons referring back to the way being itself primordially reveals itself. Since, in metaphysics. Man is experienced and thought of as the rational animal animality then interpreted, against the measuring rod of rationality, as what is irrational and without reason, interpreted against human intellectuality as what is instinctual. In this way, in metaphysics and in its scientific repercussions, the mystery of the living being goes unheeded, for living beings are either exposed to the assault of chemistry or are transferred to the field of ecology. Both presume to seek the riddle of life, they will never find it, not only because every science adhere only to the penultimate and must preoppose the ultimate as the learti, but also because the riddle of life will never be found where the mystery of the living being already been abandoned. Since Rilke. Who are they who peak here in the we? The weark moderns of modern metaphysics, a humanity that, regards an essential experience of being, has erred into the dead end of the oblivion of being. Rilke's poetry often relates to contemporary man with much seriousness and care, though with no an amount of conf thoughtlessness and flight. Rilke relishes word forms but does not consider the word. He talks thoughtlessly about the open and does not question what the significance might be of the open object into an objectivity as the free, without which not even the nothing could rise up in its excessiveness and brandish its menace. What is outside and what is at all hid or inside, or in no space, we only know on the bai of a knowledge of being, which itself come to presence as the free, and in it clearing beings find an access to unconcealed and thereby an elevation to appearance, and thereby the order of sensing. 9bt6-arg, jtza. The looking of being into the open lighted by it. The directive within the reference to the word of Parmenides, the thinker's journey to the home of arg 1 jtza and his thinking out toward the beginning. The saying of the beginning in the language of the Occident. We might now be able to see things more clearly. The open holding sway in the cease and see of I.Hj, Hw is difficult to behold not only because. But this difficulty in beholding the open I only assign that what could come within our cs and regard might he deprived by of ih arrival due to our lacking the entitlement lore that which already bc toked itself on us a being it elf but which thereby withdraws ever anew, without our surmeing that event. 162 The fourth directive 24-242. Nevertheless we can now perhaps think and retain this one simple thing, namely, arg 1 jna is the looking of being into the open that is lighted by it itself as it itself, the open for the unconcealedness of all appearance. Could what has such an essence be a mere concept? The endeavor of our entire foregoing reflection has been nothing else than to bring to a thoughtful experience of this astonishing question. Arjljeza is ljni, goddess, but indeed only for the Greeks and even then only for a few of their thinkers. The truth a goddess for the Greeks in the Greek sense. Indeed, but what is the essence of truth for us? We do not know, because we neither comprehend the Perhaps this double ignorance about the truth and about ourselves is itself one and the same. But it is already good to know this ignorance, and precisely for the sake of being, to which the reverence of thinking belongs. Thinking I not lwing, but perhaps, it I more essential than knowing, because it is closer to being in that closeness which is concealed from afar. We do not know the essence of truth. Therefore it I necessary for us to said toward thb question so as to experience the minimal condition that mmt be fulfilled if we set out to dignify the essence of truth with a question. This condition that we take up thinking. Our attempted reflection has been accompanied by one insight. It is this: we may think the essence of truth only if we tread upon the most extreme edges of being a whole. We thereby acknowledge that a moment of history is approaching, whose uniqueness I by no means determined imply, or attale on the basis of the current situation of the world and of our own Tory in it. What is at stake is not imply the being and non-being of our historical people, nor the being and not being of a European culture, for in the tenses what is at stake is only beings. In advance of all that, a primordial decision must be made concerning being and not being themselves, being and not being in their essence, in the truth of their essence. How are beings supposed to be saved and secured in the free of their essence, if the essence of being is undecided, unquestioned, and even forgotten? Without the truth of being, beings are never steadfast. Without the truth of being and without the being and essence of truth, the very decision about the being and non-being of a being remains without the opens, of freedom, from which all Hitori Bajim the question returns, what is the essence of truth for us? Our lectures were only supposed to refer to the region out of which the word of Parmenides speaks. The directive within this reference pointed to the destination toward which the primordial thinker I underway, namely the home of the gods Aijwan Jaina. T home also direct the Kur, I the first place of arrival on the journey of thinking, and it is Aho the point of departure for the course of thinking that bears out all relation to beings. The essence of T home is wholly determined by the God her dwelling there first make the home it is. And indwelling the essence of the goddess I fulfilled, she is the self-presenting and hence indwelling look of the light into the darkness. Arj, Lna I the distosedness that in a health shelters all emergence and all appearance and disappearance. K/IJ, LTZAI the essence of the truth dwells in everything that comes to pre-ins, it is the essence of all essence. Essentiality des West in allem Wessenden und ist das Wesen als Wessens die Wessenheit. To experience this I the da. Such recollection is thinking's single thought. T the ending of being and because being only come. According to this destiny, Dd now holds sway, the evening of what emerged primordially. The land drawn into its space-time from this high houri and sheltered therein is the Occident Abend land, literally, evening land according to the primordial, i.e., in term of the history of being, meaning of this word. The language of the Occident expri. The word of the language of the Occident preserve, the appurtenance of Occidental humanity to the home region of the goddess Phi/RJ, Leza. Addendum. Heidgger prepared the following draft of a recapitulation of pages 77 to 79 but did not include it in his lectures. J. Modern man has a lived experience of the world and thinks the world in those terms, i.e., in terms of himself as the being that, as ground, lies at the foundation of all explanation and ordering of beings as a whole. In the language of metaphysics, what lies at the foundation is subjectum. Modern man is by essence the subject. Only because he is the subject can his I or his ego become essential. And the fact that a thou is set in opposition to the L, thereby relegating the I to its limits and raising the thou relation to prominence, and the fact that the place of the individual is then taken by the community, the nation, the people, the continent, and the planet, these in no way, metaphysically speaking, cancel out the subjectivity of modern man, but in fact for the first time lead it into its unconditioned state. Anthropology, the Anglo-American form of which is sociology, is supplanting essential thought. Only when man becomes the subject do non-human beings become objects. Only within the domain of subjectivity can a dispute arise over objectivity, over its validity, its profit and its loss, and over its advantages and disadvantages in any particular case. Since the essence of man, for the Greeks, is not determined as subject, a knowledge of the historical beginning of the Occident is difficult and unsettling for modern thought, assuming that modern lived experience is not simply interpreted back into the Greek world, as if modern man enjoyed a relation of personal intimacy with Hellenism for the simple reason that he organizes Olympic Games penitically in the main cities of the planet, for here only the facade of the borrowed word is Greek. This is not in any way meant to be derogatory toward the Olympics themselves, it is only censorious of the mistaken opinion that they bear any relation to the Greek essence. And we must come to know this latter if we wish to learn the quite different essence of modern history, i.e., if we wish to experience our own destiny in its essential determination. This task, however, is too awesome and too serious for thoughtless opinion and chatter to be accorded even the slightest consideration. Whoever is receiving these lectures simply for what they pretend to be, namely a thoughtful word of attention and incipient heedfulness, will also in time learn to set aside the all too quickly advancing sentimental lamentations of a thoughtless and guru louse position taking. whoever is sitting here merely to snap up material for his political or anti-political, religious or anti-religious, scientific or anti-scientific sentiments is wrong and is substituting what just happens to come to his mind on a particular afternoon for what has been the task of thinking in the Occident for the last 2.5 millennia, ever since its historical beginning. To be sure, the stupidity in circulation will not, for thoughtful ones, be a reason to abrogate the task of focusing on the essential. The empty chatter cannot be stopped. But by the same token, the consideration of the level of ones who are too lazy to think endangers essential thought. Our discussions about the Roman are being interpreted as stemming from an anti-Christian hostility. Let us leave it for theology to decide whether the meditation on the essence of truth we have attempted here could not, taken in context, be more fruitful for the preservation of Christianity than the aberrant desire to construct new scientifically founded proofs for the existence of God and for the freedom of the will on the basis of modern atomic physics. Primordially, the emergent essence of being disposes and determines the mode of the sheltering of the unconcealed as the Word. The essence of the Word disposes and first determines the essence of the humanity corresponding to it, and thereby relegates this essence into history, i.e., into the essential beginning and the transformation of the essence of the truth of beings. But nowhere does there exist a humanity that forms for itself a view of being and then sets itself up with that view as if being and the view of it were like the horns that form on an ox, with which it then vegetates. Only because being and the truth of being are essentially beyond all men and humanities, can, and therefore must, the being or non-being of man be at stake where man as historical is determined to the preservation of the truth of being. A decline is never overcome by simply being stopped or reined in or led in progress to better times. All progress might be a mere stepping away from the essential domain of the beginning. Only in view of the beginning can a decline be thought and experienced. The decline can only be surmounted when the beginning is saved, but then it is already surmounted. And the beginning can only be saved when it is allowed to be the beginning it is. The beginning is primordial only when thinking is primordial and when man in his essence thinks primordially. This does not refer to the impossible task of repeating the first beginning in the sense of a renewal of the Greek world and its transformation into the here and now. On the contrary, it means to enter, by way of primordial thought, into a confrontation and dialogue with the beginning in order to perceive the voice of the disposition and determination of the future. This voice is only to be heard where experience is. And experience is in essence the suffering in which the essential otherness of beings reveals itself in opposition to the tried and usual. The highest form of suffering is dying one's death as a sacrifice for the preservation of the truth of being. This sacrifice is the purest experience of the voice of being. What if German humanity is that historical humanity which, like the Greek, is called upon to poetize and think, and what if this German humanity must first perceive the voice of being? Then must not the sacrifices be as many as the causes immediately eliciting them, since the sacrifice has in itself an essence all its own and does not require goals and uses? Thus what if the voice of the beginning should announce itself in our historical destiny? But what if the beginning has fallen into oblivion? Would we not then need to experience first of all that this oblivion is not mere negligence or dereliction on the part of man but is an event pertaining to the very essence of being itself, i.e., to unconcealedness? What if man had not only forgotten the essence of being but if being itself had forgotten man and had abandoned him to self-forgetfulness? Are we speaking of Heidgger here only to appear erudite? The Greeks are largely silent over Heidgger. At times, however, they do speak of it. Hesiod mentions Heidgger together with Aesop, the absence of food, as one of the daughters of the veiling night. Pindar also speaks of it and indicates the direction we need to follow in order to glimpse its hidden essence. Editors afterword. The present volume 54 of Heidegger's Gesamtausgabe comprises the previously unpublished text of an hourly lecture course the philosopher conducted during the winter term 1942-43 at the University of Freiburg. The course was called Parmenides and Heraclitus, but in view of the nearly exclusive occupation with Parmenides we have modified the title. The book is the 18th to appear in this series. The editor had at his disposal authors' manuscripts amounting to 84 numbered pages of lectures and 34 pages of recapitulations. Heidgger did not prepare a recapitulation for every lecture. The author himself indicated the pages where the recapitulations were to be inserted, but the choice of the exact place within those pages devolved upon the editor. The manuscripts are in the folio format, and the writing is crosswise. The right halves of the pages contain numerous interpolations, enclosed within one another. Heidgger indicated their point of contact with the text in each case. The addendum included herein is the text of a recapitulation referring to pages 77 to 79. It was not presented in the lectures and was described by Heidgger as a mere draft. The editor also had at his disposal typewritten copies of all the manuscripts mentioned above. They were checked twice against the originals. Some passages in the manuscripts, missing in the transcriptions, were inserted by the author himself at the proper place. Heidgger completely reviewed this transcript while he was preparing his lectures on the Logos of Heraclitus, cf. Gesamtausgabe, Volume 55. He supplemented the transcript on numerous occasions with some smaller and some larger interpolations. The editor deciphered these and without exception allowed for them in the present text. The division into numbered paragraphs, the subdivisions, and the formulation of all the headings are the work of the editor. The latter adhere closely to the text of the lectures. In accord with Heidegger's wishes, an extensive table of contents precedes the work, and this, together with the segmentation of the text, should make the overall structure of the lectures clearly visible. In connection with the present volume, the reader is also referred to Heidegger's essay Moira, Parmenides Fragment 8, 34-41, which appeared in his Vorträge und Aufsätze, first published in 1954. The editor would like to express his sincere thanks for the assistance he received in his work from H. Heidgger, from H. Tietjen and W. Dale, who reviewed the typescript, and from E. W. von Hermann, who responded to questions concerning the deciphering of the interpolations. Likewise, thanks are due to Francis B. Vaughter for technical help. Manfred S. Frings. DePaul University.